Everyone turned instinctively toward the smoke, brows furrowed in alarm. Barrett's aura hadn't diminished. In fact, it was rising. "Ha ha ha! I finally did it!" A crazed voice bellowed from within the swirling dust. "Is this an ancient weapon?" From the smoke emerged a towering figure, monstrous and metallic. A searing dark purple energy beam, tens of meters wide, blasted forth, cutting through the haze and ripping apart the sky. "Everyone fall back now!" Aokiji shouted, his face tight with urgency as he vanished from his spot. The others reacted in unison, faces shifting to panic. Using Soru, they launched themselves away from the danger zone. Kaido, though not within the direct blast radius, sensed the overwhelming threat. His expression darkened. In a flash, he transformed into his dragon form and shot into the sky. Green Bull and the Seraphim followed, retreating with high-speed movement. And then it struck. The shock wave tore into the earth, engulfed in blazing fire. The blast blinded those who looked directly at it. And then came the explosion. Boom! A column of golden light exploded outward, engulfing the entire region. The sheer force leveled buildings, uprooted the ground, and sent even the strongest warriors flying like rag dolls, coughing blood. Boom! 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 Bodies crashed into the earth, carving deep craters into Wano's already ravaged land. "Ha ha! Incredible!" Barrett's voice rang out once more. "Just one strike, and this is the devastation I can unleash? So this is the power of an ancient weapon." The dust finally settled, revealing the horror. A massive, armored mech stood tall, over 100 meters high, with tank-like crawler legs that tore the earth apart with every step. Its arms were bristling with cannons, and its chest bore an ancient symbol glowing ominously. Behind it, a massive artillery cannon still hissed steam, clearly the source of that earlier blast. Barrett's eyes gleamed red from inside the machine's cockpit. He scanned the battlefield below, his gaze like a god looking down upon ants. Pluto, the ancient weapon, now fully awakened. Driven by Barrett's monstrous will, the scattered warriors rose from the rubble, their expressions grim as they stared up at the towering nightmare. "Damn it, he actually pulled it off," Kaido growled, rage burning in his eyes. Transforming into his full dragon form once more, he roared, "Barrett!" The skies churned as Kaido unleashed scorching flames and violent winds, tornadoes spinning from his massive body. But Barrett just laughed. "Kaido, you're nothing now. I'm the strongest in the world." With a sweep of his massive mechanical arm, Barrett shattered Kaido's attack and sent him crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. "Come at me together. Show me your strength." A fanatical gleam lit Barrett's eyes as he bellowed with joy. Even Kaido, defeated with a single blow. Now he was unstoppable. "Attack!" Aokiji roared. He summoned an enormous 100-meter-long ice spear, wrapped in layers of hardened ice armor, and hurled it at Barrett. Light wheel cannon. Kizaru unleashed a barrage of glowing cannon rounds that screamed through the sky toward Barrett's form. Behind them, Peach Rabbit, Green Bull, the Seraphim, and the three Calamities launched their own devastating attacks. But Barrett only smirked. Futile. All of it. He raised his arms, and from each cannon muzzle, arcs of lightning gathered into a massive electromagnetic shield. Boom! 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 Shockwaves rippled as the attacks collided with the barrier, but the shield didn't even crack. "I may be running low on stamina, but this is still more than enough to kill every last one of you." Barrett drove the mech's palm down hard. Another boom. The ground beneath shattered like glass. The impact sent another tidal wave of force through Wano, tossing the warriors like leaves in a storm. Craters bloomed across the land. It felt as if Wano itself was breaking apart. Only the ice that Yun had left behind earlier prevented the eruption of underground magma. Barrett looked to the side, his mechanical gaze locking onto Yunyi. "You're next, Nightblade." Yunya's eyes flickered up, calm and resolute. "Then show me what the so-called strongest can do." Barrett lunged. "I'll show you what real power is." Crossflower. Yin Yi raised his silver-threaded blade. An eruption of bone-chilling cold surged forth in an instant. Crack! Frozen spikes of ice shot upward, locking Barrett's massive hand in place mid-air. Barrett's eyes narrowed in surprise. What? Unlike the others, Yin Yi had stopped him. Ha ha ha! Nightblade, you really are different. Stronger than the rest, but it won't matter. I'm at my peak, Barrett roared, pouring haki into his right arm. With a bone-splitting surge of power. Crack! The ice shattered. I don't care who you are, you die next. He lunged again, fury and desperation twisting his face. Oh! Yin Yi's smile didn't fade. You broke free from that? Impressive. This technique was the pinnacle of Hirinmaru, stronger than the combined freezing he once used with Aokiji on Kaido. Yet Barrett shattered it. Without warning, Yin Yi vanished with Shuinpa, reappearing a kilometer away. Boom! Barrett's hand came down again, shaking all of Wano to its core. He had gambled everything, and won. His body and the ancient weapon Pluto were the perfect match. Every strike was like Whitebeard's full-force quake. And that cannon? If fully charged, it could erase an entire island. But it came at a price. That last purple beam had drained a great deal of his energy and haki. And now, he had to finish the fight fast. Are you just going to keep running? Barrett sneered, his massive mechanical feet planted deep in a crater nearly a kilometer wide, remnants of the last devastating blow he had unleashed. As he withdrew his massive armored palm, his eyes locked onto Yin Yi with disdain. Inside the cockpit of the ancient weapon, Barrett's chest heaved slightly. Even with his monstrous stamina, piloting the weapon was rapidly draining his energy. He was strong, perhaps one of the strongest alive, but even he had limits. And those limits were getting closer. That's why he wanted to end it now. One final push to crush everyone, and especially Yin Yi. But Yin Yi stood calmly atop a mountain peak, unmoved. He shrugged with casual detachment and said lightly, "A giant body like that burns through haki at an insane rate. You can't keep this up much longer, can you?" His sharp observation pierced through Barrett's facade. With his heightened perception, Yin Yi could clearly sense the toll this battle had taken on Barrett. Barrett had fought Kaido for hours, endured attacks from the Navy, and still pressed on. Now, driving this colossal machine, his reserves were nearly spent. So what? Barrett snapped. That's still more than enough to wipe everyone here off the map. He wasn't surprised Yin Yi could see through him. The man was a monster. Mastery over all three forms of haki. A devil fruit ability that defied belief, and a combat intuition that made even the boldest fighters cautious. But Barrett still had confidence. He needed only one clean hit to end this. I'm not a battle maniac, Yin Yi said with a light smile, lifting his sword. But when facing an ancient weapon like this, I can't help but get serious. Show me what you've really got, Barrett. He swung his blade. Ice Extreme Slash. The silver-edged blade pulsed with condensed frost. A slash 1,000 meters wide tore through the air, freezing everything in its path, including the very atmosphere. Spikes of solid ice erupted from the earth like frozen spears, surging toward Barrett. Taste the difference in power. Barrett roared. He raised his arm and punched the air. Boom! The shock wave erupted like a storm, blasting outward in a radial burst that shook the entire island. It slammed into the icy wave, shattering frozen air and rupturing the ice spikes with brutal force. Crack! The two powers clashed in a violent display of raw energy. Cold winds howled, and fragments of ice scattered like glass. The air was thick with white mist and invisible force. Barrett's massive figure trembled under the cold, but he grit his teeth. Cold won't stop me. Roger taught me. Haki stand above all. Black-armored haki enveloped his entire body, forming a barrier that held back the freezing bite. It was high-grade armament haki, flowing and resilient. But it cost him dearly. His breath came faster. His pulse pounded louder. He was weakening. Still, he struck. Barrett raised his massive arm again and tried to swat Yin Yi like an insect. Cross flower. Yin Yi's voice rang out sharply. Silver fibers burst with cold, forming a massive crystalline bloom of ice that clamped around Barrett's hand mid-swing. Barrett snarled and fired. A cannon on his other arm lit up, unleashing a barrage of dark purple lasers. Ice formation. Yin didn't flinch. A translucent ice barrier erupted in front of him, reinforced with black hockey. Boom, boom, boom. The lasers hammered the shield. Cracks spread across its surface, groaning under the pressure, but it held. You're slowing down, Yin said calmly. Too big, too loud, and too drained. He stepped into the sky with Shuinpa, reappearing midair. His sword glimmered. Ice dragon's spiral tail. Roar. From the blades surged a colossal dragon of ice, hundreds of meters long, spiraling and shrieking through the sky, its body radiating freezing power. Barrett's hand shattered the ice flower with brute force and threw a punch to meet it head-on. Boom! Shock waves burst in all directions, creating a momentary vacuum around the collision. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon's claws raked into Barrett's mech. He held firm for a few moments, but the last tail strike slammed him backward. Crash! The ground split apart beneath him. Barrett's huge form smashed into the earth, sending a shock wave that rippled like an earthquake. Spiderweb cracks spread out for hundreds of meters. From his shattered ground, Barrett rose, enraged and battered. You exceeded my expectations, Nightblade, he growled. But once I kill you, the world will finally acknowledge me as the strongest. He adjusted the mech's legs, transforming the tank-like treads into humanoid legs, more suitable for close combat. Then he charged. Each footfall tore craters into the earth. The air cracked from the speed of his punch as it surged toward Yunyi. But Yunyi just laughed. You think you're terrifying? There are only two people I truly fear. The Quincy King of the Shadow Palace, and the true master behind the world government. You, even with Pluto at your back, don't compare. Yunyi parried with ease. Clang. Sword met fist. The impact blew dust into the sky. Barrett threw another punch. Yunyi sidestepped and countered, slicing into Barrett's other arm and knocking it away. I'll kill them after I kill you, Barrett bellowed, launching another assault. Try it. Yunyi replied coldly, blade flashing. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield shook violently. Cracks spread across Wano's plains. Mountains trembled. Villages collapsed. This was no longer just a clash of two warriors. It was a cataclysm. Even the most seasoned fighters, Kaido, Aokiji, Green Bull, could only watch with grim faces. The sheer destructive pressure had left them breathless. Barrett, once thought unstoppable, was now being pushed back. And Yunyi, he was still pressing forward.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
This guy Yuren. Huang Yuan took a deep breath, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching, but thinking about it, it should be the same. When they were in the Navy headquarters, all of them swarmed up, and they were still given by Yuren. Easily knocked back. That kind of sunfire, even if they use armed protection, they still feel extremely hot. It's just that he didn't expect that Yuren, even the ability of the ice element is so powerful. Although it doesn't look as explosive as the ability of the fire element, he still has the strength to crush them. Our mission this time is about to fail. Facing the Night Blade, we lost again. Aokiji straightened his navy cloak and said in a complicated tone. He could see that Barrett was at a disadvantage right now, while Yunya was strolling in the courtyard, using the field control ability of the ice element to the extreme. As long as the time dragged on, Yunya's winning rate would be higher. There is no suspense anymore. Tao Tu looked at Yunya and Barrett in a silent battle. He thought to himself, if Yuren was still in the headquarters, any mission could be easily won, right? Unfortunately no if. These two damn guys. On the other side, Kaido gritted his teeth and looked at the two people who were fighting. The fluctuations in the battle that broke out between the two shocked even him, the four emperors, which had surpassed his mind. The concept of the strong? He once thought Lox was the strongest, but Lox lost to Roger and Garp. Later, Roger conquered the New World and became One Piece, and Roger became the strongest in his mind. Roger was not defeated and arrested by others, but turned himself in. In his mind, Roger is the strongest. He conquered the Great Root by himself without relying on the Devil Fruit, reaching the level he dreamed of. However, looking at the two people who are fighting at this time, can Roger in his heyday be comparable to these two people? The answer is negative. Thinking of this, Kaido's eyes became extremely red, and he was full of evil spirits. He was a little bit unwilling, what he was looking for so hard, others could easily surpass him. This made him very angry. How long are you going to ignore me? Wreak havoc on my territory, do you take me, Kaido, the beast? Kaido was extremely angry, and there was nowhere to vent his depression, which made him want to explode. The two are fighting and destroying themselves, as if they have forgotten that this is Kaido's territory. He, Kaido, is a rebellious person. How can he tolerate the two people's behavior of ignoring others? He is committed to setting off the biggest war, and become the strongest person in the world? Fire Dragon Torch. Kaido's eyes showed madness, the body of the demon dragon was covered with flames, and the highly condensed flames seemed to form armor, covering his body surface, forming a huge flame dragon king. A burst of scorching heat instantly permeated the air. Of course, compared to Yuni's cold air, it's just a little insignificant. But Kaido just wants to use the flames to dispel the cold air around him. He is very experienced in fighting ice-type abilities. At this time, after Kaido's body was covered with flames, his size suddenly grew. Stepping on the flame cloud under his feet, he directly entered the battle. The body of Kaido Hualong is not small at all, its body is close to 100 meters, and now it is covered with the Flame Dragon King. Its body has swelled a circle, and it is about the same size as Barrett's height at this time. The power of the collision is also very powerful, so that neither of them dare to underestimate it. Huh? Kaido, what are you going crazy about? Barrett turned his head to look at Kaido, who was charging over, frowned, raised his arm, and slapped Kaido down. With a bang, the two collided fiercely. However, to Barrett's surprise, Kaido was not sent flying this time. Although the dragon retreated a little, it resisted his blow. Barrett, don't underestimate people. I'm Kaido of the Beast. Kaido resisted the blow, but the terrifying impact also seriously injured him, and a large mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth, but his gaze incomparably cold. Staring at Barrett, he opened his mouth to spit out violent heat and charged forward. With a bang, Barrett staggered, but did not fall to the ground. Humph. Barrett was also furious in his heart, and snorted coldly. His right leg stopped on the ground, and while stabilizing his body, he punched out. Boom! This time, Kaido's body, the Flame Dragon King, was almost shattered, and a lot of blood spewed out of his mouth and flew backwards. Kaido let out a roar, the dragon claws grabbed the ground, used friction to stop the backward flying, and the flame cloud under his feet erupted, causing him to rush out again, and slammed into Barrett's body hard, knocking Barrett away. Knocked down to the ground. With a bang, the ground immediately collapsed and shattered. Barrett stood up with cold eyes, staring at Kaido. Kaido, you bloody bastard. He could see that Kaido was completely insane at this time, rushing towards him recklessly, and Barrett's face darkened. You guys are mentally ill, aren't you? There's another Night Blade? Oh, Barrett, this is what happens when you underestimate me. Kaido also stared at Barrett. The two of them collided, purple and black thunder exploded, and the sky rolled with dark clouds. Idiot. Barrett cursed secretly, his attention still on Yunya. You guys had a lot of fun. Why don't you decide the winner first, and then the winner will fight with me again? Yunya stood in midair, with his cloak fluttering behind him, and looked down at the two people below. Damn Yaren, you are also my target. Kaido turned his head to look at Yunya, and opened his mouth to breathe out heat. You have a long lifespan, and you actually gain strength by consuming your lifespan, but how long can you last like this? Yunya swept out the cold air with a sword, smashed the heat, and directly blasted Kaido away, smashed into the ground. The cold air swept across, trying to freeze Kaido, but at this time Kaido was surrounded by hot flames. The cold air only cut the flames, but soon boiled again. At this time, Kaido is relying on the consumption of life. This kind of big move, if you want to maintain it, it will take a lot of energy and domineering. He is dying. Kaido, let's put down our grievances first, and let's talk about the Night Blade, otherwise, we have to explain it here today. Barrett is still calm, and he is extremely vigilant about the Night Blade. Yeblade is not dead, they all have to explain here today. At this time, he is also exhausted, and he can't last long. Stimulated by the cold, Kaido's emotions have also stabilized at this time. He was dazzled by anger just now and became less rational. Hearing Barrett's words, he took a deep breath and did not respond to Barrett's words, but looked at Yunya. Right now, Yunya is still the biggest threat. Heh. Pirates, you were fighting life and death 1 second, and you are standing on the united front the next second. Yunya smiled lightly, not paying attention to the two of them at all. Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked coldly at Yunya. I will deal with him when I get rid of you. Barrett also stared at Yunya. Yaren, if you don't die, sooner or later you will become a stumbling block for me to dominate the world. You should stay here today. Yunya chuckled lightly, then let's get rid of you completely. The three of them looked at each other, and with a boom, the terrifying overlord colors collided with each other, and the dark clouds in the sky rolled like a whirlpool. Take this move from me. If you can't take it, then die. Yunya's eyes flashed the color of frost, and the cold air condensed on the silver fiber, turning the silver fiber into a forest white color. Yunya whispered, the 4 realms, frozen. With a buzz sound, an extremely strong cold air burst out, sweeping across the entire area in an instant. As if sensing something, Barrett and Kaido's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Let me show you, the strongest blow of an ancient weapon, the blow that can destroy the island. Barrett pointed the muzzle at the high-altitude Cloud Knight. His face became extremely ferocious, a large amount of vitality was drawn from his body, and the dark purple light glowed. It jumped at the muzzle, and then a thick dark purple ray of hundreds of meters hit the past. Shanglong flame gossip. Kaido also roared, and his body swam around, rushing towards Yunyi. With a buzz sound, the attacks of the three collided in everyone's eyes. There is no roaring and trembling as imagined, and some moves make a slight noise. Immediately afterwards, everything was completely frozen, whether it was Barrett's energy ray or Kaido's Flame Dragon King. In the next moment, they were directly frozen in the void. Naturally, the bodies of Barrett and Kaido were also directly frozen. It seems that I'm still slightly better. Yunya snapped his fingers, and with a boo sound, the ice crystals shattered and turned into stars and disappeared little by little. Barrett, Kaido, die? Just when Barrett died, a transparent phantom suddenly appeared in front of Yunya. Yunyi didn't seem to be surprised at the appearance of this phantom. His soul fluctuated, and a voice came out. You were asking me just now. Yes, my lord. The illusory figure jumped and bowed to Yunya, and a crisp voice came into Yunya's mind. Thank you, my lord, for helping me to get rid of hundreds of years of pain. Curse, with your existence, this world no longer needs lights to continue. After finishing speaking, the transparent phantom glanced at Yunyi gratefully, and then his body turned into a star point and disappeared. There is no aura of this figure in the knowledge perception, and no one else can see it. Of the people present, only Yunya can see this phantom, which is the vision from the soul level. Looking at the dissipated figure, Yunya murmured in his heart, Pluto's ship spirit? Trapped in the same place for hundreds of years, it is reasonable to say that it is a curse. Originally, Yunyi planned to keep the ancient weapons for research, but just now, a voice entered his mind, begging him to destroy the ancient weapons Pluto. For Yunya, ancient weapons are optional, whether they have it or not, as long as they don't fall into the hands of the world government. For Yunya, the result will be the same. Moreover, Yunyi could tell that if it wasn't for this ship spirit that finally restricted Barrett's performance, maybe Yunyi would have to spend a little more time to kill Barrett. Putting aside the thoughts in his heart, Yunya looked at the sky. There seemed to be something fluctuating in the sky just now, just like the one he experienced in Moon Knight Island, but it didn't last long, and the fluctuation disappeared. Did I take the shot? But why didn't the attack fall? Yunya muttered to himself, narrowing his eyes slightly. Various speculations emerged in his mind. Yunyi shook his head slightly, turned to look at the location of the three disasters below, swung out a sword, and the extremely cold slash hit the three disasters below, with a chi sound. The three of them resisted. There is no room for it, and it is directly frozen in place. Yunya shot again. This time it was the Green Bull and other pacifists. The cold air surged, and several slashes fell, directly freezing the Green Bull and all the pacifists. At this time, Yunya, after the ice wheel pill was completely dispelled, his strength had already surpassed the four emperors by too much, but the senior Cotters of the four emperors could not be Yunya's opponent at all. He snapped his fingers with a boo, and the next moment, everyone who was frozen was shattered into ice slag at the same time, and died completely. Yunya's speed was too fast, so fast that everyone present couldn't react. The three disasters, the Green Bull, and all the pacifists were all directly killed by Yunya. Immediately afterwards, Yunya looked at the navy, making all the navy's scalps tingle. They also saw Yaren's tentacles just now, and with just a light wave of his hand, they killed top powerhouses like the three calamities and generals, making them terrified. Yunya didn't intend to kill Hai, but said lightly, Kingsley, remember, you owe me a favor. Saying that, Yunya's figure flashed and disappeared in place. Well, the other members of the Neo Navy are here to play soy sauce, don't care if they appear or not. After reuniting with the members of the Neo Navy also left Wano country, and the rest of the matter has nothing to do with Yunya. It's not that the Neo Navy didn't play a role. After coming up from the secret passage, they also fought with the Beast's pirates. Because of the existence of Zifa, the rest of the Navy soldiers did not attack them. The two sides were in a tacit understanding, and they attacked the Beast's pirates. It can be regarded as achieving the purpose of coming here. Zifa did not go to the main battlefield because he was worried about the situation here. He believed that Yunyi could solve everything. The development of the matter did not exceed his expectations. Yunya solved everything by himself. After Yunyi left, Kingsley and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Is it human? Aokiji murmured to himself. Various thoughts flashed in his eyes. This fellow Yuren, if he said such a thing, it should not be aimless, and he will definitely be useful in the future. Aokiji looked in the direction of the Red Earth continent, narrowed his eyes slightly, and seemed to think of something in his mind, the world government. At this moment, Kizaru opened his mouth, interrupting Aokiji's thoughts. He glanced around, shrugged and said, this mission should be over. The ancient weapons were destroyed, and Kaido, Barrett, and the three plagues were destroyed. Even General Green Bull and the pacifists were killed. Yaren really left us a mess. Don't worry about this, I will explain this to the world government myself. Aokiji said lightly, and ordered to his subordinates, now let the people under him count the casualties, and count the number of Beast's pirates. Catch the remnants, and we can't let them escape. Yes. The navy responsible for this went down. The entire Wano country was frozen. Although Yunya had a strong control, it did not affect the ordinary people above Wano country. But after such a big battle, it is impossible to have no casualties. In the aftermath alone, many people died. Wano country is not a member country of the world government, so it stands to reason that the Navy doesn't have to deal with these messes. But now Aokiji is in charge of the Navy, and his concept of justice is relatively kind, and he will not sit idly by, but it's just a simple treatment. After all, Wano country has its own political power, and it's not easy for them to intervene. Moreover, the people of Wano country seem to be wary of the Navy, so Aokiji simply left Wano country alone after cleaning up the remnants of the 100 Beasts pirates. Because of this incident, the 100 Beasts pirates were completely destroyed, and Wano country's regime returned to the hands of the Kojiki clan. The comatose black charcoal snake was imprisoned by Denjiro, and the former General Kojiki Sukiyaki took charge of Wano country again. However, an unprecedented turmoil erupted in the Holy Land of Marijoya on the Red Earth continent. All members of the Revolutionary Army appeared on the stage, took action in units, and entered the Holy Land of Marijoya. Like the former Fisher Tiger, he freed countless slaves. Even members of the Revolutionary Army almost broke into the central power of the world government, the meeting room of the 5 Old Stars. Because all the members of the Navy were mobilized, the entire headquarters was empty of combat power, and there was not much combat power to support it. The Revolutionary Army also saw this opportunity and decisively launched a surprise attack. Drago wants to find out about the Lord of the World. On the side of the Holy Land of Marijoya, there is still some deployed force, and people from CP0 appear to intercept the Revolutionary Army. However, after the development of the Revolutionary Army at this time, its combat power is also extremely strong, and the strength of several major army commanders should not be underestimated. Several army commanders took action and wiped out countless people from the world government. However, the background of the world government is extremely profound, and there are several CP0 members who can compete with the commander of the Revolutionary Army. The two sides fought fiercely on the Holy Land of Marijoya. Kurla did not participate in the battle, but was responsible for rescuing the slaves, causing turmoil in the entire Holy Land and dispersing the forces of the world government. And Drago and Sabo searched in the Holy Land of Marijoya, trying to find the 5 Old Stars and the Lord of the World. In the end, the top regimes of the 5 Old Stars were dispatched to completely kill the Revolutionary Army here. Among the 5 Old Stars, not all of them have strong combat power, and 2 of them are only ordinary lieutenant generals, and they are proficient in other aspects. The other 3 have the combat power of generals. Diriger, you damned guy, you are actually attacking the Holy Land at this time. Wolaoxing, who held the first generation of Ghost Test, showed extremely strong combat power. Unleashed a 1,000-meter blood-red slash, directly killing Drago. You Revolutionary Army dared to do such a rebellious thing. You used to hide like mice. Now that you have appeared, it is time to get rid of you. The other person is an ability user who ate the natural air fruit. With a wave of the hand, the air condenses and explodes. The power is also extremely powerful. Do you think you can destroy the Holy Land after the Navy is mobilized? It's ridiculous. Another person is an ability user who ate the fruit of the superhuman gravitational force. When the ability was activated, the gravitational force pulled the huge boulder and smashed it to Drago hard. I thought you guys are too old to move. Do you still have this kind of strength? And, it's all this kind of rare fruit ability. Drago stood in midair, with a dark green cloak behind him dancing with the wind, hunting, and hunting. 5 fingers form claws, pressing the void. With the sound of buzz, a translucent dragon claw stretched out and collided with the attacks of the 3. Boom. Attacks collide, terrifying shock waves ravage the audience, countless storms roll, the sky is cloudy, and the wind is howling, just like the end of the world. Has the natural hurricane fruit been developed by you to the point of awakening? Wu Laoxing with the knife narrowed his eyes, looked at the whirlwind around Durag, and said coldly, what Drago ate was the hurricane fruit of the natural system, which is the representative of the storm. His ability can form a storm and level everything directly. Drago used to be a member of the Navy, and their world government naturally has information about Drago. If Durag hadn't defected from the Navy and founded the Revolutionary Army, he would have been one of the candidates for the Admiral at the time. The combat power is not inferior to red dogs, blue pheasants, and yellow monkeys, but even if you have the combat power of a general, if you want to fight against us, there is only one result. The air power 5 Old Stars floated high in the sky, staring coldly at Drago below. The gravitational 5 Old Star ability was activated, pulling a piece of steel and smashing it towards Drago. But at this moment, a gravitational halo struck, stopping the piece of steel and suspending it in midair. A person stepped on the rock and floated over, wearing a big cloak with white eyes. At this time the stick knife was slowly sheathed, and his face was solemn. Come, Commander of the Revolutionary Army New World, smile. Commander of the New World of the Revolutionary Army, with a smile, those with the ability of gravity fruit. The gravitational 5 Old Star looked at the smile who floated over the rock, and his face turned cold. It seems that you are all out this time. The Revolutionary Army's raid was too fast, and there was no time for the world government to react. At this time, Wu Laoxing radiated his knowledge, only to realize that the entire Holy Land was in turmoil. Several major commanders of the Revolutionary Army have appeared, fighting CP0 in the Holy Land. Although I don't see anything in my eyes, it's the first time I've seen this kind of filthy and evil atmosphere. The Holy Land of Marijoya is really the most evil place I've seen in my life. It really makes me feel disgusted. As soon as Xiao Xiao set foot on the holy land of Marijoa, she sensed that the place was filled with boundless filth. The entire holy land of Marijoa is full of mood swings of despair and fear, and these emotions emanate from those slaves. Smile, who lost his eyes, has a keen sense of knowledge, and he knows that this place is the most evil and filthy place in the world. Gravity? It's just my inferior ability? Since you are all out, then, stay here. The gravitational fruit, Wu Laoxing, snorted coldly, opened his 5 fingers towards the sky, and activated his ability, pulling a meteorite in space come down, hit the 2 of them with a smile on Durag. Ability doesn't care about strength, it depends on who is using it. Yuxiao sheathed his stick knife, and also used his ability to pull a meteorite down. Boom. In midair, 2 meteorites collided together, the flames exploded, and there was a loud noise. The 2 meteorites exploded at the same time, and a shock wave came down from the sky. Evil ghost, 1 cut. The sword of the great swordsman on Wu Laoxing with the knife soared into the sky, and there seemed to be an evil ghost behind him, and a blood-red slash rushed towards Durag. Air cannon. The 5 old stars of air ability clasped their hands together, the air was squeezed together by him, and the condensed air shock wave rushed towards Drago. The battle is on again? Wind Dragon Claw. Durag yelled softly, his right hand was clawed, and he grabbed it in the void. The storm condensed in his palm, and the wind blade cut out like a sharp claw. Boom. Attacking and colliding, a terrifying sound wave erupted, and the air wave rolled over and over again, impacting all around. All 5 of them possessed general-level combat strength. When they collided, the entire Holy Land trembled. The battle was extremely dangerous. You came and went, it was extremely fierce, and if you were not careful, you would die. On the other side, Sabo searched furtively in the Holy Land, and finally came to a huge solemn door. This room is exactly the room where the Void Throne is located, and it is also located in the deepest part of Panga City, where I'm sleeps. At this time, on the throne, I'm opened his eyes, as if he had sensed something, looked towards the direction of Wano country, and whispered in his mouth, has another light awakened. I'm got up, walked to a small door next to him, opened the door and walked in, and entered among the flowers. I'm came to a square table, looked at a map laid out on the table, and looked at the markings and on the map of China. This time, is it Pluto? The lineage of the Guardians, inheritance recorder, it's time to get rid of it. An indifferent voice sounded among the flowers, and I picked up a paintbrush. And outside, looking at the huge door, Sabo took a deep breath and pushed the door open. After pushing open the door, a strange scent of flowers came into Sabo's nose, which shocked him, and then he looked into the room vigilantly. As far as the eye can see, it is a huge throne. When Sabo saw this throne, for some reason, Sabo's heart shook suddenly. Drago's guess was correct. In the world government, there may be a person who is above the 5 old stars. This person is the real leader of the world government. Rulers? The throne represents the supremacy of the world government? He is also the king of this world that Master Quenching once said. Sabo walked in. Behind the void throne, there was a quaint little door, which was open at this moment. Approaching cautiously, Sabo looked inside, and saw a man wearing a 4-fingered crown and a cloak, whose face and gender could not be seen clearly, standing in front of a table. He was holding a writing brush in his hand, and was pointing to the location of Wano country on the map, but at this moment, the man wearing the crown suddenly stopped and turned to look at Sabo at the door. There was no slight emotional change in his eyes. Stared by this man's eyes, Sabo's whole body seemed to be stared at by some terrifying beast. His whole body was frozen in place, only his eyeballs could move, and his limbs seemed to be fixed in place by something. This feeling caused cold sweat to swipe off Sabo's forehead, and he said with difficulty, "You, is, the real master of the world government. Revolutionary Army." I'm looked at Sabo, without too much expression fluctuation on his face, did not answer Sabo's words. His knowledge radiated through the door, and an indifferent and emotionless voice came out. Oh? He actually killed Mary in the Holy Land Joya. This building seems to be able to block the perception of the color of knowledge. If the door is not pushed open, the color of knowledge cannot penetrate or spread out at all. People from that family. I'm glanced at Durag, as if he had sensed something, and his tone paused. Joyboy. Humph. How bold. Im's godlike pupils fluctuated, and he snorted coldly. Outside, for some reason, the sky was covered with thicker clouds, and terrifying lightning bolts rolled down. The terrifying domineering look seemed to be able to suppress everything, and the entire Marijoya was suppressed. Together with Duo Lage and Wu Laoxing, who were fighting, they all felt this domineering arrogance, and their hearts trembled suddenly. This is Overlord's look. Drago's face was extremely serious. He had never seen such a level of Overlord's look before, and he couldn't even think of resisting. The domineering look in his body also seemed to be suppressed tightly. Even at this moment, it is extremely difficult to use domineering. Domineering ability seems to have lost its effect. But Wu Laoxing's complexion changed, and only I'm was able to release such a powerful and domineering look. Is Master I'm awake? Someone found that room. Wu Laoxing with the knife seemed to realize something, and his face changed wildly. Damn it, someone sneaked in. They must be stopped, and this news cannot be revealed. The faces of the other 5 old stars also changed. They realized the seriousness of the matter. Is this the purpose of the Revolutionary Army? Several 5 old stars thought of this at the same time, and their faces became extremely gloomy. I'm is their king, the whole card of the world government, and no one should know about it? immortality, but it is more attractive than the great secret treasure. Countless people will want to know how to live forever, and even point the finger at the world government. Together with the royal families of those allied countries, they will also want to find out this news. Chang, there is no one in power who does not yearn for it. That's why the world government will completely erase this kind of thing, together with the past 100 years of history, just when everyone was shocked by this terrifying domineering look. Immediately afterwards, countless celestial phenomena emerged, tornadoes raging and rolling, ground fires erupted like volcanoes, thunder fell like rain, aurora tore the sky, blizzards poured down and low temperature shrouded, the earth trembled and ruptured. The whole world seemed to come alive at this moment, and countless strange celestial phenomena began to emerge, shocking everyone's minds. A series of celestial phenomena appearing in the same place at the same time. This is natural power, but also personal power. I'm the master of the world, the one who controls the world's celestial phenomena. As soon as the attack was made, all the members of the revolutionary army were captured. New World Music Island. This is the place where Yuta, the singer of the world, holds a concert. As a famous singer in the New World, Yuta enjoys a high reputation in the world. Even in some respects, the appeal of those big pirates at sea is not as high as her. Because of a concert, countless celebrities from the New World gathered in the Music Island at this time, the royal family of the country, pirates, bounty hunters, all kinds of people are rushing here at this time. Yuta's singing seems to have some kind of magical power, which can bring light and dawn to the desperate people. In the eyes of these people, Yuta is their savior. The entire Music Island is like a huge stage, enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people to watch together. At this time, the island was full of excitement, singing and dancing were promoted, and there was a faint and beautiful singing sound from the radio, which made everyone who heard the singing extremely excited. Countless people are cheering, waving their flags and shouting, like fanatical fans, looking forward to the appearance of their savior, Yuta. In a room on Music Island, Yuta is wearing headphones and a white miniskirt with a black bow tie, showing her slender legs and looking youthful and beautiful. At this time, Yuta was sitting on a chair, looking at a person in front of him who was only a skeleton, and said in a sincere tone, "Mr. Brook, I hope you can help me in this concert, so that these confused people are liberated." Brook rarely showed a serious look. "Miss Yuta, I admire your singing voice very much, but your idea is wrong. Music is to bring hope to people when they are desperate, not to trap them in vain in the fantasy world." When Brook was practicing in the Straw Hat Pirates and others, he also left the first half and came to Music Island, wanting to discuss music with Yuta, the world singer. As a musician, he has a longing for Yuta, who is famous all over the world. In a word, he is a fan of Yuta, and he has also heard Yuta's singing. He longed for the music of redemption. So, he took this opportunity and went to Music Island. When Yuta first saw Brook, he was also taken aback. After all, a skeleton can still move and talk. This kind of scene is more or less scary for a girl. However, after communicating with Brook, she discovered that Brook's musical attainments are also very powerful. He can use music to achieve a hypnotic effect and mobilize people's emotions. And through understanding, she also knew the reason why Brook is a skeleton. Brook is the ability user who ate the fruit of the underworld. He was able to come back from the dead, and, after Huang Quan came back, Brook had his own understanding of the soul. The reason why his music can hypnotize others is to use some kind of fluctuation on the soul level. After knowing this, she valued Brook's ability even more. At this time, she has a soul fruit in her hand. She is naturally very clear about the ability of soul fruit. After all, the information about the 4 Emperor Charlotte Lingling is known to everyone in the whole world. Can bestow souls on dead things? She wants to give her singing a soul so that her abilities can be enhanced. She has a plan, that is to eat the soul fruit, and use the soul sound of the soul fruit to enhance his song fruit ability and radiate the whole world. Even other people who are not on the Music Island can also send her singing to the world through the airwaves of that special phone bug, and Brook can play a very strong role in the middle, and music can be played together. Therefore, she invited Brook to play a grand concert with her, so that everyone in the world can get out of pain and enter the beautiful world she built. However, as an old fritter, Brook is older than Roger. He has been in a dark place like the Devil's Triangle for decades. Loneliness have been with him for decades, but his heart is still true to him. I have a longing for life, thinking that even if people are in a desperate situation, they will one day be redeemed and welcome hope. People will not be defeated by despair. As long as they are alive, there is hope for everything. The two have different ideas and concepts, and Brook rejected Yuta's request. However, Yuta has already regarded Brook as an important part of her plan at this time. With Brook's joining, her singing voice will be brought into full play and her ability will be enhanced. With the 2 sharp weapons of soul fruit and sleepless mushroom, plus Brook's singing that can mobilize the soul's emotions, she believes that even the powerhouses at the level of the 4 emperors will be moved by her singing and pulled enter the world she built. She wouldn't let Brook go. As a result, the members of the other Straw Hat Pirates gathered in the Chambord Islands half a year later, but Brook did not go. He was imprisoned by Yuta. "Mr. Brook, this world is too chaotic. Wars break out all the time in the world. Every day, people die in pain. If you want to save this world, you can only influence them with singing." Yuta looked at Brook and said slowly. This is not the first time she has said these words. Brook shook his head. Miss Yuta, your talent in music is the most powerful I have ever seen, but your thinking is too extreme. Not everyone lives in pain. It is wrong for you to do this. Yuta closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and looked at Brook. Since Mr. Brook disagrees with me, then I can only use an extreme method. At this time, Yuta had already eaten the sleepless mushroom, and the side effects of the sleepless mushroom also appeared little by little, which made her a little irritable. Seeing that Brook still doesn't listen to her opinion, she can only take more extreme methods, that is, to hypnotize Brook. This is the skill she learned from Brook. Singing can mobilize people's emotions, and emotions are often linked to the soul. As a melodious song sounded, various notes appeared around Yuta, and a pair of dreamy wings appeared behind her, and 5 color lines appeared along with the notes, flying around, and Brook's soul was gradually affected. Influenced by the ability of the singing fruit, although Brook is not weak, but at this time there is no dual color domineering, unable to resist the ability of the singing fruit, being directly hypnotized by Yuta and controlled by her. In this way, the preparations will be completed. Shanks, Quincy. After this concert, all the pain of war will disappear. This is the new century in my mind. Wuta looked at the stage beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, and saw the countless people gathered because of her. A relieved smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Yuta walked to the top floor of the room, looked at all the excited people below. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She held a microphone in her hand, and a beautiful singing voice floated out of her mouth. Hearing the singing, the hearts of all the people in the venue were shocked, and then, even more intense cheers came. Above the sea, several warships are heading towards Music Island. On the warship, there are several veterans such as Warring States, Garp, and Lieutenant General He. At this time, they also led a naval force to Music Island. Their purpose, of course, is to prevent the Quincy Master from obtaining the Soul Fruit. The Soul Fruit and Fluttering Fruit are things that the Quincy has always wanted to obtain. Naturally, it is impossible for the world government to allow him to achieve his wish. The actions of the Quincy must be stopped. Although I don't know what the purpose of Quincy is to get the Fluttering Fruit and the Soul Fruit, but the world government will not sit idly by. The Quincy already possesses an ancient weapon, Poseidon, the king of the sea, whose strength makes the world government fearful. The power of the Quincy cannot be allowed to continue to grow. Warring States looked at the music island that was close at hand, and listened to the cheers from there, feeling a little emotional. Yuta, the recognized singer of the world, why did he suddenly announce the opening of the concert at this time, and give the news of the Soul Fruit to everyone? Reveal it. Lieutenant General He pushed his glasses. Yuta, this person seems to have something to do with Hongfa. She was on Hongfa's boat before, right? She seems to be his adopted daughter. While biting the senbei, Garp said nonchalantly, oh, there's another thing, so, this time, the red hair should come. Now that Wano Country and Music Island have accidents at the same time, the red hair guy, too. I don't know where it will appear, but I hope to see this guy here. The old man has long wanted to beat him up. Sengoku turned his head to look in another direction. I don't know what's going on with Aokiji and the others. At this time, they should have arrived in Wano Country soon, right? After splitting up, Sengoku calculated the time, and at the speed of the new warship, it was almost approaching the waters near Wano Country at this time. It is impossible for the warring states to say not to worry. After all, it was Kaido's territory, and there was Barrett, a guy who was not inferior to the 4 emperors. However, the deployment over there is stronger than here. Aokiji plus the 3 generals and other new types of pacifists can deal with 2 4 emperor pirates at the same time. With the appearance of the Soul Fruit, Katakuri pirates, one of the 4 emperors, should not go to Wano Country, but will rush here. Because of Yuta, the red-haired pirates did not go to Wano Country, but it's coming this way. Another thing is that the Quincy Master has also started to move, and the target is also the Soul Fruit. Ancient weapons are more important and cannot be obtained by pirates. Therefore, Wano Country has much more troops than here. But they are not weak here. Sengoku, Carp, Lieutenant General Crane, T-Pork, and other lieutenant generals, and the world government also has CP0. The purpose is to deal with the crisis on Music Island. The 2-line itinerary caused the Navy some headaches. There are too many divisions of troops, and they are about to face even stronger forces, such as Red Hair, Katakuri, and Quincy. Fortunately, these people are not in the same spirit. It is estimated that these forces will fight because of the Soul Fruit. They just need to find the right time to make a move. Faced with such a complicated situation, not only the Navy is paralyzed, but even the world government is paralyzed. If we want to face them, relying on our combat power is far from enough. We'd better wait for the opportunity to take action. Lieutenant General he sighed and said slowly. Zhanguo nodded. That's the only way to go. Garp nodded on the senbei with a kakakaka, without saying a word. On the other hand, the Wanli Sunshine has also arrived in the waters near Music Island. On the deck, when several people mentioned the name Yuta, Luffy came over in surprise. Before, he didn't know where Brook was going. He was extremely nervous, and he didn't know where Brook was going this time. Only now did Luffy react when he heard several people mention Yuta's name. After several conversations, Luffy also said that Yuta was the adopted daughter of the red hair, and that she was his childhood sweetheart. Nami covered her small mouth and looked at Luffy in surprise. You said that Yuta is the adopted daughter of red hair, a childhood sweetheart who grew up with you. Yuda's reputation in the world is still very loud. Many people in the Straw Hat Pirates know Yuda, and even heard Yuda's songs. Now hearing that Luffy actually knew Yuda, everyone was surprised. Hey Luffy, do you actually know Yuda? Then I want her autograph later. Chopper looked at Luffy with big eyes, and his tone was a little excited. Luffy rubbed his head and muttered, that guy is annoying. He keeps saying that he wants to be my older sister, but he is only 1 year older than me. Usopp slapped Luffy on the head, and couldn't help but shouted, you still hate having such a star sister? You enviable guy. Ignoring these people's daily stupidity, Soran looked at the music island not far away, and said in a low tone, Brook still has no news, and I don't know what happened. The life card doesn't have any the problem. They have Brook's life card in their hands at this time. When Brook decided to go to the New World, Rayleigh made it for him. After all, the New World is extremely dangerous, and Brook is alone, so there must be some way to find Brook. When they were in the Shamboard Islands, they found that Brook hadn't come back, but there was nothing wrong with the life card, which proved that nothing happened to Brook. Might be stuck somewhere. That's why the group of them came to Music Island following the guidance of the life card when they left Shamboard Land for the New World. After hearing this, the slapstick guys stopped. Robin also looked into the distance, his eyes behind the sunglasses flickered slightly. This time the concert is very strange, it just happened at this time. Maybe, something we don't know is about to happen. Yuda's concert was announced at this time, as if it was done on purpose. At this time, the New World is not peaceful. There is news from Wano country that the ancient weapon Pluto appeared, which detonated the whole world. It is estimated that countless pirates will go to the past to fight for it. At this time, Yuda's concert started, and revealed that the soul fruit is in her hands. This is obviously on purpose. Anyone with a little intelligence will know how many powerful forces are involved in the soul fruit. Katakuri, one of the 4 emperors, was the fruit of their mother, so it is naturally impossible to let it fall into the hands of others. As for the Quincy Master, he has been looking for the soul fruit all the time. The Pio fruit once triggered a big battle, and this time it is probably the same. Sanji said in a deep voice, anyway, let's go and have a look first. It's best to make sure of Brook's situation. Although the 3 main forces have also learned how to use domineering under the guidance of Rayleigh, Sanji still feels that it is impossible for them to face the 4 emperors at this time. They have seen the battle between the Quincy division and the high-level navy before, and that level of battle is not something they can resist now. Fortunately, they just want to ensure Brook's situation, and it stands to reason that there should be no conflicts with these 4 emperors and 1 king. Frankie held the rudder and said, it's useless to talk about it now, let's go and have a look first. Luffy glanced at the music island in the distance, straightened his straw hat, and said loudly, then, friends, go and bring Brook back. The turmoil in Wano country, Holy Land Marijoya, and Music Island broke out almost at the same time. For a better reading experience, I wrote it in sections. These chapters simply paved the way. At the same time, the Katakuri pirates have also arrived near Music Island. This time Katakuri can be said to be in full swing. Smoothie, Perospero, and the cotters of the former Big Mom pirates, as well as the prison breakers pirates who were subdued by him also arrived at the music at this time. Near the island, Katakuri knew that this time, what he was going to face was the monster Quincy. With the personality of the Quincy master, after knowing the news of the soul fruit, he will definitely act ready to land on the island. Katakuri's eyes became deep, and he waved his hand, wanting to land on the music island. His knowledge has radiated the entire Cake Island, but no ships from other top forces have been found, and they have not arrived yet. The sea area of Cake Island is relatively close to Music Island. He is the first to arrive among the big forces. Just when the Katakuri pirates were about to land under his command, from a distance, a powerful domineering aura pressed down on them. Is the red hair coming too? Katakuri murmured in his heart, his expression froze, and he looked over, only to see that the red foss with the red hair flag was slowly approaching, standing on the bow of the ship. The red hair is staring at this side from a distance. The domineering look is obvious, it is the red hair released. Next to the red hair is the former world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. After seeing the 2 of them, Katakuri also narrowed his eyes. They are both strong, he dare not underestimate them. The greetings of the 4 emperor-level powerhouses are all overlords. With a sound of buzz, Katakuri also stared, and the domineering arrogance of the domineering color also gushed out from his body, colliding with the red-haired domineering look. Boom! Click! In the clear sky, a loud noise erupted. The overlord colors of the 4 emperors clashed and collided, and the purple-black thunder with thick arms was violently released. Although it was only a short-term collision and they stopped each other, the originally calm sea still became turbulent at this moment, setting off waves and rushing to the shore of Music Island. Long time no see, Katakuri, your arrogance is getting stronger and stronger. The redhead looked at Katakuri with a smile on his mouth. He was known as the most domineering man before, with a domineering look incomparably powerful. Katakuri's domineering arrogance was suppressed. Katakuri's overlord color was suppressed, and Katakuri didn't have many surprises. His overlord color has increased after becoming the 4 emperors, but it hasn't reached the level of Charlotte Lingling, it's just close. Even Ant's domineering look is not a red-haired opponent, and it is normal for him to be suppressed. In this world, in terms of overlord color, the only ones who can suppress red hair are Urin and Quincy. This is something that all the strong men who have been in contact with the 2 of them agree on. So, Urine and Quincy are monsters among monsters? Red Hair, what are you doing here if you don't go to Wano to snatch ancient weapons? Don't tell me, you also want to get the soul fruit. Katakuri was not afraid of Red Hair, looked at Red Hair, and said in a cold voice. The boats on both sides have approached, and the conversation between each other can be heard. The redhead laughed. Katakuri, this time my purpose is not you, I came for the Quincy. To be precise, he came for Yuta. He also didn't understand why Yuta started the concert at this time and revealed the news of soul fruit. But the soul fruit appeared, and with Quincy's personality, it would definitely come. He was worried that Quincy would do something to Yuta. As long as you are not an idiot, you can guess that Yuta must have done it on purpose this time, as if to attract the Quincy. In this case, it is impossible for Red Hair not to come, even if the world government does not contact him, he will come. Katakuri frowned. Quincy, I remember you have no grudges with Quincy, right? Among the former 4 emperors, only the Big Mom pirates and Quincy have a relatively large grievance, and they are almost immortal. The other 4 emperors didn't have too many interest entanglements with the Quincy, and Katakuri was a little surprised when the Red Hair said such words at this time. The Red Hair looked in the direction of Music Island. There are some things that cannot be stopped after they happen. As he said that, the Red Hair glanced at Katakuri, and didn't pay much attention to it, but drove the boat to the shore. It is unwise to have a conflict with Katakuri here. Katakuri's goal is the soul fruit, but with the grievances between Katakuri and the Quincy master, the two will definitely fight because of the soul fruit. Stand up. The purpose of the Red Hair coming here is to ensure Yuta's life. If possible, he doesn't want to fight against the Quincy, and he will find Yuta first. Watching the red-haired pirates land on the island, Katakuri frowned. He didn't understand what the red-haired pirates meant. After thinking too much, his ship also docked. All the staff headed towards the center stage of Music Island. Above the sea, the warship slowly sailed towards Music Island. On the observation deck, a navy saw the 2 4 emperor pirates passing by. Their pupils shrunk, and they hurriedly shouted down, "The Katakuri pirates and the red-haired pirates are found ahead. They're all on Music Island." Down below, warring states and a group of veterans heard it. Sengoku frowned and said, "Katakuri and Red Hair? Are they all here?" They had already received news of the actions of these 2 4 emperors before, and they were not surprised by this. But thinking about facing these enemies, warring states also has some headaches. "Lieutenant General," he said, "let's go to the island first to see the situation." On the other side, a ship flying the flag of the world government also approached Music Island. On board are members of CP0. This is a squad, wearing white suits and masks on their faces. One of the leaders has a pigeon on his shoulder. If Luffy is here, he will find that this is the CP9 who took Robin away, Rob Lucci and others. At this time, after the Judiciary Island incident, they were exceptionally promoted to CP0 by the world government. Rob Lucci's strength is still very strong. He is proficient in 6 styles and 2-color domineering. If it weren't for the plot killing, it would be impossible for Luffy at that time to beat him. This time, the order they received was to snatch the soul fruit, and they could not be obtained by the Quincy master. Wearing a mask, Califa with a slim figure holding a file looked at Lucci. The news came from the informant of Music Island that the red-haired pirates and Katakuri pirates have landed on Music Island. Lucci pondered for a moment, and narrowed his eyes behind the mask. "After landing on the island, we will act secretly, find Yuta first, and see if we can get the soul fruit in advance. If possible, don't go with the 4 emperor pirates, there is a conflict." The rest of the CP0 people nodded, and when the ship docked, they changed their costumes and disappeared in a flash. Almost all forces from all sides arrived at Music Island one after another. The Straw Hat Pirates are also about to land. Because they came to find out about Brook's situation, not to attend Yuta's concert, so after the Straw Hats and their party landed, they headed towards the center of the venue. Holding Brook's paper of life in his hand, Frankie watched the paper of life move slightly in one direction. He said, "The direction of the paper of life seems to be in the center of the venue. Listen," the voice from the radio, "sounds like Brook's violin." Nami listened carefully, nodded and said, "Well, it is indeed Brook's piano sound. Could it be that the reason why Brook didn't go back to the Chambord Islands is because he wants to hold a grand concert with Yuta?" Yuta. Sanji looked at Yuta's poster with love in his eyes. For the lustful him, Yuta's appearance is still very attractive, and at this moment he can't help but want to see Yuta himself. If it's Yuta, then Brook should be fine. Luffy pressed his hat and grinned. Where is Yuta and Brook's joint concert? It must be very beautiful. Chopper heard Nami's explanation, his eyes sparkled, and his tone was a little excited. Nami's inference is not unreasonable. Brook is a musician, and she is also very yearning for Yuta, a world-famous singer. It can be said that she is a fan of Yuta. If it's because you want to hold a world-famous concert, it's not inexplicable to delay the time. Soran fiddled with the 3 knives at his waist, frowned slightly and said, "I hope so. Besides, I always feel that the atmosphere on the island is a bit wrong." Soran is not as optimistic as others, he always feels that something is wrong. Just now, there seemed to be a strong fluctuation coming from the other direction, but only for a moment. He wondered if his perception was wrong. "I hope everything is okay." Robin also noticed the abnormality. The people who came here seemed to be very fanatical about Yuta. This kind of fanaticism seemed to be brainwashed. While chatting, several people rushed to the center of the venue, where the concert started. Music Island, in the venue. The singing was melodious, and Yuta appeared, with wings growing from his back. But if you look closely, there were only dreamy wings, but now there are a few more black feathers. The notes of the five-color thread fluttered with the singing, surrounding her, and Yuta's slim body slowly descended from the sky. After landing, the singing stopped. Yuta looked at the boiling crowd in the venue, and a sweet smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Welcome everyone to my concert. This time I want to use my singing to make people all over the world become happiness. Let us have fun. After Yuta finished speaking, the entire venue was boiling, and everyone was shouting Yuta's name loudly. Light sticks were shining all around, and there was a light board holding Yuta's name, swaying in the crowd. Even if it was sunny at this time, you could still see dense lights. And looking at these fans, Yuta looked around and thought to himself, the fluctuations over there just now should be coming soon, right? Shanks, the Quincy. Her goal is the Quincy, whom she regards as the source of chaos. Before the Quincy arrives, she will not rashly activate her ability to plunge everyone into the world she created. Moreover, she also wants to use her call to attract her adoptive father, the red-haired Shanks, and she wants to meet the red-haired before completing her mission. And, want to hear, the reason why the redhead dumped herself? The singing sounded again, and the wonderful singing came out of Yuta's mouth, and was played by a special radio phone bug. The moment the singing sounded, the entire venue fell silent, and every fan listened mesmerized. Singing, looking at Yuta in the venue, the light stick in his hand swayed with the rhythm. Yuta didn't use her ability to hypnotize these people, she still needs to wait until the Quincy arrives. As long as the Quincy arrives, she will activate her strongest ability. After eating the soul fruit, she will use the soul power of the soul fruit to forcibly pull the Quincy into her dream world. As for the body exploding to death after eating the double fruit, Yuta also took this into consideration. She had been on the Red Hair Pirates for a long time, so she knew it. But he knows that after eating the double fruit, it is not as scary as the world says. If you resist a little, then the ability of the other fruit will be automatically eliminated. It will not act on the body at all. The only side effect is to eat a strange fruit. The second ability will not act on the body at all. Otherwise, the name of Kaido's immortality will not be spread, and the Navy naturally has various ways to make Kaido eat another devil fruit to kill Kaido. So, this statement is actually not quite right. Unless you don't deliberately exclude the ability of another fruit, forcefully want to imprison the ability in the body, in the soul. Only in this way will there be a conflict between the two abilities, causing the soul to disintegrate and the body to explode if it cannot bear it. But she also knows that after eating another devil fruit, she will not die immediately, but will explode completely after her body and soul can no longer bear it. Moreover, during this time period, two abilities can be used at the same time. That's why Yuta ate the sleepless mushroom in advance. She wanted to freeze the time. Before her body exploded, the effect of the sleepless mushroom would act on her body, so that the space she created could be preserved forever. The singing voice accompanied the notes floating in the venue, making countless people mesmerized. At this time, the Straw Hats finally arrived here. He looked at Yuta in the center of the venue, and Brook who was accompanying him. It's Brook, and Yuta. Usopp's sharp eyes saw the two people in the middle of the venue, pointing his finger in that direction. Ha ha ha, it's Brook and Yuta, they are staying together. Seeing the two of them, Luffy showed a big smile on his face. He just said, how could something happen to Brook? Everyone's worries are superfluous. After seeing that Brook was fine, the rest of the people were relieved. No, Brook looks a little strange. But Soran frowned, as if he could see that something was wrong with Brook's situation at this time, and quickly reminded everyone. As a swordsman, he has good eyesight, and he can see that Brook's movements are a little stiff at this time, as if he is being controlled by someone. Well, Brook's movements are a bit stiff. Robin also frowned and said. However, just when they saw something strange about Brook, Luffy's face suddenly changed. A figure in a white suit stepped on the air and rushed towards Yuta's position. Tsukibyu, a member of the world government. Sanji's face changed. He saw that the moves used by this person were Tsukibyu, one of the 6 moves used by CP9 when he was on Judiciary Island. Luffy's face darkened. He saw that this person's target was Yuta, so he naturally wouldn't sit idly by. His body rushed out like a conditioned reflex, his legs pressed down and rebounded like a spring, the blood flow in his body accelerated, and he entered the second stage. Block status. Steam surrounds his body, and the ground touches the ground under his feet. This is one of the 6 shaving styles he secretly learned. Jet pistol. Luffy rushed out quickly, and came to the venue in the blink of an eye. His right hand stretched and stretched behind him, and then quickly retracted, punching the man in the white suit with a powerful punch. Out. The white suit was already close to Yuta, and he stretched out his hand to grab Yuta, but at this moment, Jianwenshi had a premonition of danger, stepped on the air under his feet, and smoke appeared with a bang, and then reverse thrust, easily avoiding Luffy's punch. After landing, the man turned his head to look, narrowing his eyes slightly, the Straw Hat Boy, the guy with the pigeons. Luffy's skin was flushed, and he entered the second gear, with steam rising from his body, and his momentum was not weak. He saw the white pigeon standing on Lucci's shoulder. In addition, the knowledgeable sense of his breath also recognized Lucci's identity. I didn't expect to meet you here, Straw Hat Boy. Lucci narrowed his eyes behind the mask, and looked up and down Luffy. At this time, Straw Hat Boy felt a little different to him. Moreover, the attack just now was accompanied by domineering. This guy is getting stronger again? It really is you guy, what are you planning to do? Lu Fei's face became a little dignified. Among the enemies he has ever experienced, Lu Qi is the most difficult person for him. When I was on Judicial Island, I almost lost myself. 180 trouble wins. At this moment, a slash came from a distance, and the target was Lu Qi. Rorano. Lu Qi frowned, raised his foot and swept out a haze foot, lamb foot kai bird. With a sound of boom, the two slashes collided with each other, and the sword Qi shot out, surging away, cutting the surrounding area with incisions. Neck meat. At the same time, Sanji also jumped up high, raised his leg and slashed at Lu Qi, but was dodged by Lu Qi. Lu Qi stepped on the ground and moved away from the original place. Looking at the three main forces of the Straw Hats, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Are all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates? He glanced at all the Straw Hats, and finally looked at Brook and Yuta, who were stiff and playing the violin, and said to himself, does Yuta know the Straw Hats? The movement here broke out suddenly. Lu Qi's movements were too fast, and Yuta didn't react at all. After all, she is not very proficient in fighting, and she didn't use her ability at this time to pull everyone into the dream space. If it wasn't for Luffy's shot, she might have been caught by Lu Qi at this time. But when she saw Luffy, she was a little surprised. Luffy. Oh haha, long time no see, Yuta. Luffy looked at Yuta, trotted over, and showed a big smile at Yuta. Looking at Luffy, Yuta seemed to bring back memories from the past, and showed a smile. Long time no see, Luffy, are you also here to listen to my concert? I'm here to find my companion, Brook. He's singing over there right now, and I'm here to pick him up. Lu Fei looked at Yuta and said with a smile. Brook, is his partner a pirate? Luffy, are you going to be a pirate? Yuta's eyes fluctuated, and he looked at Luffy. Yeah, I'm the man who is going to be the pirate king. Yuta, you like pirates too. Just like Shanks. Luffy took the straw hat off his head, looked at Yuta and smiled. Luffy, stop being a pirate. Yuta lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, because the voice was so small that Luffy couldn't hear it clearly. Huh? What did you say? Lu Fei tilted his head and looked at Yuta. Yuta raised his head and said with a smile, it's nothing. Speaking of which, why are you here, Shanks? Didn't he come? Luffy didn't care, but turned his head and looked around. But I have to say, it's really lively here. They are all. Did you come to listen to your singing? You have become so powerful now, Yuta. Well, they all came to listen to my concert. I will use my singing to bring happiness to all of them, and make them completely forget the pain, forget the war, and forget all the bad things. Yuta said happily laughing, looking at Luffy. Luffy, don't be a pirate anymore, just stay with me. No. Although Lu Fei didn't understand, he was very determined in this matter. I am the man who wants to become the pirate king. That's it, then I can only force you to stay. Yuta was still smiling, but there was something extra in the smile. Yuta smiled, snapped his fingers in his hand, and there was a sound of pop. Countless notes fluttered, trying to hypnotize Luffy. Luffy was dizzy, and his body staggered and fell down. Yuta took a step forward, held Luffy in his arms, and said in a low voice, Shanks abandoned me, do you want to leave me too? I won't allow it. What did you do to Luffy? Soran drew his sword and looked at Yuta warily. Yuta looked at the Straw Hat group and laughed, since you are Luffy's companions, then, follow him and go to the wonderful world. Yuta began to sing, and the melodious singing came. This time, she used her ability, and the ability of the singing fruit spread out, as if distorting the space. Almost no one had any resistance. Everyone in the venue, everyone who heard her singing was pulled into the world she created. Before, although Yuta did not pull the people in the venue into the dream world, it still made them fall into hallucinations. What they see in the outside world is basically exactly the same as in the dream world. In the dream world, everyone seemed to be in a trance, but no one noticed that their souls had been transferred to the dream world. For them, there is almost no difference between dreams and the outside world. In the dream world, Yuta was wearing something similar to a golden armor, and began to sing loudly. The original dreamy color of the wings on the back was gradually replaced by black. The singing is still beautiful, and everyone is immersed in the ocean of joy, but in one part of the venue, the Straw Hats were a little confused. They couldn't figure out what happened. What's going on? What did Yuta do to Luffy just now? Hey, why did our clothes change? Several people looked around, but found nothing unusual. Immediately afterwards, they saw Lu Fei's figure, and Sanji hurriedly asked, Lu Fei, are you okay? Huh? What's the matter? Luffy didn't understand why Sanji asked this. Didn't you suddenly lie down just now? What did Yuta do to you? Soran also looked at Luffy, frowning slightly. Well, what are you talking about, Zoro? Haven't I been chatting with Yuta just now? Yuta said that he would continue singing, so he left here. Luffy tilted his head, looking at it like a fool. Soran. No, something must have happened. Luffy, think about it carefully, we can't be wrong. Zoro still looked at Luffy with a serious tone. The rest of the people also had dignified faces. They saw it very clearly. Something must have happened just now. Ah, I remembered, Yuta seems to be a devil fruit user. When she sang, we would all fall asleep. Luffy hammered his palm, as if he just remembered something. In the outside world, Lu Qi had worn an earplug-like thing on his ear long ago to block all sounds. He looked at Yuta and said coldly, is this your ability? Pull everyone into a dream world. Huh? You are a member of the world government. Yuta looked at Lucci from the outside world, frowned slightly, and snapped his fingers. The sound wave rushed towards Lucci, trying to pull him into the dream world, but not hypnotized. Lucci knew Yuta's words through mouth movements, and he walked towards Yuta step by step. It's useless, I have studied your ability. As long as you block the sound, you won't be pulled in. Also at this time, several other figures rushed from another place, followed by other members of CP0. They surrounded Yuta and approached step by step. Their task this time is that the soul fruit is true, but through Yuta's ability to use just now, they also noticed that Yuta's ability is terrifying. As long as anyone who hears her singing, as long as they don't have strong domineering, they will be absolutely irresistible. Fortunately, they were prepared in advance, and after knowing Yuta's ability, they closed their hearing. He was not pulled into the dream world. Regarding Yuta's ability, Lucci is extremely vigilant at this time. If one is not handled well, it may cause great trouble to the world government. It might even destroy the entire world. Yuta was surrounded, and her brows were also wrinkled. If the singing cannot be heard, then her ability will not work. But at this moment, gunshots sounded in the distance, and a bullet wrapped in armed weapons hit Lucci. Lucci paused, avoiding the attack of the bullets, and looked over there. I saw over there, the people of the red hair pirates came towards this side. Domineering can be resisted, red-haired elites, although they also heard Yuta's singing, but their domineering can release the ability of singing fruit. Yuta's ability is not enough to pull them into the dream world. The red-haired man looked at Lucci coldly. His domineering aura was suppressed suddenly, and the sky seemed to be stirred up and became cloudy. People from CP0. Red-haired Shanks. Lucci and the other CP0 members backed away, looking at the red-haired with serious faces. Seeing their domineering fluctuate violently, Lucci calmly said, "Can you use domineering to resist the ability of Geigegyuo?" Xiang, X, Y. After seeing the red hair, Yuta was stunned for a moment. Her inner feelings welled up, but she just stared blankly at the red hair and the group, pursing her lips and watching. Shanks. Long time no see, Yuta, you've grown up. The redhead ignored Lucci, but looked at Yuta with a smile on his face. I finally saw you again. Shanks. Yuta smiled and looked at the red hair with a look of nostalgia in his eyes. The red hair showed a fatherly smile, and stretched out his right hand to Yuta. We come to listen to your singing. Sorry, it's late. Behind him, all the rest of the red-haired pirates also looked at Yuta with a smile. They watched Yuta grow up, and they also treated Yuta as their own daughter. Really? Come pick me up. Yuta didn't take the red-haired hand, but lowered his head, not looking directly into the red-haired eyes. The red-haired frowned, as if he could see that something was wrong with Yuta's situation at this time, but before he could speak, his knowledgeable color suddenly jumped, and he turned his head to look in one direction. At the same time, the Navy is also aware of the situation here. They were also affected by the ability of the singing fruit just now, but they are all veterans, so naturally they will not be easily recruited. At this time, it has already arrived here. However, those lieutenant generals who followed did not have this ability. Without high-level domineering, it is the perception that cannot resist the hypnosis of the fruit of singing. The people who came here were only 3 veterans, and 1 quasi-general Chafu. The red-haired pirates, that's CP0, and the world government has made arrangements. Sengoku said in a low tone, looking at the field. Luffy, why is this brat here? Carp also looked towards the field, and then stared at the Straw Hat group who fell near Yuta with wide eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Why is this bastard here? And, how did he become unconscious there? What a fool? Garp thought with hatred, and looked at Yuta. Is it the singing just now? Regarding Yuta, Garp has also heard from Luffy, and knows that she has a good relationship with Luffy. I also know the relationship between Yuta and Red Hair. Haven't the Katakuri pirates and the Quincy come over yet? Lieutenant General Crane also looked at the field and whispered. The arrival of the Navy naturally cannot escape the perception of other people here, and they all look over there. Navy, they didn't go to Wano country, why did they come here? The red hair also frowned. Didn't all the Navy go to Wano country to snatch ancient weapons at this time? Is it also for the soul fruit? Or for Yuta? Over there, another group of people also rushed over here. The members of the Katakuri pirates headed by Katakuri also came here following the movement. Those who can resist the ability of Gag fruit are all strong. Smoothie, Perospero, and the 3 captains of the former jailbreaker pirate group are all domineering and powerful, but they can barely resist the hypnosis of the song fruit. Of course, Katakuri also contributed. His overlord look and knowledge look are both high level. Using his powerful knowledge look, he also awakened the hypnotized Perospero. The red-haired pirates, CP0, the Navy, is it true that the world government has also taken action? Smoothie looked at everyone in the field, and frowned slightly. Perospero and the other 3 also looked solemn. At this time, the 3 captains of the prison breakers pirates have been implanted with other memories by Charlotte Bryn using memory fruits. At this time, they are completely loyal to the Katakuri pirates and will not reproduce other idea. Now they are one of the generals of the Katakuri pirates? It seems that it's not too late. Katakuri walked over, looking around, thinking to himself, has the Quincy arrived yet? Navy, CP0. Katakuri turned his eyes around and looked at Yuta, then, this lady, can you give me the soul fruit? Katakuri. On the Navy side, Sengoku looked in the direction of Katakuri and the others, frowning. However, Katakuri's arrival here did not surprise the Navy. They had seen the red-haired and Katakuri's people land before. It's just that they still have a headache, and there is another 4 emperors, and there is an even more troublesome Quincy who has not come. It's getting more and more lively, Kapanana said, but at this moment, he was thinking about how to save his stupid grandson. Katakuri, do you want to take action on my daughter? The red-haired stared at Katakuri, his eyes turned cold. If the soul fruit is in her hands, then, there is no choice but to go to war. Redhead, unless you ask your daughter to hand over the soul fruit to me. Katakuri looked at Red Hair without any fear. The 4 emperors looked at each other, and their domineering aura collided with each other. However, at this moment, another more powerful domineering overlord color came down, and the 3 overlord colors collided and clashed with each other. The disorderly overlord color hedged, causing the clouds in the sky to roll, and the purple-black lightning flashed even more. The terrifying shock wave seemed to turn into substance, impacting everything on the island, causing the entire island to vibrate. On the music island, those rib-like buildings were also under the impact, with cracks appearing, as if they were about to break. The sea water forms waves due to the impact, and beats it out. After the 3 strands of domineering hedged, they dissipated at the same time. This was just a greeting, but at this moment, the faces of all the people present became serious, because they know that the most dreaded guy has arrived. Calvin, it's a little late. Under the gaze of everyone, a group of people came from a distance. It's not someone else, but someone from Wangsu Palace, headed by Yunya, followed by Yechi, Hawkins, and Luo. Like other forces, when approaching Music Island, all the weaker people were directly drawn into the dream world by Utah. There are only 4 of them in the palace of Wangsu who have not been pulled in at this time. When Yunya appeared, the faces of almost everyone present became extremely solemn. In this world, no one dares to ignore the Quincy. Zhangguo took a deep breath, and whispered to the people behind him, the Quincy is here too, get ready to fight, it will be a fierce battle. The people behind also nodded, they were ready. Oh, it's quite lively. Why, you didn't go to Wano country to snatch the ancient weapons, but you all want to snatch the soul fruit from me. Yunya's eyes swept down, glancing at everyone one by one, and finally placed them on Yuta's body. There was a chuckle. So, little girl Yuta, did you deliberately lure me here this time? Is it because you want to do something big? The red hair stood in front of Yuta, looking straight at Yunya. Quincy, come to me for everything. I won't let you bully my precious daughter. As expected of the red hair, this kind of domineering is indeed stronger than others, but no one can stop what I want. Yunya looked at the red hair, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. I won't let you succeed. The red hair had already held the hilt of the sword with one hand, and if the situation was wrong, he would strike directly. Me Quincy, the soul fruit is my mother's relic, I will not give it up to anyone. Katakuri also spoke at this time, looking at Yunya, and said in a cold tone. The opponents this time are the 4 emperors? Oh, and the world government and the navy, are they all here to stop me? You really think highly of me, Quincy. Yunya said jokingly, as if he had no generals. These people in front of me put their eyes on it, but their tone is still extremely domineering. Suddenly, Yuta, who was behind the red hair, suddenly raised his head, showing a weird smile. His expression was not like before, a little more crazy. Yuta looked at everyone present, and said with a smile, the worst pirates are all here we come. Then, let's be together and be dragged into the dream world by me. The time is just right, let me sum up this chaotic era and start a new era? An era where everyone has no pain and no war. As he said that, Yuta sang in a low voice, and the sound waves enveloped everyone in an instant, trying to pull everyone into the dream world. However, the people present were all domineering and powerful people, and the domineering aura surged from their bodies, offsetting the ability of the singing fruit. Yuta, you. The red hair turned to look at Yuta, frowning slightly. Sure enough, is the ability of the singing fruit useless to you pirates? But, what's next? Yuta took out a fruit with a peculiar texture from behind, and looked at everyone in front. Your purpose is all it's the soul fruit, right? That's right, I deliberately used the soul fruit to attract you pirates. Because, I want to be here and pull you all into the world I created. Is the root of the chaos in this world. As long as you are pulled into the dream world together, then, this world will usher in peace. That's it, soul fruit. Katakuri looked at Yuta with an extremely dignified tone. Yuta. The red hair looked at Yuta, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Yunya also looked at Yuta, narrowing his eyes slightly. The navy side frowned and looked at Yuta, not understanding what she was going to do. Yuta stepped back, came to the middle of the stage, and stood beside Brook. I know that with my strength, I can't pull you pirates into the dream space. My strength is not enough, but, if you have a soul fruit, let the soul fruit give me the soul of singing, and through the fluctuation of the soul level, it should be enough to affect you. As Yuta said, under the horrified eyes of everyone, he bit off the soul fruit. 2 different forces are moving in Yuta's body, as if they want to explode her body. Yuta was also in pain, kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest, deep in his eyes, it seemed that 2 demons were fighting. Yuta, get rid of the power of the soul fruit. The red-haired face changed drastically. What is the consequence of eating 2 devil fruits? He, the 4 emperors, is naturally very clear. When Yuta makes a move, he will already rushed over, but it was too late. What exactly does this guy want to do? Katakuri watched his mother's fruit being eaten, and his expression changed, not understanding what Yuta wanted to do. Eating 2 devil fruits? And deliberately accepting the transformation of 2 abilities. Lucci also looked at Yuta, not understanding what Yuta meant by this move. The Navy side also watched in a daze, unable to figure out the situation. Yunya also watched silently. Could it be that besides Blackbeard, is there anyone else who can accommodate 2 kinds of devil fruit abilities? Yunya didn't stop all of this. Yuta's movements were too fast, plus their ability to resist the fruit of song and song just now. They didn't notice it for a while, and Yuta ate the fruit of soul and soul. Although Yunyi was a little surprised, he wanted to know what would happen next. Judging from Yuta's words, she deliberately attracted her and others here, and she should be planning something. Yunya wanted to know, what kind of crazy things would this little girl do? Over there, Yuta was kneeling on the ground, but the next moment, a sharp and piercing voice radiated from her mouth to the surroundings, shaking the red hair beside her for several meters. Yuta. The red-haired expression also became anxious at this moment. This is the ability of the soul fruit. Katakuri's face changed drastically. He, the son of an ant, is naturally very clear about the ability of the soul fruit. This is similar to Charlotte Lingling's soul scream. Because eating the sleepless mushroom will keep Yuta awake all the time, even though she is suffering unbearable pain for ordinary people at this time, but Yuta is extremely awake at this time. Suppressing the pain, Yuta stood up, and from something like headphones, she held sheet music in her hand. Along with the score, she began to sing loudly. What Yuta sang was a taboo song, which inspired the ancient devil buried on the island Tot Musica, who was also the chief culprit who once destroyed the music island. Beside her, Brook also pulled the violin at the same time, and using his ability, he also played the sound of the violin that can penetrate into the soul of his Huangquan fruit. The melodious singing sounded, and with the fluctuation of the soul, the sound of the underworld sounded. With a bang, the entire space of the music island seemed to be distorted at this moment. Wave after wave of impact radiates out, the dream world and the real world seem to intertwine at this moment, appearing in reality simultaneously, but they are still divided into 2 worlds, the outside world and the dream world. It's just that the dream world and the real world are partially intertwined through the medium of Yuta, a capable person. It seems that the reality and the environment have been distorted. It is the soul fruit in the middle that has played some unknown role. This dream world has its own soul. That is, the moment the singing sounded, through the special phone bug, the singing sounded all over the world. As a world-renowned singer, Yuta has countless fans, and there are phone bug broadcasts in various places in the world. Almost everyone who heard the singing had their souls pulled into the dream world. On the music island, all the powerhouses could hardly resist hearing this song. Except Yunyi, Hungfa, Hawkeye, Katakuri, Sengoku, and Carp, the rest were all hypnotized by Yuta's song and pulled away into the dream world. Yunyi's domineering energy fluctuated and boiled, resisting the abilities of the singing fruit and the soul fruit. Looking at Yuta, couldn't help but praise, red hair, your daughter is really amazing. To be able to do it to this level, does she have 2 devil fruit abilities in a short period of time? Is she planning to use this to pull us into the world created by the fruit of singing? However, she underestimates us a bit. Damn it. The red-haired body was also surging with powerful domineering fluctuations, ignoring Yunya, but looking at Yuta worriedly. He could see that Yuta was in a very bad state at this time. After eating 2 devil fruits, if there is no resistance to the transformation of another ability, the only result is to explode and die. The red hair was a little panicked, even as the 4th emperor. He was a little at a loss at this time, not knowing what to do. Katakuri also used his arrogance to resist, and was not pulled into the dream world. He frowned slightly. It seems that something is about to come out. No need for him to remind, the one present is not a strong man. It can be said that except for the strong man of the 4 emperors level, no one else can resist Yuta's singing. Jean Guo took a deep breath, looked at the red hair, and said solemnly, that thing is about to appear. The OT Musica buried in this island, but that's not the point. Red hair, if you don't stop her, the whole world all people will be pulled into the world she created by her ability, and by then, the whole world will be over. Jean Guo knew what would happen if he ate 2 kinds of devil fruits. It was impossible for Yuta to survive, but Jean Guo didn't dare to bet that after Yuta died, her abilities would be released. Moreover, warring states could also see that Yuta's mood was already very wrong before, and he didn't know what he ate. As a red-haired daughter, Yuta is naturally not ignorant of the consequences of eating 2 devil fruits. But Yuta still ate it, and used his ability to spread the singing throughout the world. Obviously, Yuta has backhands. Even if she dies, her abilities will not disappear. This is what the warring states are worried about. The red hair clenched his fists. He also knew Yuta's ability very well. This is an indiscriminate attack. As long as the weak hear her singing, they will definitely sink. Now that Yuta's ability has been strengthened, even his Decators are also unable to resist Yuta's singing. To stop Yuta means to kill Yuta here. This is something redheads can't do anything about. Yuta was still singing. In the middle of the island, black air surged. A monster with black wings growing on its back and hands and feet like chains of piano keys appeared. Just by spreading its wings and waving its hands and feet lightly, a gust of wind pressure spread throughout the whole place. Islands? Roar. After the monster appeared, it seemed to be venting its imprisoned anger, and waves of sound blasted in all directions. Red hair, make a decision? Otherwise, the whole world will be destroyed. Zhang Guo resisted the wind pressure, looked at Hong Hair and yelled. The redhead remained silent, and did not look at the monster, but kept his gaze on Yuta, with a look of sadness flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he slowly pulled out the griffin in his hand, a tear fell from the corner of his eye, and he walked slowly towards Yuta. Amidst the black mist and musical notes, Yuta stopped singing and looked at the few people present who were full of domineering waves. Yuta underestimated these peak powerhouses. Even if she ate the soul fruit and strengthened her abilities, she still couldn't pull these people into the dream world. Seeing Shanks walking step by step, watching his movements, Yuta's inner pain surpassed the physical pain, and her expression became indifferent. At this moment, she seemed to have lost her soul and heart, leaving only the body looked blankly at the red hair. Shanks, you once abandoned me, now, are you going to kill me? The red hair walked towards Yuta step by step. He didn't use his arrogance. The close-range impact made the corners of his mouth bleed, but he didn't stop. He came to Yuta, looked at Yuta, and revealed with a faint smile. He held Yuta in his arms, and said in a low voice, I'm so sorry for abandoning you that time, making you lonely for so long. This time it won't happen. I will be with you. The whole world is an enemy, and I will face it all with you. Hearing the red hair's words, Yuta's originally empty eyes had a gleam of light. She hugged the red hair, tears could not stop shedding, but quickly pushed the red hair away, and said with tears in her smile, it's useless, don't try to convince me with that tone. I want to start a new era, an era without any wars. No one can stop me. I have already eaten the sleepless mushroom. There is no antidote for this, and you know better than me what the consequences of eating 2 devil fruits are. My ability can no longer be stopped. With the tower shrouded, her gaze became empty again, as if being controlled. Her tone was extremely indifferent. Since I can't pull you into the dreamland, then, just kill you here. I will, open a new one era. In the end, Yuta has completely fallen into madness, and the effect of the sleepless mushroom has fully exerted its influence on her emotions, making him desperate and only want to achieve his own goals. With a boom, behind her, the monster's eyes and mouth seemed to be condensed like lasers, and red lasers blasted towards everyone below. The redhead was silent, and swept out with a sword, swinging away all the lasers, and exploded in the distance. Don't worry, Yuta, I will save you, and I won't let you be alone anymore. The red-haired eyes are determined, even though he has no way to save Yuta, but in this last time, he will be by Yuta's side. He wants to make Yuta wake up, instead of being controlled by emotions. No matter how short the time is, he will let Yuta die with his company when he is awake. This is a father's promise? Sleepless mushroom. Zhang Guo whispered, as if thinking of something. He yelled at the red hair. Because of the sleepless mushroom, Yuta has already merged with this monster's dream world. Together with the people in the dream, defeat this monster at the same time, otherwise, her ability cannot be released. The Navy has information about the Fruit of Songs, and knows that the dream world will be released when the capable person is asleep, but the warring states heard that Yuta ate the sleepless mushroom, and knew that Yuta would not enter the sleep state at this time. In other words, Yuta at this time has already merged with the dream world and that monster. The real world and the dream world have both, only this monster. This monster is the node of reality and dream, and only by destroying this node together can Yuta's ability be broken. At this time, the dream world is also in chaos. The current Yuta can no longer control her ability. It may be because of the sleepless mushroom, or it may be because of eating the soul fruit. The two abilities conflict with each other. Her ability has gone berserk. When the monster appeared, many people became panicked, started running around, and shouted loudly. At this time, those ordinary people did not know that they were in a dream at this time, and they wanted to escape from the music island. However, they discovered that in this world, all the rules have been changed, and the ship they were on had disappeared, and they were isolated on this island. Countless people became angry and regarded all this as Yuta's conspiracy. Yuta wanted to trap them all here. Some people began to curse Yuta, and some people began to plead with Yuta, but at this time, Yuta could no longer control himself and went completely berserk. Even if he heard it, he would not care at all. Now Yuta has only one purpose, that is, to trap everyone in the world in the dream world. Her singing has been endowed with a soul, even though she has not sang at this time, but the singing still rang independently, and through the video phone bug, countless people were pulled into the dream world. Lu Fei looked at the changes around him, barely stabilized his figure, and asked in surprise, what happened? Soran looked solemnly, and looked at Yuta. Everything is caused by the song Yuta sang. This should not be the real world. Look at the sky over the sea. The sky cannot be this color. Robin guessed, pointing to the strangely colored sky in the distance. You mean we're stuck here now? Nami looked at Robin with surprise on her face. Robin nodded. It should be true. Just now Luffy Suo Yuta's singing can hypnotize people. Then, this place should be a dream, and everyone here should be pulled into a certain space. Chopper was about to burst into tears. Then what should we do now? If we die here, will we really die? Robin shook her head, and she was just guessing. There was too little information, so she couldn't be sure. Sanji took a puff of cigarette. Everything is caused by Yuta. If you want to get out of danger, you must first find her, a capable person. He looked at Luffy. What now, Captain? Luffy looked at Yuta, who was surrounded by black notes and protected by monsters in the middle of the field, clenched his fists. I will ask Yuta to find out. Soran said, there is something wrong with Yuta's current situation. It is likely that his ability has gone berserk, and that monster is probably a manifestation of his ability to go berserk. If you want to go to Yuta's side, you must get rid of that monster. Then let's go, little ones, defeat that monster. I'm going to find Yuta, and ask her why she did such a thing. Lu Fei's eyes were firm. When Yuta was a child, he wanted to use singing to heal the hearts of others, instead of using singing to destroy. Yuta must have experienced something. He must wake Yuta up. Whoosh whoosh. The members of the Straw Hats looked at each other and rushed towards the venue. Robin and Nami did not join the battle, but went to investigate more information. Because it is a dream world, the sound of singing came out, and countless mobs appeared here at this time, which also brought them a lot of trouble. However, they were powerful, and rushed all the way, attacking that tall monster. The strength of the monster is very strong, the body seems to be protected by a layer of shield, blocking many attacks, and the attack of this monster is also very powerful. The red laser bursts out, like the tentacles of the piano keys. Every time it is swung, it can block the attack. Boom boom boom. The three main forces of the Straw Hats teamed up and were still sent flying. Damn it, so strong. Luffy got up from the ground clutching his chest, his expression uncertain. Zoro and Sanji were also knocked into the air, but they were fine. They were equally dignified at this moment. The strength of this monster was beyond their imagination. Hey, it's Luffy. The red-haired group also saw the shadows of Luffy and the others, and they were very surprised when they saw Luffy. Seeing Luffy rushing over again, just when he was about to be swept by the big hand of the piano, Ben Beckman made a shot, and directly smashed the monster's big hand with a domineering shot. Luffy turned his head to look, and after seeing Beckman, he showed surprise. Beckman, are you here too? Yo, long time no see, Luffy. Ben Beckman waved at Luffy and greeted him. Luffy trotted over. Why are you here? Are you here for Yuta? Where's Shanks? Over there. The Straw Hat group also saw the red-haired group. They were no strangers to the red-haired group. Although they had never seen it before, they had seen the reward order. And when Usopp saw his father, he couldn't help rubbing his eyes, thinking that he had read it wrong. Old father. Oh, it's Usopp, you've grown up. Jesus Bulletin was also very happy to see his son, walked to Usopp's side, and patted him on the shoulder. Well, with my demeanor back then, this muscular body, very manly. Yes, is it? Usopp was also very happy when facing his father whom he had not seen for a long time. Several people greeted briefly, and Ben Beckman looked in Yuta's direction. Don't talk about this, we are saving Yuta, we can't let her go on like this, otherwise, Yuta may die. After hearing this, the faces of Luffy and others sank. Sanji looked over there and asked, what's the situation now? Why did this happen out of nowhere? Ben Beckman didn't say much, he just gave a brief overview of the matter, and said that this is a dream world and the outside world, and then said, I don't know the specific situation now, but I want to save Wu. The method of the tower is to defeat this monster at the same time as the outside world. He has already accepted the red hair's words with his knowledge, and he knows that if he wants to break Yuta's ability, he must destroy the node connecting the dream and reality, so that Yuta can gain a short-term sobriety. For Yuta's sake, and also for red hair's sake, they must act as soon as possible. Although Hungfa didn't explain Yuta's situation, but with his intelligence, he naturally knew what Yuta's next consequences would be. They also watched Yuta eat another devil fruit with their own eyes, those with dual fruit abilities. No one can resist the conflict between the two abilities in the body, and there is only one end, that is death. I see. Luffy didn't think much about it. He was very happy to see the red-haired pirates again, but now Yuta is still in danger, and Yuta must be rescued first. And the navy that was pulled in, under the command of Lieutenant General He, began to protect those civilians and let them gather together so that they could not be killed by monsters. If you die in this world, your body in the outside world will also die together. Our task is to protect the civilians, and we can leave the rest to them. Lieutenant General He also had contact with the knowledge of the Warring States period, and knew the general's situation. Knowing that the red hair will make a move, then they only need to protect the civilians here. The rest will be handed over to the red hair pirates. Outside world. After the red hair informed Ben Beckman of the general situation here, he looked at Yuta again with firm eyes. Yuta, don't worry, I will save you, even if it is only for a short time. He looked at Hawkeye. Hawkeye, please look at their bodies. Hawkeye glanced at the red hair, but nodded without speaking. But before Hong could make a move, Yunya on the other side showed a smile and unfolded it interestingly. In a flash, he rushed towards Yuta at an extremely fast speed. The red-haired gaze narrowed, pulled out Griffin, stood in front of Yunya, and said coldly, Quincyar, what do you want to do? Yunya paused, and said calmly, I don't want the soul fruit to disappear again under my nose, I have been looking for it for a long time. I won't let you pass. The red-haired eyes were cold. It's up to you. Yunya snorted coldly, thunder exploded behind him, and Thunder God's battle form erupted. Yunya punched out, and the terrifying force of his fist struck the air into a pillar, and then smashed towards the red hair. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to get close to Yuta. The red-haired domineering look boiled over, pressing towards Yunya. Above the griffin, covered with jet black, and entwined with flames, he slashed down with his sword. Boom! The two powerful men attacked and collided, and a terrifying roar erupted, and the energy swept all around. Centering on the attacks of the two, the ground was broken layer by layer. Sweeping away the impact casually, Yunya kept moving, and said lightly, "Red hair, if you don't want your daughter to die, then get out of the way. Others may not be able to prevent the two abilities from colliding in the body, but I can. This is impossible. Since ancient times, no one has been able to resist the conflict between the two abilities." Hongfa didn't believe it at all, and Quincy was too dangerous. What does the teacher want to do? Yuta's life is dying, and he doesn't want to let Yuta suffer any more harm. The two collided together, their fists and blades collided in the air, causing a more terrifying shock. Boom boom boom. The clouds in the sky parted, and the conflict of overlord colors caused the entire music island to shake, and some parts even began to crack. I still say the same thing, I can save your daughter, and I won't do anything to her. The soul fruit is very important to me. Yunya stood there without moving, while the red hair stepped back a few times. Step. What do you use to make me believe your words? The red hair stopped, and looked at Yunya coldly. Believe it or not, even if you don't agree, I won't let Yuta die here. If the soul fruit is reborn again, I can't wait. Yunya didn't explain anything, but said lightly, "One more thing, step aside." As he said that, another force emerged from behind Yunya, and a more powerful force erupted in his body. Yunya looked at the red hair, and the threat was self-evident. "If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you." Feeling the aura of Yunya, the red-haired couldn't help being extremely surprised. This was the first time he had experienced this oppressive feeling. But he didn't move. He didn't trust the Quincy. If the purpose of the Quincy wasn't this, then, the whole world would be in trouble. The red hair is connected with the world government, and he doesn't know any deal in secret, but he has been using his own way to stabilize the situation in the new world. The government has secret deals for sure. He will not let Quincy's purpose succeed. It seems that what you said just now was farting. Yunya mocked. Just now Hongfa said that for Yuta, he would not hesitate to make an enemy of the whole world, but now it seems that Hongfa's words are just farting. Of course, what Yunya said was to provoke the red hair on purpose. The red-haired narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on Griffin. He stared at Yunya for a few seconds, then turned and rushed towards the monster. "I hope you didn't lie to me, Quincy. If you want to do something to Yuta, then, even if you die, I will not let you go. I'm not going to take a shot at a little guy." Yunya chuckled, and walked towards Yuta. Would let you stop me." In midair, the monster opened its mouth, and it actually spoke. Yuta's singing was endowed with a soul by the soul fruit, and the monster awakened by the singing also possessed a soul. From a monster that only knew destruction, it became a conscious monster. At this time, the monster has already controlled Yuta. The strength is also stronger than in the original book. It's not even weaker than the 4 emperors, and even the red hair can't take it down in a short time. With a boom sound, a big hand slapped towards the red hair, blocking the red hair, and there was a red light flashing in the mouth and eyes, and it slammed towards Yunya. False flash. A black and red light flashed between Yunya's fingers, a beam of energy collided with a red laser, and suddenly exploded in midair. Would let you do. I will make the whole world my slaves." The monster roared again. The tone of speech gradually became normal, like a real person. While speaking, the monster's big hand began to slap down on Yunya crazily, trying to beat Yunya into a pulp. "There's so much nonsense. I don't have time to talk to you. Die to me." Yunya snorted coldly. The 2-color light behind him jumped, and he threw an ordinary punch at the monster, Zixiang 9 speeds. With a bang sound, Yunya's punch suddenly erupted, and the terrifying impact hit the monster. The huge force was unstoppable, and with just one punch, half of the monster's body was smashed to pieces. After finishing everything, Yunya didn't even look at it, and continued to head towards Yuta. "The Quincy guy." Garp's mouth twitched. "Isn't this guy too strong?" Everyone was shocked by Yunya's blow. The monster that even the red hair couldn't defeat in a short time, in the hands of Quincy, was blown to pieces without even resisting a move. However, the next moment, the monster whose body was half shattered was covered in black notes, and soon recovered again. As long as the dream world and the ability of Geigegyuo are still there, he will never disappear. As long as the Geig fruit ability user and the dream world are still there, I will never die. The monster laughed loudly, the sound spread throughout the island, and its big hand slapped down towards Yunya again. "Huh." The red-haired snorted coldly. Griffin was covered with armed color and overlord color, and flames were burning on the sword body. On the other side, Hawkeye saw that the red hair didn't stop Quincy, so he narrowed his eyes slightly, pulled out the black knife from behind, and also slashed a dark green 1000-meter slash. Boom! The attack of the two collided with the monster's big hand, resisting the monster's attack. Zhanguo took a deep breath and rushed in the direction of Yuta. He must prevent Yuta's ability from spreading, otherwise people in the whole world will be pulled into the dream world. Therefore, killing the capable person is the best way. However, in the face of Yunya at this time, his combat strength had already declined, and he could not be an opponent at all. He was blown out by Yunya's punch and was caught by Carp. "Quincy, what do you want to do?" Zhanguo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yunya. If Yuta was not stopped, the whole world would be over. "Save her. The soul fruit is still on her body. We can't let her die." Yunya still walked towards Yuta. "It's useless. She ate 2 kinds of devil fruits and didn't resist. No one can save her now." Zhanguo yelled at Yunya angrily. "Quincy still can't see the situation clearly?" "That's not necessarily true. Yunya just smiled, and the fact that other people can't do it doesn't mean he can't. Don't forget, Yunya still has a way to return to the dead tree. Luo, cut off her pain. Yunya said lightly. Yes, my lord. Room. With a swipe sound, Luo's figure suddenly appeared beside Yuta, and a circular space appeared in his hand, acting on Yuta's body, using the ability of the fruit of the operation to transform Yuta's cut off the pain. Just now, Yunyi had already awakened Luo, and Luo's ability was of great use at this time. When Yuta ate the soul fruit, Yunya was succeeded by Yuta because he didn't pay attention, but he didn't care too much. As long as Yuta didn't die, then he had a way to get the soul fruit from Yuta. The body of the tower is stripped out. The dark fruit is in Yunya's hand, and the operation is also there. It has two kinds of abilities. As long as it takes a little effort, it is not a problem to peel off the soul fruit in Yuta's body. But there is one problem, that is, Blackbeard will not listen to Yunya's words. Of course, Yunyi also has a solution to this point. Charlotte Brine's memory fruit. Yunya also saw just now that the three captains of the Prison Breakers pirates are now the generals of the Katakuri pirates. With the pride of these three people, even if they are defeated by Katakuri, they will not completely surrender in their hearts. But from just now, it is obvious that they have followed Katakuri's lead. The only possibility is that the memory fruit has changed their memory. In the past, Yunyi only remembered this incident with belated awareness. After all, it has been a long time since time travel, and the original work of One Piece is also Yunya's childhood memory. He only remembers the general plot and famous characters, and it makes sense to forget the fruits of memory. Later, due to other reasons, Yunya didn't bother Katakuri pirates, so he let it go. Anyway, he has another plan. As long as he finds the soul fruit, all problems can be easily solved. But now, because Yuta ate the soul fruit, if he wants to peel off the soul fruit, he must get the dark fruit of Blackbeard. The fruit of memory. Yunyi also remembered it again. Withered trees come spring, stick to it. Yunya came to Yuta, and a ray of light appeared between his fingers, and with a single pointing, he stuck to the state of Yuta at this time. Spring with a dead tree is the only answer in Yunya's hands. After the proficiency is 100, there is also an ability, that is to stick to the state. Regardless of whether you have only one breath left at this time, this ability can hang your breath, it will not deteriorate, and it will remain in this state forever. But before this time was not very long, only 1 minute. In the last battle with Charlotte Lingling, Yunyi also used this ability to hold on to the state, opened the 4th stage of instant coaxing, and killed Charlotte Lingling with one punch. Now Yunya's physique has been strengthened, and he can barely use the 4th stage of instant coaxing. Although it can't last long, it is still possible to burst out in a short period of time. The half of the monster's body was smashed with a punch just now, and it was Yunya who broke out in the 4th stage of instant coaxing in an instant. Now, with the improvement of Yunya's strength and the stubborn state of dead tree Fengchan, the time has also become longer, with 10 minutes. In other words, even if Yuta ate the double fruit and his body couldn't bear the conflict of abilities, Yunya still had a way to save Yuta's life. As long as he is there, Yuta cannot die. Everyone looked at Yunya at this moment, seeing what Yunya had done to Yuta. They are all experts in knowledge, and seeing that Yuta's situation has not continued to deteriorate at this time, they couldn't help raising their brows. This guy, with such a method, can even stop the conflict of abilities? The face of the warring states is gloomy. This guy Quincy really has a lot of tricks. However, if Quincy saves Yuta, Yuta's ability will continue to spread. Does Quincy want everyone in the whole world to be drawn into the dream world? Just when everyone was shocked by the methods of the Quincy, another change occurred in the field. What did you do to my precious sons? Crack. At this moment, a loud voice leaped from a distance, and a ring of light appeared on the fist, and it bombarded the void with one punch. There was a sound of caca, and the whole atmosphere seemed to be shattered, and a terrifying shock wave blasted towards the monster in the center. The monster who was fighting with the red hair staggered directly, and its huge figure crashed into the ground. The ground was sunken and broken, and a huge deep pit appeared. Hehe, is this old guy here to join in the fun? Yunya stood beside Yuta, looking over with strange eyes. Didn't expect the old guy with white beard to appear, and it seems that, except for him and Marco, everyone else has been recruited. Whitebeard. Sengoku suddenly turned his head to look, and couldn't help gnashing his teeth. The Whitebeard pirates are also here? It's getting more and more chaotic. Has this guy's people been recruited too? Garp grinned as if he still didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. The red-haired and eagle-eyed eyes narrowed their pupils. Over there, after Whitebeard punched angrily, he just staggered the monster, and was also slightly surprised. After he landed, he looked at everyone present who were still awake, and frowned. It's really lively here. He looked at Zhangguo. What happened? Why are all my sons in a coma? Ba Wang's doesn't have this intensity. Whitebeard, why are you here to join in the fun? Zhangguo looked at Whitebeard and couldn't help but say, I accompanied the little guys to listen to the song, but just hearing the song, everyone else fell into a coma. What happened here? Warring States, is it your navy's fault? Whitebeard frowned and looked at Warring States. The Whitebeard pirates are naturally here to join in the fun, and there are many Yuta fans on their boat, who want to come and watch Yuta's concert. Whitebeard also knew that the soul fruit was in Yuta's hands, and knew that a conflict was about to break out here, but they just came to join in the fun and didn't want to get involved. Anyway, as long as they don't make a move, other forces won't be free to trouble their Whitebeard pirates. However, not long after they arrived near the music island, the sound of music came. Except for him and Marco, everyone else fell into a coma the moment they heard the singing. Whitebeard thought he was being ambushed, so he swept over with his knowledge, and naturally saw the monster that was singing. He was so angry that he punched it. It's getting more and more lively, but I'm not here to join in the fun, so let this farce end. Yunya glanced at everyone present, closed his eyes, and was heading to the neo-naval unit of Wano country. Yurin found a reason to enter his room. The power of the soul came to the Quincy, influenced by the singing, and projected into the dream world. Is this the dream world? But, it's time to end. Yaren appeared in the dream world in the form of Yaren. Sweeping the whole area, he sensed all the situations in the dream world, and looked at another monster in the dream world. The power of thunder flames erupted from behind, domineering and boiling, preventing others from seeing his appearance at this time. His figure directly came to the top of the monster's head, and punched it down. That's that? Quincy? Why was he also pulled in? Ben Beckman kept paying attention to the entire island, seeing someone attacking the monster. His face froze. Take a closer look, the power of thunder and flames erupts from behind, although you can't see the appearance clearly, but this ability, is the Quincy master? It's Quincy? With his strength, how could he be pulled in? Lieutenant General he also saw it, and he couldn't see his appearance clearly, but it gave her a faint feeling of familiarity, but seeing the power of thunder flame behind this person exploding, the powerful strength shocked her. It was also the first time to recognize the identity. The Quincy has struck. What? Quincy? Isn't he here? The redhead who shared his vision with Ben Beckman also saw Quincy in the dream, but he turned his head and saw Quincy isn't the master still by Yuta's side. Quincy? Why, how is this possible? Jean Guo also turned his head suddenly, and found that Quincy hadn't fallen into a coma? What's happening here? Both Sengoku and Red Hair were amazed. How did Quincy do it? Katakuri also turned his head to look suddenly, and whispered in his mouth, Mother guessed correctly, the Quincy cannot be an elemental fruit. When they first came into contact with Quincy, their mother once said, where does Quincy's soul lead to? Where does it lead? Obviously, the soul of the Quincy must be different from other people. It's just that when they met again later, their mother didn't see anything abnormal, but Charlotte Lingling was still interested in the Quincy's soul. I have always wanted to tear out the soul of the Quincy master and study it. It's just that the Quincy became stronger and stronger, so strong that even their mother couldn't beat them, and finally died in the hands of the Quincy. And Quincy's obsession with obtaining the soul fruit must have a lot to do with the particularity of his soul. That's why Katakuri wanted to stop the Quincy's actions. Not only because the soul fruit is their mother's relic, but also because of this reason. Outside world. Yunya didn't pay attention to the surprise of the others, and after ordering Luo not to let anyone get close to Yuta, he rushed out in the same figure and came to the top of the monster. Zixiang 9 speeds. At the same time, both bodies punched out a powerful punch at the same time. Boom boom boom. The dream and the outside world, the monster was hit at the same time, and then suddenly exploded. As the monsters were crushed at the same time, the dream world also began to shake, and then the sound of caca came. Immediately afterwards, the entire dream world began to shatter. Buzz buzz. The dream world, the outside world, and the entire space vibrated. You can even see more and more places where the two worlds intersect. It's like the two worlds are beginning to merge. Finally, with a bang, all changes stopped, and everything returned to calm. The people in the dream world and the people outside are all watching with serious eyes. This kind of movement doesn't look like it looks like after the ability is released. Did something happen? Swipe. In the field, countless figures appeared out of thin air. In the real world, the Straw Hat Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, Katakuri Pirates, Navy, CP0, and other ordinary people are all appeared in the real world. There was a boom, as if the whole world was shaken. Immediately afterwards, strange cracks appeared in the sky. The cracks were not pitch black, but a misty mix of colors. And there are some cracks, which are another color, like a chaotic color, and there is a cold breath coming out of it. Here, is it reality? Lieutenant General he saw Warring States Garp and others, and thought it was the fruit of Song Ji's ability, which was lifted. But upon closer inspection, she discovered anomalies in the sky, anomalies in the sea, and, at a location in a port, she saw her body. Others also noticed the abnormality. Ben Beckman was the first to know. He jumped a few times and came to a place. He reached out and touched his body, but found that he could touch his own body. Reality and dreams are intertwined. Ben Beckman's face darkened. He also couldn't understand what was going on. Is it because Yuta ate the double fruit? Thinking in his heart, he came to the side of the red hair, frowned and said, Yuta's ability has not been released, the dream and reality are intertwined together. The rest of the people were also extremely horrified, because what they also saw their own body. What happened? Why are we down there? I'm going crazy, am I dead? Chaos, the field began to become chaotic. Countless people started to move around, and the scene in front of them scared them a lot. Huh? Are we out? No, look over there, our bodies. The Straw Hats and their party also saw other people from the outside world, and thought they had appeared from the dream world. But they also saw their own bodies, and their expressions couldn't help but change. Seeing his body, Brooke continued to play the violin, and couldn't help but shouted, "Why is my body still moving? And, my ability has been released all the time." The Straw Hats and their party also looked at it, and they found that Brooke's body was still playing the violin. Moreover, there are some cracks that seem to spread from Brooke's body. Those chaotic cracks and the cold aura coming from it seemed to come from Brooke's body. What's going on here? Even if the title of Warring States is a wise general, it's numb at this time. What the hell is going on? And, there are two Quincy masters. Jean Guo looked in that direction. At this time, two figures stood together, one with a blurry face, and the other with the face of Quincy Master, but the aura of the two was exactly the same. Red-haired, Hawkeye, Garp, Katakuri, Sengoku, and other well-informed masters all discovered abnormalities at this time. What did they see? There are actually two Quincy Masters? And the aura on his body is exactly the same, even the terrifying aura is the same? But very quickly, they saw that the vague and invisible Quincyler fluctuated a bit in his domineering aura, and then his whole body changed from real to virtual, and finally disappeared completely. Back to Nightblade. Yunya didn't mean to explain anything. He saw it when he saw it. Anyway, Yaren's identity had already blurred his face with his ability, and his domineering also prevented other people's knowledgeable prying eyes, so it was impossible to be discovered. Yunya turned to look at the entire island, and he also frowned slightly. The current situation was also beyond his expectation. Just roughly guessed the general situation. The soul fruit gives soul to singing, and Yuta's ability can create a dream world. The dream was originally fictitious, but because of the soul fruit, it has a soul. The soul is the most important thing in a person. Even if there is no body, as long as the soul is still there, even if you become a skeleton, you will still be resurrected from the dead. In the same way, after possessing the dream of the soul, to some extent, the dream and reality are distorted and become a part of reality. In the past, because the monster acted as the connection point between the two worlds, it was a kind of overlap between dream and reality, and it was stable, and the two worlds did not interfere with each other. But this node was destroyed, the originally stable dream world was destroyed, and the whole dream was projected directly into the real world for some reason. This is how it happens. Dreams and reality merged. Ha ha ha, don't think I'm defeated? As long as the capable person doesn't die, then I'm invincible. In the island, black notes surged again, and the monster that had been defeated revived again, showing a wild smile. Yuta, who was originally beside Yunya, had his soul pulled out by him, and merged with him, in his own body. His voice was piercing and sharp, like the scream of Ant's soul. At this moment, he has controlled Yuta. In a sense, he is Yuta, and Yuta is him. He also possesses double fruits and is a double fruit capable person, and this one, the fruit of the underworld. The monster stretched out his hand, and the note seemed to come alive, pulling Brooke's two bodies over. No matter how much Brooke struggles, it's useless. Under the influence of the soul fruit and song fruit's abilities, even Brooke can play the violin at the same time. Naturally, the Straw Hats would not just sit back and watch Brooke being taken away, but they were directly knocked out by the monster's laughter. Dreams are reality, and dreams are controlled by me, turning reality into reality. Here, I am a god. Gods, omnipotent. Then, imagine the shadows of all the most terrifying people in your mind, and I will let them reappear in this dreamland. Extradition from the underworld soul summoning. The monster laughed loudly, extremely rampant. He was originally a sealed-up demon king. He has survived for an unknown number of years. Before that, he had a little consciousness of his own. He used Yuta's ability to revive himself and destroy a country. Now he is endowed with a soul by the soul fruit, which makes him reborn, becomes stronger, and becomes extremely cunning and intelligent in terms of intelligence, and he quickly figured out his current situation. The song fruit creates the world, the soul fruit empowers the soul from virtuality to reality, and the yellow spring fruit communicates with the underworld. In the dream, he is omnipotent, because he created this world. In this world, he is a god. As his voice fell, from the cracks shining with chaotic colors, things like spirit flames projected down, and the spirit flames kept swaying in front of the monster. Come back, deceased undead, in this dream world, reappear your former glory. The monster laughed, controlling the dream, using Brooke's Huangquan fruit to entice the underworld, and the soul of the deceased undead. The spirit body is summoned, and the dream transforms the spirit body from virtual to real. So as to achieve an alternative resurrection, the monster's double fruit ability broke out into a wild laugh. I will give you a new life, a new title, 7 sins. You are the subordinates of the devil? Fight for me and destroy all enemies for me. Bring the whole world into it? My rule. The next moment, the spiritual body that was originally just the flame of the soul suddenly changed, and 7 figures emerged, with different heights and shapes, but one thing is that they are extremely powerful. At the same time, the 7 figures opened their eyes, and in the eyes, there was a cluster of soul flames beating. Huh? What's going on? A man with a mustache looked at his hands. Well, where is this place? A fat-looking woman twisted her neck. GGG, Navy? Carp? Sengoku. A man covered in black mist shot at the audience, and finally looked in the direction of Navy. Jahaha, isn't I dead? It's so interesting. A man whose feet were sword blades and was suspended in midair touched his body. Pirate? Navy? Is there a war? A figure was smoking a cigar, and his eyes were sweeping around. Gohaha, so many acquaintances. A man in a cloak with a golden hook in his right hand looked around. Is the old man alive again? A man in a cloak and holding an umbrella-shaped cane touched his face. In the arena, as the sound came out, it attracted everyone's attention. Under the horrified gaze of almost everyone, the 7 figures gradually solidified, and finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Then, that is? How is this possible? How could it be them? One Piece, Gordy Roger. 4 Emperor Charlotte Lingling. Rocks, the Overlord of the Sea. Golden Lion Shiji. Chi, Marshal Akainu. Shishibukai. Sand Crocodile. Red Earl, Redfield. Everyone looked at the 7 people in shock and rubbed their eyes. What's going on here? How could these people appear here? The few people who appeared had extraordinary backgrounds. The strong people here are very clear about the identities of these people, so they are extremely surprised. These people either died in the last era, or they died not long ago. But now, the real appearance of these people shocked everyone. When the Katakuri pirates saw Charlotte Lingling among the 7, they couldn't help opening their mouths. Smoothie opened his small mouth and shouted in surprise, "Mom, Mom." Katakuri also narrowed his eyes slightly. The ones who appeared are all great big shots. These guys, why are they all resurrected? Seeing the 7 people who appeared, Whitebeard couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Forget about Red Dog, Crocodile, Charlotte Lingling, and Golden Lion. They died in the past few years. But Rocks and Roger have been dead for a long time. And, why is Redfield dead? Didn't this guy have a good chat with him some time ago? How did he die? The rest of the Whitebeard pirates also widened their eyes, feeling very unbelievable. These faces, they are no strangers. No, even an existence with a deep memory? Did I have hallucinations? Sengoku's face was also darkened. His eyes swept over the 7 people one by one, stayed on Akainu's body for a while, and then looked at Locks. Even this guy also appeared. This feeling is not an illusion, but a real existence. Warring States looked at Redfield, narrowing his eyes slightly. Sure enough, did Redfield die somewhere after that? When Ladefield went to the Red Clay continent to do business, he and Kong teamed up to repel Ladefield. Both he and Kong were injured in that battle. Ladefield fought the 2 of them alone. Naturally, he was also seriously injured. Unexpectedly, he really died somewhere. This was indeed somewhat beyond the expectations of the Warring States period. But what was even more unexpected was that he did not expect to see so many old friends here. Now, things are getting a little tricky. Do you want to become opponents with these people? Lieutenant General Crane also looked very solemn, looking at Akainu. Garp's eyes widened, showing an expression of disbelief. Hey, are my eyes dazzled? Roger? Rocks? There are others. The red hair also stared at Roger with wide eyes. Captain Roger? Charlotte Lingling? Red Dog? What's going on? Hawkeye held the black knife yet. His eyes were fixed, and his tone was unprecedentedly serious. It seems that this time, there is a big trouble. Hihi, what an interesting development. Devil fruit, can you even do this kind of thing? Lien Yunyi was also slightly surprised. He was very familiar with the 7 people who appeared. Except for Locks, who has never been in contact with him, the rest of them have all dealt with Yunya. Even, many of them were killed by him. Faced with this situation, even with Yunya's heart, he was surprised. The 7 people who appeared here also sensed other people standing with them at this time. Looking at each other is also recognizing each other's identity. Crocodile turned his head to look at the others, with surprise in his tone. Let's not talk about why I am here, but, what is the situation with these people? Roger, Locks, Golden Lion, Charlotte Lingling, Red Dog, Red Earl. Crocodile looked at the others, twisted his neck, took a sip of his cigar and said, "Can you tell me what's going on? Where's that Nightblade guy?" The last memory is that he died in the hands of Urin, but now he suddenly appeared here inexplicably. The people who appeared with him were also old acquaintances. Naturally, Charlotte Lingling also noticed the other people standing with him. She was also surprised, and couldn't help grinning. Well, they are all old faces, and this ability is the fruit of the soul fluctuation. She experimented, and behind her, flames and thunder appeared, and 2 faces appeared above the flames and thunder, calling her mother. Her ability can still be used. It is impossible for 2 devil fruit abilities to exist in this world. So, what is the situation? Charlotte Lingling looked in the direction of Katakuri and the others. Well, Katakuri, Smoothie, can you tell me what's going on now? This. Facing Charlotte Lingling's question, Katakuri didn't know how to speak for a while. He is not very clear. Oh, is that the case? It's really interesting to unfold. The dead souls are resurrected. Redfield stood gracefully aside, closed his eyes, and looked back at the statue with a special sense of knowledge and knowledge. Tall monster, did this guy bring us back to life? The power of 3 devil fruits, the song fruit, the underworld fruit, and the soul fruit, is amazing. His sense of knowledge is very special, and he roughly figured out the situation. Roger was also confused, but he laughed heartlessly and looked in the direction of the Whitebeard. You are Newgate? How old are you? It seems that a long time has passed. However, his eyes were on a person beside Whitebeard who had been staring at him. Why does this kid feel familiar? Roger then turned his head to look in the direction of the red hair. Hey, is it Shanks? The red hair showed a smile. It really is the captain. Long time no see. Roger scratched his head and said, "You've grown up too, Shanks." Ha ha ha, Roger, long time no see. I didn't expect to see you again in this way. Whitebeard also laughed. Ace, beside Whitebeard, stared at Roger with a look of astonishment on his face. Roger, his father. Akainu has been listening silently. At this time, he probably knows the situation, and looks in the direction of the navy. It seems that someone has resurrected us. He turned to look at the tall monster. Is it this guy? Long time no see, Marshal Sengoku, Lieutenant General Garp, Lieutenant General Crane. Akainu whispered a few times, then looked in the direction of Sengoku and others. Akainu. Sengoku looked at Akainu with complicated eyes. The other navies also looked at Akainu, and they were also very complicated to see Akainu again. They're all old faces. Captain Locks, Roger, Charlotte Lingling, Newgate, Red Earl, even Akainu and Crocodile are dead. It seems that after my death, a lot of changes have taken place. The Golden Lion glanced at everyone, and then showed an inexplicable smile. When he died, Charlotte Lingling, Red Dog, Crocodile, and Red Earl were still alive. Now appearing here with him, doesn't it mean that they were also killed later? Who did it? Locks just glanced at everyone present, stayed on Roger and Garp for a while, and didn't say much. Although there were many familiar faces, he didn't really care. Instead, he looked at the monster and said, "Is it this guy? Although he used some means to resurrect us, but what you said just now made me very unhappy. Let me be your subordinate." Hehe, what are you? After the words fell, Locks narrowed his eyes, and a powerful overlord burst out to attack the four directions, rolling up terrifying waves. Moreover, he stepped on the ground, and rushed towards the monster with his whole body. Black mist surged from his body, and his armed and overlord-colored fists condensed and blasted towards him. Huh? How dare you attack me? The monster's expression also changed. Didn't this guy know that it was because of his own reasons that he was resurrected? However, facing the former overlord of the sea, Locks, he did not dare to be careless. Although he controlled the world and was able to create a miracle of resurrecting the dead, his own combat power was not much stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resurrected the frightening guy in other people's minds and acted as his thug. With a bang, the big piano hand collided with Rock's fist, and a terrifying roar erupted. It is indeed a bit capable, but not enough. The curtain of darkness explodes. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Locke's mouth, and the curtain of darkness opened, swallowing everything, and the space seemed to be distorted. Then, the space came like a broken click sound. A more powerful shock wave radiated all around, knocking the monster to the ground, and smashing one of its arms. Did you really do it? Although I am also very upset, but you can't let this guy succeed first. Dare to fool us. Have you figured out what will happen? Crocodile also sneered at the corner of his mouth, and in the palm of his hand, the storm appeared. It turned into a terrifying sandstorm and swept all around. First kill you, the guy who dares to fool me, and then make a big fuss. Boom boom boom. The storm swept out and blasted towards the monster directly. You damned bastards, I am the god who resurrected you. How dare you disobey me? The monster climbed up, faced the storm that was engulfing it, opened its mouth, and its soul screamed and rushed to all directions, crushing the storm directly. He looked at Locks and Crocodile angrily, his eyes seemed to burst into flames. Jahaha, we are unruly pirates, tell us about benevolence and morality? It's a joke, no one can step on our heads. The Golden Lion sneered, but there is one thing that I am very grateful to you for allowing me to do it again. Make a fuss. He rushed to the Navy side, and the Overlord's cover pressed down. Navy, let me ask you, where is that kid Urin? Tell him to get out of here, I didn't have enough fun last time. For the night blade that killed him, the Golden Lion has not forgotten? Golden Lion. Zhangguo's face darkened slightly, he turned into a giant Buddha and collided with the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha, Quincy, I didn't expect that I would see you again. After Charlotte Lingling saw Yunya, she came directly to kill him. Hehe, Charlotte Lingling, you're still the same, haven't you learned your lesson? Yunya just chuckled, the flames swept across his back, and he punched Charlotte Lingling. All of a sudden, fighting broke out, and the roar went out. The aftermath swept across the entire island, causing many people to be affected. Roger glanced at the sudden battle, stayed on Yunya for a moment, then walked to Whitebeard's side, looked at Ace, and said with some uncertainty, "Are you, Ace?" Seeing this man appearing in front of him, Ace took a deep breath and didn't speak. He didn't know how to face Roger. This kind of meeting that spanned life and death made him a little uncomfortable. He simply didn't speak, and rushed directly in the direction of Luffy and the others. At this time, Luffy and others were trying to get close to Brook, but they were swept away by the aftermath of the strong man's battle. Roger scratched his head and couldn't help laughing dryly. Is it really Ace? Ahaha, it's grown so big. Gulala, after all, more than 20 years have passed since you were executed. Whitebeard also sighed with emotion, and then looked at the battle that broke out in the field. Really? Roger just whispered. It was also the first time he had experienced this kind of meeting that transcended life and death. Garp jumped over at this time, and threw a punch at Roger. You guy, how dare you appear in front of me? Roger. Roger caught Garp's fist and looked at Garp. Haha, it's Garp, you're getting old too, but your personality hasn't changed much. Leaving Ace in your care is indeed the right choice, thank you, Garp. He looked at Ace's back and thanked Garp. You guy, you still have a playful smile on your face. Do you know how much I have suffered because of Ace? Garp snorted coldly, and threw Roger into the air with a punch. Roger was punched hard, but he didn't get annoyed, got up from the ground, spread his hands and said, I can't help it, I could only ask you at that time, after all, Newgate is in the New World, so it's not easy to go to the West Sea, but looking at it now come on, he seems to have joined Newgate's pirate group. He was also a little surprised that Ace joined the Whitebeard pirates. But there is only surprise. Ace has his own adventures, and now I know that Ace can grow up healthy. Ignoring the interaction between the two, Whitebeard looked towards the field and frowned, the situation is a bit chaotic now. If we don't stop them, the world may be thrown into turmoil. Well, after all, we are already dead souls, and we shouldn't appear in this world. Although I can see Ace, I'm glad to see you, but it's time to end. Roger also looked at the field. Resurrection, he actually didn't have much idea. After all, he was caught by the Navy on purpose. He didn't even ask Whitebeard about the current situation in the world or what kind of turmoil his past actions would cause in the world. Without too much nonsense, Roger's figure flashed, Ace unsheathed the sword at his waist, and slashed a 1,000-meter slash towards the monster, but at this time, Redfield blocked Roger's slash, and also slashed down with his sword. With a sound of boom, the two slashes collided, and then shattered each other, and the slash fragments raged, cutting the surrounding area, which also affected many people. Roger, it's been a long time since I fought with you, it's really nostalgic. The bloody bat wings spread out behind Redfield, suspended in midair. Maybe the resurrection time won't be long, but I can still didn't enjoy enough. Red Earl. Roger frowned and looked at Redfield. In fact, many strong people present have discovered it. The root cause of this scene all comes from Yuta. As long as Yuta can't hold on, then this dream world will disappear, and those who resurrected using alternative methods will disappear again. After all, they are not real resurrections, but products like phantoms. As long as the capable person dies, they will disappear too. It is impossible to continue to exist in this world. That's why Redfield said those words. However, Redfield didn't care about it in his heart. Since it can be reproduced in a different way, then, let's enjoy the battle again. What's more, the people who appeared here were all old acquaintances. With a bang, Roger and Redfield collided fiercely. TCH, it's really troublesome, these pirates. Garp spat, but he didn't stop, and rushed towards the monster. People from the Navy have died here to protect civilians? With a sound of boom, Garp directly blasted the monster into the air with one punch. He wanted to make persistent efforts, but a black mist surged over, trying to swallow him up. Although I'm very upset with that guy, but Garp, you make me even more upset. Lox shifted his target and moved towards Garp. In the past, his rocks pirates were destroyed by Roger and Garp. He also died in that battle. Locus, I didn't expect to meet you after so long. Garp punched out, smashing the black mist, and looked at Lox with a fighting smile on the corner of his mouth. But that time it can blow you up, and it will be the same this time. Watch the punches. Carp, that sounds good, but your strength is not as good as before. Lox showed the strength of the former Sea Overlord, secretly fruited on him, and developed an alternative attack method. Similar to the black hole's ability to swallow everything, his ability can not only swallow the ability of the devil fruit, but also swallow the impact and any unfavorable factors for him, and open the dark cave on his fist to release the enemy's attack. Every attack he made was incomparably powerful, and the strength of his punches exploded, distorting even the space. So what? I can rely on my perseverance. If I say I will blow you up, I will blow you up. However, Garp is also a top powerhouse. He is almost the world's best in the development of armed colors, and he can even offset the ability of the dark fruit. The two fought together, roaring and shaking, and a terrifying aftermath erupted. As a navy, you can't let these pirates continue to do evil. Akainu took a sip of his cigar and said coldly. Although he died, as a navy, the concept of absolute justice is still engraved in his soul. If Nightblade appeared here, he might still go to trouble for Nightblade. But now, he looked at Yuta, who was protected by Luo, Yeki, and Hawkins, and said lightly, does everything come from her? Then kill her. As he said that, thick smoke billowed from his body, the power of the magma fruit exploded, and a magma fist directly blasted over him. The 310 blades all looked fixed. Facing the attack of the red dog, they did not dare to be careless and were ready to fight. However, the red hair dodged in front of the magma's fist at this time, and slashed down with a sword, blocking the attack of the red dog, and looked at him coldly. Redhead, are you going to stop me? Akainu looked at Redhead. The red-haired sword pointed at Akainu. I will not let you do anything to my daughter. Your daughter? Let her completely dissipate this dangerous ability. Akainu snorted coldly, the magma rolled on his body, and punched the red hair. The red hair entangled the overlord with a sword and cut it down. Boom! The two fought together in an instant. Jahaha, Zhanguo, you're getting old too. The golden lion laughed obscenely, its ability rolled the air, formed a huge lion, and directly sent Zhanguo flying away. Chop! The golden lion attacked again, sweeping out a sword aura that spread for a kilometer from its right leg, and charged towards the warring states. Damn! The warring states had already declined in combat power, and they fell into a disadvantage in the face of the golden lion. Just when the slash was about to hit the warring states, an equally powerful slash came from another place, and the two slashes collided together, creating a terrifying torrent of sword energy. Huh! The golden lion looked and saw a man with eagle-like eyes walking slowly. Golden Lion, the great swordsman of the previous era, let me see your sword skills. Hawkeye walked slowly, staring at the Golden Lion with sharp eyes. Jahaha, the world's #1 swordsman, is Hawkeye. Golden Lion also recognized Hawkeye's identity. When he was in Sky Island, he knew a little about the sea, the #1 swordsman in the world. No, I am no longer the #1 swordsman in the world. Hawkeye didn't talk nonsense. He raised his sword and dropped it. A terrifying slash pierced through the air. Not the #1 swordsman in the world anymore. Then who is the #1 in the world now? Nightblade. The Golden Lion swept out a slash and collided with it. You guessed it right, the current world's #1 swordsman is Yurin. In the duel of swordsmanship, I lost. Hawkeye perched in front of him, and his sharp swordsmanship fought with the Golden Lion. The sound of ching, chiang, chiang can be heard endlessly. Fighting against him, can you still survive? A look of surprise flashed across Jin Lion's face. He had a deep understanding of Yurin's strength. When he was fighting with me, he didn't use that kind of sunfire, but pure swordsmanship. Hawkeye sent the Golden Lion flying with a sword, and said lightly, don't you use the sword? Rely on the swordsmanship of your legs, is not my opponent. Young people nowadays are so arrogant, so do what you want. Hawkeye. The Golden Lion smiled coldly, and tore off the 2 sabers fixed to his legs. Soaring into the sky, extremely domineering? That's how interesting. Eagle's eyes showed sharpness, and the sword soared into the sky. The 2 of them hold swords, both of which are at the top of the sword. The swords attack each other, and the aftermath of the slash hits all around. Guhaha, Whitebeard, hand over your head. Here, Crocodile also charged towards Whitebeard. Shallan rolled behind him, and several Vajra swords struck towards him. It's you, Sand Crocodile, air shock. Whitebeard clenched his fists tightly, a bright light emerged, and he punched out, shattering the atmosphere. Crocodile's strength is not weak, and the rustling fruit is also in an awakened state. The sand grains rushed out of it have the characteristic of withering, and can weather everything. But Whitebeard is Whitebeard after all, and he has fought against Crocodile before, so it is naturally very clear that the power of the shock broke out, blocking Crocodile's attack, and in turn hitting Crocodile. Boom boom boom. Fights are happening everywhere, and the battle between the strong is enough to destroy an island, let alone so many people fighting together now. As if the whole world was about to be shattered, the music island split open, but maybe because of the intertwining of dreams and reality, it returned to its original state at the next moment. Withstood the aftermath of the battle of the strong? In another place, the battle between other people and that monster continued. The members of the Red Hair Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates all have the same goal. They all rescue Yuta, who was swallowed by the monster, and they are all attacking the monster at this time. Another reason for the Straw Hats is to save Brook. But not everyone acted. Some people stayed beside their bodies to guard. If the body is destroyed, they will die. It is also for this reason that people from Whitebeard, Katakuri, Navy, and CP0 did not attack the monster. In the gap where those strong men were restrained, only the Straw Hat group and the red-haired group attacked the monster. Luffy entered the 4th gear of the new society, with full arrogance, punching the monster one after another. Soran moved 3 swords together, making a powerful slash. Sanji learned the moon step, stepped on the air, rushed out with a pop, and his kicking skills fell one after another. The rest also launched their own attacks. But when facing this monster, their attacks are not very useful. The strength gap is there. The current 3 main forces of the Straw Hat Regiment have not yet reached the level of generals and 4 emperors. Was blasted out one after another. You guys alone can't defeat me. The monster roared, and his big hand shot towards Luffy, who was charging again. Luffy, be careful. Sanji hurriedly reminded. I know. Luffy used the characteristics of the bouncy ball to dodge in the air, avoiding the attacks again and again, but it seemed that he had predicted Luffy's position, and the other big hand patted it. Yang Yin Fire Fist. At the moment of crisis, the pale golden flame formed a fist and collided with this big hand. With a bang, the flame exploded, and the big hand was thrown out. Ace. The Straw Hats looked at him, surprised. Yo, Luffy, I didn't expect you to be here. Ace greeted Luffy. After landing, Ace looked at Luffy and smiled. Do you need help? Ace, why are you here? Luffy said happily. Well, let's talk about it later, let's get rid of this guy first. Ace said, looking at a big hand that was slapped towards him. Ape King Spear. Luffy's fist contracted like a spring, touched the ground, and before the big hand came, he punched out, knocking back the big hand directly. But soon another big hand shot towards Luffy. Luffy, get out of the way, Keijiro Kamehashirenui. Ace snapped his fingers, and the flames behind his back condensed into a javelin and shot out, knocking back the big hand. The two cooperated tacitly and once again repelled the monster's attack. It's useless, even if you go up together, you won't be able to harm me. The monster seemed to become stronger and stronger as time went by. Originally, there were only 4 big piano hands, but now there are 8. It seems that there is an extra head growing on the back. It was because the broken and intertwined dream world began to recover gradually over time, which gradually increased his strength. Even at this time, it has reached the level of the 4 emperors. Moreover, the ability of Geigegyuo has not stopped. There are always mobs appearing, like Xiaoqiang who can't be killed, attacking the people around him indiscriminately. Another place. Charlotte Lingling, now you don't have those soul fusions, so you are no longer my opponent. Yunya said with a punch and sent Charlotte Lingling flying far away, standing still and sneering. In the past, Charlotte Lingling was able to fight against him because she fused the soul power of the entire 10,000 Nations Sea region into one body, which gave Charlotte Lingling the strength to counter Yunyi. The current Charlotte Lingling is still strong, but she no longer gives Yunyi the sense of oppression she once had. It was also because of this period of time that Yunya became stronger. The current Yunya is no longer the Yunya who fought against Charlotte Lingling back then. Katakuri, Smoothie, Pero, what are you still doing? Why don't you take action? Charlotte Lingling crawled out of the pothole, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked at Kata with scarlet eyes on the side of Kuri and Smoothie. The whole person looks like a ghost. Regarding the turmoil that occurred in the 10,000 Nations Sea after her death, Charlotte Lingling didn't intend to inquire into it. But it can also be seen that the current members of the Big Mom Pirates are headed by Katakuri. It is very likely that Katakuri took over her position as the Four Emperors, or it may be that she escaped from the Sea of Nations and began to flee. But these are not the point. The point is, when she was dealing with the Quincy, Katakuri, Smoothie, and Pero didn't do anything. After you died, Katakuri took over Ni's position and became the new Four Emperors. The Four Emperors Big Mom Pirates disappeared from then on, and only the new Four Emperors Katakuri Pirates existed. Yunya looking at Charlotte Lingling, she jokingly said, "Huh? Well, have you succeeded me as the new Four Emperors? Katakuri, and then? Do you want to disobey my orders?" Charlotte Lingling narrowed her eyes, and looked at Kata. She was indeed surprised that Kuri took her place. However, even if Katakuri became the new Four Emperors, in her heart, Katakuri still did not dare to disobey her order. "Quincy, there is no need to sow discord. As long as Mom is still here, then I will be the general of the Big Mom Pirates." Katakuri narrowed his eyes, said slowly, and charged towards Yunya. Wushuang donut weird rice cake. Behind Katakuri, the glutinous balls spun, and a big rice cake rushed out, killing Yunya. "Katakuri, you disappointed me. I thought you had grown up, but you still obeyed the orders of a dead guy." Yunya shook his head slightly, and punched him. With a bang, Katakuri's fist was directly exploded. Yunyaki stepped forward and wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue, but Charlotte Lingling stepped on the thunder cloud and chased him up. Ares grabbed Napoleon with his gloves, and the lightning flashed. Lei Yan blessed the sword and slashed towards Yunya with a terrifying blow. "Well, no matter whether Katakuri is the new emperor or not, he is my son and my general. Die for me, Quincy Master." Katakuri also awakened from the fruit. Pairs of big black hands shot out from the ground, and then condensed together to form a big hand thicker than a giant's arm. The knight smashed down fiercely. The rest of the Katakuri pirates also shot together at this moment. Chop. Smoothie didn't hesitate when he saw Katakuri making a move, and he did it directly, slashing with a liquid slash. The other three jailbreakers, the generals of the pirate group, also shot at the same time at this moment, blasting out a terrorist attack. Candy arrow of destruction. Pero stood next to his companion's body to protect him, but at this time he also drew his bow and shot an arrow, and the arrow made of candy rushed out. "Do you think I'm still the same person I used to be? After you died, I became stronger again. Now, even if you are together, it's not enough." Yunya's knowledge covered the surroundings, and he naturally understood the current chaos situation. The aftermath of the war also came over, which made him pay attention to the past a little. Locks, Roger, these two guys, he is somewhat interested. However, as I said just now, this farce should be over. He doesn't want to waste time. Moreover, he also wants to try, kill, and defeat these resurrected people. Will he get achievement points? If it is possible, then this will be Yunya's biggest gain from coming to Music Island. These resurrected people are all powerful existences. The current Yunya is too strong, and there are very few people who can threaten him. So many former strongmen appeared here, which just made up for the vacancy in his achievement points. Buzz buzz. The power of thunder and flames gathered behind them, conflicts erupted, and the instant coaxing of the fourth stage was activated by Yunya. For a moment, a terrifying domineering aura covered the entire island, and the soaring aura rolled the air, forming a shock wave that hit all directions. The powerful aura that erupted one after another also made the people who were fighting stop their movements and turn their eyes to this side. And that monster too. Jahaha, I remember him, is he Quincy? The golden lion looked over there, and after seeing Yunya, he also recognized him. Rox blocked Garp's punch and turned his head to look. The Quincy? Is he a strong man of this era? Locus, after your death, this world has not stopped. There have been countless powerful people, and the one who stands at the apex of this era is that kid and another person. Garp laughed. Then I'm a little interested. Are you the strongest in this era? Lox grinned, looking in Yunya's direction, his eyes shining brightly. Luoji also looked at Yunya, and was surprised. Do you have such a strong aura at this age? The current rookie is really amazing. Quincy, before I died, he killed that fellow Charlotte Lingling directly. It can be said that he, as well as the Navy Knight Blade, have already surpassed Whitebeard. Lai Durfield narrowed his eyes and said, "Did you kill Charlotte Lingling?" Roger was also a little surprised, and he knew exactly how powerful Charlotte Lingling was. The Quincy? I've heard of his name a long time ago, but it's the first time I've seen it. Did he kill that guy, Ant? Crocodile stopped and looked over with frowning eyes. Quincy and Yaren, these two guys have made a lot of noise recently, and even I have to feel that I am no longer their opponent. Whitebeard looked at Yunya, I couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Akainu looked at the same, his eyes narrowed. Quincy, this guy has always been the existence that their navy fears, and now it seems that he seems to have become stronger again. The red hair fell to Yuta's side and didn't make a move. He also looked at the surging Yunyi and said to himself, this guy is going to get serious. Under everyone's gaze, Yunya moved. The power of thunder and flames erupted on his body, and the torrent of terrifying energy soared into the sky. The two abilities that opposed each other gave Yunya infinite power. This is the fourth stage of instant coaxing. Seriously punch. Yunya grinned wildly, showing a domineering look, and the terrifying domineering look seemed to shake the entire dream world to pieces. Then, he punched the void in front of him with an ordinary punch. OM. Attacking the center of the confrontation, a dazzling light flashed, making everyone's eyes squint. There was no violent movement, no strong aftermath, just a hum. There was silence in the field, and everyone frowned. I saw, right in front of Yunya's fist, everything disappeared. Charlotte Lingling in the center has only half of her body left. Behind her, everything was directly shattered by Yunya's punch. Together with this dream world, a big hole was opened under this punch. A terrifying gully seems to lie across the sea area, splitting the sea water, splitting the sky, and spreading out for an unknown distance. Everyone who saw this scene stared at Yunya with wide eyes. This guy is actually so strong? With one blow, Charlotte Lingling was killed directly. The rest of the people were blown away by the aftermath of this blow, causing heavy casualties. The power of one punch is earth-shattering. One punch shocked everyone present. Together with Locks, Roger, and other former sea overlords, they were also shocked. Is this kind of power really a human being? 1. Killed Charlotte Lingling, Katakuri, and others with one blow. How can this be? The Quincy, how can this guy be so strong? Countless people who saw this scene were stunned. Everything that happened before them made them wonder if they were hallucinating. The joint attack of the two top powerhouses, the Four Emperors and the General Star, was defeated by a blow from the Quincy division. Moreover, Charlotte Lingling in the center was directly killed, leaving only half of her body. And Katakuri was also defeated by one blow, and flew away for an unknown distance. Several other Katas were either dead or seriously injured. At this time, they fell to the ground, dying. Everyone looked at Yunya with serious eyes. Crocodile took a deep breath. Is this guy so powerful? Before, he had only heard of the name of the Quincy, but had never come into contact with it. But the first time he came into contact with it, he saw such a horrifying scene. Redfield also looked intently. How many years have passed since my death? Why did Quincy become so terrifying? When he was on Skull Island, he also met Quincy. Although he had never fought, the strength of Quincy was definitely not so strong at that time. Before he went to the Red Earth continent, he also knew the news that Charlotte Lingling was killed by Quincy, but, in his opinion, if Quincy wants to kill Charlotte Lingling, it must be a big war. It took a long time before Charlotte Lingling was killed. But the scene in front of him shocked him. This ability to appear lightning behind the back. Quincy, Yaren, are these two people related? Seeing the explosion of the thunder flame power behind Yunya, the Golden Lion suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened when he was fighting Yaren. He also saw the Night Blade use the power of lightning, which also erupted from behind. And after the eruption, the Night Blade destroyed an island with one blow, beheading him easily. No, it's impossible. How are these two related? Golden Lion was frightened by his conjecture, but quickly took a deep breath and shook his head. How could these two be related? The Quincy. Could it be that he is destined? Roger also whispered, but quickly shook his head. No, this person is absolutely not. In the past, when he went to Ralph Drew, he knew all the secrets, but because the timing was wrong, he came early. Doomed to be unable to change the pattern of the world? This is the choice of fate. Although he became the One Piece, he can't change everything. Therefore, he chose to use another method, becoming a leader and starting the era of great pirates. For the moment when the time comes, seeing Yunya now, he thought the time had come, and the key to turn the era appeared. But, seeing Quincy Master's incomparably powerful, cold, and defiant expression, he felt that Quincy Master was not the one he was waiting for. After my death, what happened in this world? Could it be that my words at that time caused the changes? I changed the original course of history? Luoji stared at Yunya, with a lot of thoughts in his heart. Rox narrowed his eyes. Under the black mist, his eyes seemed to be drawn out by red threads, and he looked extremely evil. He looked at Garp and said in a serious tone, the Quincy, is he the overlord of this era? Charlotte T. Lingling can't even resist his blow. Overlord? No, this guy's ambition is not to dominate the world, but now he is indeed the #1 enemy of the world government, making the world government extremely afraid. Garp also looked at Yunya. His tone was extremely solemn. He looking at Locks, he jokingly said, compared to you, he is the real uncrowned king of the new world. Now in this world, the only one who can fight against the Quincy is Yaren. This is something that is placed in front of these top powerhouses. No one will doubt this. Even Whitebeard didn't think that he would be the opponent of these two. This is an accepted fact. It's just that the two of them seemed to be worried about something, and they didn't decide the winner, nor did they have a thorough fight, which disappointed countless curious people in the world. The black mist rose, blurring Locke's face. He opened his scarlet eyes, looked at Yunya, and his mouth seemed to reach to the ears. After my death, will such characters appear again? It's really exciting. It would be such a pleasure to be born in the same era as him, but it's not too late now. Garp looked at him. You want to shoot him? Let me, the former overlord, come and meet the current uncrowned king for a while. Locks smiled, and the black mist spread from under his feet. After the blow, Yunya shot at everyone present, and Lei Yan erupted behind him, and said calmly like a god, then, it's time to end this farce. Except for those top powerhouses, the rest of them couldn't help but take a step back when Yunya swept over them, sweat dripping down their foreheads. The Quincy Master? I heard that you are the uncrowned king of this era, so let me test your level. Black mist erupted from Yunya's feet, and Locks rushed out of the black mist with a sinister smile on his lips. The fist slammed towards Yunya. Locks' actions did not surprise other people who knew him. This guy is also a crazy guy. In his era, his pirate group gathered such powerful characters as Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. And Locks can occupy the dominant position in this powerful group. One can imagine his strength. In his time, no one could defeat him single-handedly. He rocks, in his time, was the absolute overlord of the New World. It's a pity that he was still defeated by the teamwork of Roger and Garp. I'm not afraid. Seeing Locks attack, Yunya looked down, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Yunyi, who broke out in the 4th stage of instant coaxing, is so powerful that he has surpassed the peak of this world and reached another level. Reaching out with his left hand, he squeezed Locks' fist. Yunya looked at Locks with indifference, as if he didn't pay attention to the former overlord of the sea. The former overlord? Locks. What? Locks' face changed slightly when he saw that his full blow was easily received. He didn't sit still. The black mist boiled on his body, and then suddenly condensed on his fist, trying to rely on the pull of the black mist to break free from Yunyi's fist with explosive strength. However, no matter how much power he exploded, he couldn't shake Yunya at all. The overlord of the sea? It's not enough for me. Yunya sneered, his right fist wrapped around domineering, and the thunder and lightning drew, and he punched Locks down, Zixiang 9 speeds. Damn it. Feeling the horror of this blow, Locks' face changed drastically, and his knowledgeable color jumped wildly, making him feel the horror of this blow. This is a powerful attack that can kill him in one blow. Dark awakening big black hole. The black mist on Locks' body boiled suddenly, then spun wildly, and finally formed a deep black hole, blocking Yunya's attack. His ability is awakened, and the dark fruit condenses into a black hole, which can involve everything, and even distort the perception of time. Let him prepare for everything in this critical time. The armed color covers the whole body, and the ability of the dark fruit to absorb the impact acts on himself. However, he still underestimated the strength of Yunya's attack. With one blow, the black hole he condensed was directly pierced by Yunya's punch, and the terrifying fist hit his chest, and the sound of bones breaking came out. His body was like a meteorite, directly smashing into his chest from a high altitude. Fall to the ground. Boom! The terrifying impact directly knocked Music Island out of a pothole how many meters deep, and the terrifying impact radiated out. There was a click sound, and the ground cracked and shattered. The next moment, the entire Music Island was broken into several large pieces. Interesting. Did you actually resist it? Then, what about the next attack? Yunyi radiated with knowledge, but found that Locks' aura was still there, slightly surprised, and rushed out again with his feet. There was a boom, because the speed was so fast that the air was filled with the sound of a sonic boom. Arriving in front of Rocks as if teleporting, his fist touched the thunder, and he punched out again. Boom! With a bang, Locks didn't react at all, and was blasted out again. Along a straight line, everything behind him was knocked down. In the end, it seemed that it had hit the border of the dream world. With a bang, the barrier of the entire dream world cracked itself. Ahem. Locks spat out blood, black mist surged around his body, and he looked at Yunya, full of disbelief. He had no strength to fight back. He was the former overlord, Rocks. If it weren't for the special feature of the dark fruit, at this time, his bones were broken and he couldn't move. Yunya didn't even look at Locks, his eyes swept over all the strong men, and finally settled on the monster. Being stared at by Yunyi, the monster somehow felt an unprecedented emotion in his heart, that is, fear. The soul fruit endowed him with a soul, and he also had mood swings. Now, he experienced the emotion called fear. Then, give Yuta to me. Yunya smiled coldly, and killed the monster. Of course, Yunya didn't want to just kill the monster and shatter the dream world. He still had leaks to harvest. It's just that most of the time that Yuta's body has been guarded by the return method has passed. If he does not use it again, when the effect of the return method disappears, Yuta's body is likely to explode due to the conflict between the two devil fruit abilities. The night fell short. But when Yunya charged towards the monster, someone attacked Yunya. Finally resurrected, I haven't had enough trouble, how could I let you succeed? Sandstorm. Crocodile sneered, raised his big hand, and the terrifying sandstorm swept towards Yunyi like a natural disaster. Jahaha, I haven't played to my heart's content yet. Quincy, let me meet you with the Golden Lion. Chop. The Golden Lion also laughed and charged forward, brandishing 2 knives in his hand, enveloping him with 2,000-meter slashes. With the power of fluttering fruit, he slashed towards Yunya. It's just right, let's solve your trouble here, Quincy. Akakin's eyes were cold. Before, their navy was extremely hostile to Quincy, so he naturally wouldn't hold back. The dog gnaws the red lotus. Biting the cigar, Akainu blasted out a terrifying magma fist with his fist. It's nice to be alive. I don't want to go back to that dark and chaotic underworld so soon, Quincy. The cloak on the back of Ladefield turned into countless blood-colored bats and merged into the umbrella, and slashed out a blood-colored slash. At this moment, except for Roger, the revived strongman launched an attack towards Yunya at the same time. Since they can be resurrected, then, they are destined to make a big fuss. They haven't had enough trouble yet. Jiaoying clown, the dead guy, just stay in the underworld. Yunya stopped, turned to face the attack of these people, sneered, and 5 thunder dragons appeared behind him, roaring in the wind. 5 dragons turn. Destroy. There is no singing, and there is no need to sing. After the proficiency reaches 100, Yunya can control the power of the skill at will. Coupled with his strength at this time, Wolong's Wanmai erupted with an extremely strong aura. The aura alone is enough to make people lie on the ground and tremble. Go. Yunya pointed out. Wolong rushed towards the attack of the 5 people. Boom 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 boom. 5 consecutive roars sounded, setting off monstrous explosions, like 5 suns rising in the field. Dazzling rays of light swept out with terrifying shock waves, colliding with the dream world, making the cracks in the dream world even more intense. Immediately afterwards, 5 beams of light were thrown out from the center of the explosion, hitting the barrier of the dream world at an extremely terrifying speed. 5 more roars sounded, and the whole world shook. But that's it. Yunya stood in midair, looked in that direction, and sneered, and then he looked down at everyone below. Then, is there anything else to do? No matter what kind of pirate you are, whether it's the Navy or the Navy, if you want to stop me, then let's do it together. None of the people below spoke, they just looked at the cloudy night in the sky in shock. This guy, once again exceeded their expectations. Those 5 strong men shot at the same time, and they were easily defeated. The Quincy is really scary? Yunya glanced at Roger, and sneered, I forgot you are still there, Roger the Pirate King. With a sound of swipe, Yunya disappeared and came to Luoji, stared at him coldly, and punched him directly. I wanted to beat you up before. Yunya's speed was so fast at this time, Luoji just didn't react, and was directly blown away by Yunya. Damn it. Roger spurted blood from his mouth, his legs plunged into the ground, and he stopped moving. Yunya narrowed his eyes, chased after him, and punched him again. That punch was for Ace, and this punch was for Sister Reiju. You will die if you die, and you still let Sister Reiju carrying so much? Do you think you should fight? You guy. Roger originally wanted to resist, his hands were already crossed together, and the armed color was also covered, trying to resist Yunya's attack. But after hearing Yunya's words, he was slightly taken aback. Ace? Reiju? Destroyer him. As if thinking of something, Roger smiled wryly. Through Yunya's words, he judged something, and his sense of knowledge did not perceive Yunya's killing intent towards him. He put his hands down, and even disarmed his arms. He closed his eyes and did not make any resistance, allowing Yunya's fist to blow him away, crash into the mountain, and directly trample the mountain. After finishing everything, Yunya ignored Roger. Although Yunya didn't want to kill Roger, he did it with the idea of defeating him, but he didn't expect that after hearing the names of Ace and Reiju, Roger would give up resistance. Fortunately, Yunya pulled back his strength at the last moment, otherwise, Luoji, who did not resist, would have been blown away by Yunya by now. However, after 2 punches, Roger was seriously injured and completely lost his ability to fight. Listening to the system voice coming from his mind, Yunya grinned. Although there are not many achievement points, some are better than none. Naturally, Yunya has never met Leiju, and his identity as Leiju's younger brother is false, but no one knows at all. Anyway, Yunya just wanted to beat Roger up and beat him to gain achievement points. Judging from the results, the harvest of Roger's leak can be considered complete. After all, he is Ace's uncle now, so he can't kill him in front of Ace, right? But in the future, he will not hold back, and the other leaks should also be harvested. Yunya looked at the 5 people who stood up again, with a disdainful smile on his lips. Let's go together. After defeating you, I will deal with this monster. GGG, Quincy Master, you are indeed the most powerful person I have ever met, but do you think that you can defeat me like rocks? Dark Domain. With the sound of cruelty, the curtain of endless darkness pull it apart, take a point as the center, radiate in all directions, and soon cover most of the music island. Sea water, rocks, everything is swallowed by darkness. Above Yunya's head, a black hole opened, as if tearing apart the space, with the characteristics of a black hole pulling everything in, and wanted to suck Yunya in. It's useless, Locks, do you think you can drag me into it? Yunya's domineering force surged, counteracting the pulling force, and blasting the black hole with a punch. Moreover, Yunya's figure flickered, and he punched out again, punching the void, shaking the air into a pillar. Zixiang. Over there, the black mist surged on Locke's body, and the dark vortex appeared before the attack, trying to resist Yunya's attack, but with just one contact, the dark vortex was directly blasted away, and the black mist dissipated. Not good. Rox was startled, a black hole appeared under his feet, swallowing him, narrowly escaped the attack, and appeared in another place, with lingering fear. Challenge all of us alone? Gohaha, Quincy, you are really arrogant, awakening Fengwan Shaolin. Seeing that Lox took the lead, Crocodile was not far behind, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Endless wind and sand surged on his body, and the wind and sand were violent, raging and blowing. Lightning explosion. Yunya snorted coldly, spread out his 5 fingers, thundering flames formed a column, blasting the sandstorm to pieces, and killing it like a broken bamboo. I admit that you are very strong, Quincy Master, but those who are here are the strongest people in the world. The golden lion grinned sneerily, his whole body was boiling with arrogance, and his sword was soaring into the sky, chopping lion's might. The golden lion held the sword in both hands, and a sharp look flashed in his eyes. The 2 swords crossed and slashed down, and the 1,000-meter slash turned into a roar of a lion's head. This is the perfect blend of ability and swordsmanship. Boom! The thunder flame burst collided with the slash, and a roar resounded across the island. The ground was cracked, and the shockwave scattered. In the shockwave, a figure spread its wings like a bat, and countless tiny blood bats suddenly disintegrated and rushed towards Yunyi. Don't underestimate us old guys. Ladefield showed an elegant smile, closed the umbrella, and slashed horizontally with his sword. The bloody slash pierced through the air, trying to cut Yunya in half. On the other side, Akainu's hands turned into magma, and blasted countless magma fists into the air. The magma fists reached the commanding heights, and then were pulled by gravity, falling like raindrops. I didn't underestimate you, that's why I asked you to go together. Duan Kong. Yunya pointed out. Duan Kong condensed and blocked everything in front of him. At this time, Yunyi's Duan Kong was as hard as a diamond. The powerful attacks of Ladefield and Akainu, when facing Duan Kong, were like running water hitting a rock, and they couldn't be shaken at all. Fix one first. Yunya sneered, pointing out. 6 rays of light locked Ladefield. Yunyi stepped a little, a sonic boom erupted, and came to Ladefield like a teleportation, fist clenched, affecting thunder and lightning, smashing down with a domineering punch. Boom! Redfield couldn't dodge at all. When a punch landed, Redfield's body exploded directly, blood splattered everywhere. Oh, there is still breath. Is the animal a phantom beast? Yunya was dumb, and turned his head to look. The blood and body fragments that had exploded suddenly turned into blood-colored bats and gathered together, condensing into the appearance of Ladefield again. If you say I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Yunya sneered. If one blow doesn't work, then another blow, since the damage caused by the fist is limited. Then, black coffin. Yunya stretched out her 5 fingers and pinched Redfield. With a buzz sound, the black squares suddenly appeared and spliced together at an extremely fast speed to form a pitch-black cuboid. In the black coffin, the torrent of gravity distorted the space, and the strange mental fluctuations impacted Redfield's mind, and countless black sharp blades stabbed toward Redfield. Oops. I couldn't see my fingers, but it didn't affect Redfield's perception. Feeling the changes in the surrounding space and those chaotic blades, Redfield's face couldn't help but change drastically. The umbrella opened, and the blood dripped down, forming a protective shield to block the attack. However, under the ravages of the terrifying gravity, the protective shield quickly broke open, and the chaotic blade stabbed towards him indiscriminately under Redfield's horrified eyes. A scream came from the black coffin, and then the scream slowly dissipated. The black coffin was broken open, and Redfield was inside again. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Yunya didn't even look there, smashed the desert sword that Crocodile attacked with one punch, and rushed out to kill the nearest red dog. It's you next, red dog. Yunya rushed to him with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect to be able to kill Akainu again. Good thing. The volcano exploded. Akakin's face was serious, feeling the oppression from Yunya, and his heart trembled. The Quincy at this time gave him the feeling that he was no weaker than the Knight's Blade who once used the fire of the sun. Get even stronger? He didn't dare to be careless. His ability was awakened. Countless small volcanoes erupted under his feet. Mobilized the power of the volcano eruption, the torrent of magma turned into an extremely huge fist, and crushed towards Yunyi. Day Tiger. Yunya didn't dodge, came to the magma fist, punched out, and directly collided with the magma fist. With a boom sound, the moment the fist that was bigger than the giant collided with Yunya's attack, it was directly blasted to pieces by the powerful force. Passing through the sprayed magma, the power of thunder flames erupted behind Yunyi. His speed increased again, and he grabbed Akainu with his right hand. Akakin's heart was shaken, but he still launched a powerful attack again, and his right fist turned into magma and blasted out. However, his attack did not constitute a threat at all in front of Yunyi at this time. Chigo snorted. His right hand was blasted, dripping with blood. I didn't expect to be able to kill you again. It's really touching, Chiken. Yunya clasped Chikun's head with his right hand, and lifted him up. His eyes were extremely cold. For red dogs, he hated it to the extreme. If she hadn't been there at that time, Xiao would have been taken by Chiqun to be one of the people who extracted the vitality of the green bull. This was intolerable to Yunya, so at that time, even if he betrayed the navy, he still wanted to kill Akainu. The red dog was covered in black smoke, and the magma erupted, but all the struggles were suppressed by Yunya's powerful strength. Hearing Yunya's words, he was slightly startled. Kill me again. In his memory, he didn't have many dealings with the Quincy. Feeling Yunyi's powerful aura, as well as the faint sense of familiarity, as if thinking of something, his pupils widened. You are Yuren? How is this possible? The person who killed him was Yuren, and this familiar feeling. Quincy, Yuren, could it be the same person? With this doubt, go to hell. Yunya didn't explain, but exerted force with 5 fingers, and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning poured into Akainu's body through his fingers. Chiquin's pupils widened and looked at Yunyi, showing disbelief. Although Quincy did not admit it, this indifferent expression was exactly the same as when Yurin killed him. Absolutely, Nightblade is the Quincy master. He wanted to tell this secret, but lightning had poured into his body, destroying everything in his body, making him unable to speak even when he opened his mouth. In the end, the vitality completely dissipated. Holding this biggest secret, Akainu, Dai, Gudu. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. How long has it been since the former admiral of the navy Akainu and the great pirate Redfield died in the hands of the Quincy? Everyone is inhaling, and the Quincy is very strong, which is recognized in the world, but it is the first time that many people have seen it so strong. The navy is a little calmer. After all, they know more about the strength of the Quincy division. In the Chambord Islands, if it wasn't for the Nightblade, they are probably among the people who were summoned at this time. In this world, except for Yurin, no one can restrain the Quincy anymore. If there is, it may be one of the world lords mentioned by the Quincy master in the world government. However, those who knew about this matter, those who were present, only a few people knew. Garp came to Roger's side, helped him up, and looked at him with some doubts. What? Do you still know Quincy? Roger clutched his collapsed chest, let out a breath, shook his head, looked at Garp instead, and asked doubtfully, I don't know him, but he mentioned Ace and Reiju. What is his identity? No Ace and Reiju. Garp frowned. How is this possible? I have been taking care of Ace since he was a child. I don't know about the time when he went to sea. I do know that he has been to the territory of Quincy. It makes sense, but Reiju, it shouldn't be impossible. Whitebeard leaned over at this time, heard the conversation between the two, raised his brows slightly. Isn't Quincy Ace's uncle? He is Reiju's younger brother. Ace told us. You Ace's relatives don't know. Reiju's younger brother. The two looked at Whitebeard in unison. Then they looked at each other. Reiju still has a younger brother. Garp shook his head. There is no one else in the Porgas family except Reiju. Roger also said, I remember very clearly that Reiju has no other immediate family members. Whitebeard also frowned. This matter should not be faked. Ace respects him very much. He has been paying attention to Ace. Maybe you have overlooked something. Perhaps, he really didn't intend to kill me just now. He punched me twice, probably to vent his anger. Roger smiled wryly. What are these things? He, the One Piece, has been hammered since he appeared. Garp rubbed his chin, narrowed his eyes and showed a bad expression. This guy Ace, he didn't even tell me. He must be beaten up later. Whitebeard looked in Yunya's direction and whispered, with his action, this matter should be resolved soon. But, that monster, is that girl Shank's daughter? It's all because of her. Roger looked at Yuta. It's sort of. Garp explained the whole story of what happened. That boy Shanks has also grown up. Is he already so strong now? I guess even I can't easily defeat him. Don't underestimate that guy. The current him is the 4 emperors who are as famous as Whitebeard. That kid is still far behind. On the other side, without the restraint of the Red Earl, the Red Hair is also fighting the monster with the 3 main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates, Ace, Ben Beckman, and others. But at this time, the monster exploded with extremely strong combat power, and it was evenly matched with these people. Originally, this monster would appear in reality and dreams, but now reality and dreams are intertwined, and the 2 bodies are fused together to exert a stronger strength. In addition, the soul fruit gave the soul, making him even more difficult to deal with, and even possessed the combat power of the 4 emperors. Because Yuta's soul was in the monster's body, the red-haired man was a bit restrained when he fought. In a short time, it should be impossible to tell the winner. Here. Seeing Chiquin's body turning into stars and slowly disappearing, Yunyi ignored it, looked at the only 3 people left, with a smirk on the corner of his mouth. You are the only ones left. Golden Lion, Locks, and Crocodile all looked solemn. This guy's strength exceeded their expectations. The strength displayed by the Quincy division seems to be not at the same level as them. His random blows, they all have to be ready, and they can't even catch it. This is the first time they have encountered it in their pirate career. They boast that they are already the pinnacle of the world. Even if they are known as the world's #1 man with a white beard, they are not afraid. Even Rocks at his peak may still have a white beard, but when facing the Quincy, I still felt powerless. However, they will not give up easily. After all, they are unruly pirates. No one can make them surrender without a fight. Nobody? It's really surprising that there are monsters like you in this era. Locke's body was still shrouded in black mist, and red light shot out from his narrowed eyes. Spreading his 5 fingers, a black vortex opened above Yunyi's head, and a thick sphere compressed and condensed to the extreme was thrown out of the dark area by him, and it hit Yunyi like a meteorite. This is him compressing all the things absorbed into the dark domain into a sphere, which is extremely thick, obviously only a dozen meters in size, but it is heavier than a mountain? Can such a slow thing hit someone? Yunya sneered disdainfully, and wanted to leave. I won't let you run away, dark domain traction. Locke sneered, and the black mist had unknowingly spread to Yunyi's feet, opening like a big net, and a deep and dark cave appeared, creating a huge explosion. The strong suction hindered Yunyi's movements. Jahaha, I haven't fought with you for a long time, Rocks. Air confinement. On the other side, the Golden Lion also made a move, grabbing the void with 5 fingers, as if it had been negotiated. The awakening of the ability affects the surrounding air, and also restrains the cloud action of the night. Golden Lion used to be a member of the Locke's pirates, so he is very clear about Locke's abilities. Then, let me be the main attacker, the Desert Diamond Sword. Crocodile grinned, and the sandstorm surged on his body, sweeping out. The whole world was like yellow sand all over the sky, and the dust danced, weathering everything it touched. Even if you join forces, it will be the same fate, and the ending will not change at all. Yunya looked down at the 3 of them, with an indifferent tone, and punched the thick sphere in the sky. Even if it was compressed to the extreme, comparable to the thickness of a mountain, it was still crushed by Yunyi's punch. Let's end it, breaking the Dao. 99 5 dragons turning to extinction. Behind Yunya, the 5 thunder flame dragons rose against the wind again, roared to the sky, and radiated shock waves. And under Yunya's guidance, he rushed towards the 3 people in front of him. Block it. Locks roared, the fruit ability pushed to the extreme. I don't need you to tell me. The Golden Lion's face changed drastically, and he slashed out with both hands. Storm Shaolin. Crocodile disregarded the consumption and used the ability of the Shasha fruit with all his strength. The attacks of the 3 were superimposed and collided with Yunyi's attack. Boom. In the field, endless shockwaves erupted, and the violent turmoil shook the entire island, and the entire dream world also collapsed and shattered. Like a mushroom cloud left by a nuclear explosion soaring into the sky, the terrifying shock wave affected countless people, and some even flew far away before stopping. In the center, a huge pothole appeared. The wall of the hole was pitch black, and there were electric arcs jumping from time to time. Listening to the voice in his mind, Yunya looked at the monster. In the end it's you. You, don't come here. Seeing Yunya's eyes looking at him, the monster was so frightened that it almost lost its soul. This guy, even more monster than him, is simply not human. The people he summoned to resurrect are all these people in the dream world, the shadows of the most frightening people in the depths of their souls. It can be said that he is the most powerful person in the world, but the man in front of him was killed after he couldn't hold on for a few minutes. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to face Yunya directly. What he thought in his heart was to escape. It can be seen how intense the fear Yunyi brought him. But, as a part of this dream world, how could he escape? As long as he is out of this range, he will perish by himself without the help of others. Yunyi doesn't intend to waste time. There is only 1 minute left to stick to Yuta's state. If she doesn't continue, she will probably die. Yunyi can't let Yuta die. After all, the soul fruit is still in her in the body. Zixiang 9 speeds. Shenbu came to the top of the monster's head, and punched him down. The terrifying force directly smashed him to pieces, and he died completely without even the strength to resist. The moment the monster died, there was a boom, and the whole world shook. Immediately afterwards, countless space fragments like lenses fell off and turned into stars and dissipated. The boundary between dreams and reality began to recover, and with the death of the monster, everything was restored. One after another figures disappeared in the field, and then the body that had lost consciousness opened its eyes. They broke away from the dream world. The dream world was shattered, and everyone's souls returned to their bodies. Many people got up from the ground, shaking their dizzy heads. They looked at the situation around them, their positions, and realized that their souls had finally returned to their bodies. Of course, more people are still in a coma. Those who can stand up are those who are not weak and who have not been stunned by the domineering conflict just now. Basically, they are all masters of the forces present. After standing up, they did not relax. The current situation is not over yet. Especially the Navy side, still watching the red-haired pirates, the white-beard pirates, and the Quincy that they fear the most. Yunya ignored the Navy, and they didn't dare to make a move now. I glanced at other locations, and saw that the previous CP0 had also disappeared, probably already left. Facing the Quincy, they had no chance of winning and could only leave. They need to report the situation here to the world government and let the world government decide. Falling from the sky, Yunya headed towards Yuta. Yunya just glanced at the red hair and ignored it. He went straight to Yuta's side, pointed a finger at her, and replied to act on her body again, keeping her state firmly. Yunya looked at the red hair, and said calmly, I want to take Yuta away. Faced with this situation, only I can save her. Of course, if you want to stop me, you can also try. The red hair took a deep breath, looked at Yunya, and said seriously, although I don't know what your purpose of taking Yuta away is, you are the only one who can save her. As a father, I am very incompetent, but, for Yuta's life, I will not stop you, and I beg you to save Yuta's life, please. Saying that, the red hair bowed towards Yunya. Yunya nodded and said nothing. After Huideo's treatment, Yuta woke up slowly. She looked around and lowered her head deeply. She felt a little guilty about causing all these tragedies by herself. Her intentions were good, but she got into a dead end and imposed her will on others. She knew everything that happened before. Shanks, Yuta looked at the red hair, hesitant to speak. It's okay Yuta, everything is over. The red hair came to Yuta and patted her on the head, without blaming her, just smiling and comforting. Yunya ignored the interaction between the father and daughter, and came to another place in a flash. At this time, Yechi, Luo, Hawkins, and their subordinates also woke up. My lord. The 3 10 blades saluted respectfully after seeing Yunya. Take account of the casualties, we should leave here. After Yunya finished speaking, he looked in another direction. Over there, Roger, Whitebeard, Garp, Ace and others gathered together. Because the monster died, the dream world disappeared, and Roger's body gradually became illusory, and he wanted to return to the underworld. Ace also knew this, and finally rushed over. However, the atmosphere in the field was a bit weird. Faced with this situation, neither Roger nor Ace knew what to say. The first meeting between father and son was in such a weird way, which made them a little uncomfortable. Before, Ace's feelings for Roger were very complicated. On the one hand, because Roger abandoned their mother and son, he felt a little resentful in his heart. On the other hand, Roger was his biological father, and the connection between blood was impossible severed. The few people present did not speak, and they also saw that Roger was about to disappear. Yunya thought for a while, and came towards Roger. Yunya was the focus of everyone in the arena, and his every move was watched by everyone. On the other side of the navy, when they saw Yunya's movements, their eyes followed his movements all the time, and they were very vigilant. "Uncle!" Ace yelled when he saw Yunya coming. "Well, your kid's strength is growing very fast. When will you take off the white beard? He's old, and it's time for a young man." Yunya nodded and looked at the few people in the field. "You boy." Whitebeard grinned at the corner of his mouth and clenched his fists. Ace scratched his head in embarrassment. When Garp heard this, he laughed loudly. "Whitebeard, you old guy is indeed old, don't be dissatisfied, now I can beat too." Whitebeard glared at Garp, and said disdainfully, "Aren't you old too? You were beaten by Locks just now." Garp blew his beard and stared. The old man let him. "Quincy, who are you from Reiju?" Roger looked at Yunya and said slowly. Garp also looked at Yunya. "I don't even know that Reiju has a younger brother." Yunya said indifferently, "There are many things you don't know. You know better than me what happened to Sister Reiju at that time. I was only a child at that time, so naturally she would not reveal my whereabouts. You are running out of time, rather than wasting time with me, it's better to say goodbye to this kid." Roger looked at Ace, and said with a bold smile, "They are all men, so there is nothing to say goodbye to. I am content to see Ace's growth." Ace was silent. "It's up to you, I should leave." Yunya didn't say much, patted Ace on the shoulder, and walked away from here. Then, "I should go too. I am very happy to see you again, especially you, Ace. I am sorry that I did not protect you mother and child, but seeing you grow to this extent, I feel for you proud, worthy of being my son." Roger stood up, patted Ace on the shoulder, and after showing a hearty smile, his figure turned into stars and began to slowly dissipate. "Father." Ace was stunned for a moment, and whispered in a very complicated tone, "Goodbye, Ace." Roger smiled when he heard Ace's words, and said the last sentence. His figure disappeared completely. Yunya returned to Yuda's side. The conversation between the father and daughter had also ended. At this time, Yuda had tears in his eyes, but he smiled. "The Quincy Master." Yuda looked at Yunya. Her tone was a bit complicated. Before, she always regarded the Quincy Master as the source of chaos in the new world. Came to cause. However, in the end, it was the Quincy who solved everything and rescued everyone who was trapped in the dream world by her. It may be that the effect of the insomniac mushroom has disappeared, or it may be the persuasion of the red hair. Now, Yuda has figured it out. Her singing should bring hope, not hurt. She shouldn't impose her ideas on others. "I need the soul fruit in your body, come with me." Yunya looked at Yuda, without any nonsense, straight to the point. Yuda looked at the red hair, and when she saw the red hair nodded, she turned her eyes to Yunya and bowed. "Then I'll leave it to you. Don't worry, I only need the soul fruit in your body. Afterwards, you can go wherever you want, and I will not restrict your actions." Yunya looked at Yuda and said slowly. The red hair had already explained something to Yuda just now, so that's good, and it would save Yunya any more fuss. Yuda cooperates a little bit, and he spends less effort. Yunya glanced at everyone present, seeing that many people looked at him with fearful eyes. He didn't care, and waved to Yachi and the others. "Let's go." "Yes, my lord." Everyone in Wangsu Palace nodded and headed towards the port. Seeing Quincy leave, many people were relieved. The pressure that Quincy brought them was too great. With the Quincy present, they didn't dare to speak loudly. Warring states also breathed a sigh of relief, and then ordered to start counting the casualties and helping the wounded. Fortunately, the Navy was present, and before the battle broke out, those Yuta fans were evacuated by the Navy and gathered together. There are also people from the red-haired pirates and the Navy blocking the aftermath of the battle. Although it is not without casualties, it also minimizes casualties. A few days later, news spread from various channels. The change in the situation is really surprising and shocking. The 3 top-level wars broke out at the same time, which is shocking. These 3 wars, if you pick anyone at random, they are all so thrilling and grand enough to be recorded in the annals of history. What's more, the 3 wars occurred almost at the same time. Even in this world, in the long history, it is extremely rare, and it can even be said to be unique. This chaotic situation has made countless people panic. How should the next situation in this world develop? Even before Roger's death, the era of great pirates opened was not as chaotic as it is now, and the situation is so treacherous. This is beyond everyone's expectations. The continuous big news made Morgans, a birdman, so happy and crazy that one issue of the newspaper could not cover everything, and 3 consecutive issues of the newspaper were all about this period of time. Countless people who read the newspaper were dumbfounded and shocked. This is an unprecedented event, and the whole world is in turmoil. The impact this time is unprecedented in the world. Wano Country War, a war caused by the ancient weapon Pluto. Numerous major forces have been implicated. The 4 emperors, navy, pirates, and world government are all going to Wano Country. There are countless strong people involved. Kaido, the 4 emperors and 100 beasts, Barrett, the descendant of the great pirate and the devil, the admiral of the navy, the 3 generals, the traitor of the navy, Nightblade. These people are the top powerhouses in the world. In order to compete for the ancient weapon Pluto, a great battle broke out. In the end, Kaido, the 4 emperors died in battle, the 100 beasts pirates were wiped out, and Wano's regime returned to the hands of the Kojiki clan. Barrett, a descendant of the devil, one of the great pirates, was killed by the navy traitor Nightblade when he was robbing the ancient weapon Pluto. Admiral Green Bull died at the hands of a navy traitor. Pluto, the ancient weapon Pluto, was directly destroyed by Nightblade. This war ended with the deaths of Kaido, Barrett, Green Bull, and others, and the destruction of ancient weapons. Another place, the Battle of the Holy Land Marijoa, is also eye-catching. All members of the Revolutionary Army attacked the Red Earth continent, and an unprecedented chaos broke out, which was even bigger than the disturbance caused by Fisher T. Zalo. According to the news, various celestial phenomena appeared in the Holy Land of Marijoa at that time, and they overwhelmed the entire Red Earth continent. After this battle, the entire Revolutionary Army was wiped out and captured. Regarding the celestial phenomenon that appeared in the Holy Land of Marijoa at that time, countless people are guessing whether this is a mysterious weapon of the world government, or in other words, is it caused by someone's ability? The entire Revolutionary Army was mobilized to attack the Holy Land, but they were still wiped out. How strong is the background of the world government? What is their whole card? After that, what should the world government do? What will happen to the members of the Revolutionary Army? Execution somewhere, like Roger? Countless people in the world are curious about it. The Battle of Music Island was also a point of concern for countless people. Taking the concert opened by the world singer Yuta as an excuse and the Fruit of Souls and Souls as an introduction, the red-haired pirates, Katakuri pirates, One King's Wangsu Palace, and all the navies were attracted to them. A big battle breaks out. Under the great battle, an accident happened. Yuta played the taboo song, and the music devil appeared, controlling Yuta, using 3 kinds of devil fruits to distort the dream and reality, and accomplished an unprecedented feat. The dead souls of the past reappeared, the sea overlord Rocks, the pirate King Roger, the legendary pirate Golden Lion, the former 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling, the former Navy Admiral Akainu, and Crocodile, one of the original Kabuki, appeared one after another. Shocked everyone, and the Quincy Master also showed incredible strength. He didn't know what method he used to make a person who ate 2 devil fruits survive. This is an act against the sky. No one knows exactly how the Quincy did it. In the end, the Quincy killed all the resurrected undead with the power of 1 person. The strength of the battle made countless people tremble with fear. After the first battle, all those who were hostile to the Quincy were defeated and killed. Facing the powerful Quincy, no one dared to say a word, whether it was the Navy or the 4 emperors. They all kept silent and let Quincy take Yuta away. Quincy is still so strong that no one dares to attack him. Counting the battles that Quincy has participated in, he is so strong, and the final winner is also him. No one can stop the Quincy's footsteps. Moreover, some people are also curious about the next actions of the Quincy Master. Destroyer, when will he attack the world government? This point, no one will doubt. With the relationship between Quincy and the world government, Quincy will take action against the world government sooner or later, and the world government will not allow Quincy to continue to exist. Quincy collects soul fruits and piao fruits to prepare for the final attack on the world government. This is what countless people are sure of. Between the world government and the Quincy, there will definitely be an earth-shattering war between the 2 sides, which will be even more sensational than the Revolutionary Army's attack on the Holy Land of Marijoa. Everyone in the world also knows that the war that is about to break out should not be too far away. Another few days passed, and this time the turmoil still did not stop. The gossip is still flying everywhere. The identity of Fire Fist Ace is completely confirmed. He is the son of the former pirate King Roger. He was raised by the naval hero Garp. He is the nephew of the Quincy Master. He and Straw Hat Luffy are sworn brothers. Straw Hat Luffy's father is the revolutionary Durag, and his grandfather is the naval hero Garp. The world government wants to attack the Quincy division, and the war is coming. The trump card of the world government is Uranus, the king of heaven. The celestial phenomenon that covered the entire Red Earth continent was shot by Uranus, the king of heaven. The ultimate goal of the Quincy is to destroy the world government. He wants to seize the entire world, and he is a more evil existence than Pirate King Roger. The purpose of Nightblade destroying the ancient weapon Hades Pluto is because he is afraid of the world government. He doesn't want the world government to get another ancient weapon. What changes will the death of the 4 emperors Kaido and Katakuri bring to the situation? Quincy and Uran, which one is stronger and weaker? Who will be the number 1 in the world? All kinds of news and speculation emerge endlessly. Countless people are paying attention to the changes in the situation. A few days later, the Quincy division acted again, rushing into the Sea of 10,000 Nations. During the Battle of Music Island, the 4 emperors Katakuri also died in the hands of Quincy, and the only ones who escaped back were the generals Smoothie and Perospero. At this time, the Katakuri pirates were completely powerless in the face of monsters like the Quincy, and were easily defeated. The Quincy didn't kill them all, but just kidnapped a person named Charlotte Bryn. No one knows why the Quincy took Charlotte Bryn. It's just that everyone knows that it is impossible for Quincy to do things without purpose. The new world is turbulent, and countless forces, large and small, are all silent, not daring to act rashly, watching the development of the situation. It seems that they have a very tacit understanding, waiting for the upcoming war, the biggest and the last war. The war between Wangsu Palace and the world government. Holy Land Mary Joa, in the meeting room. The 5 old stars gathered together again. At this time, the 5 people's faces were unprecedentedly dignified. The current world structure is beyond their control. It made them a headache for the 5 people in power. No, it shouldn't be a headache, but an inexplicable fear of losing control of the situation. This is the first time they have appeared in the world government for so long. Rox, the former overlord of the sea, and Roger, who started the era of great pirates, did not bring them such a great pressure. The situation is not so chaotic that they can't control it. Whether it was Quincy or Urin, the strength they displayed made them afraid and fearful. Facing these two, for the first time, the 5 of them were not sure of winning. In Wano Country and Music Island, in the 2 wars, Urin and Quincy showed overwhelming combat power, and those who were hostile to them were all crushed. As high-level officials of the world government, they are naturally very clear about the details of the war between Wano Country and Music Island. Know who the enemies Quincy and Urin were facing at that time? Wano Country is Kaido, the 4 emperors, and Barrett, who is fused with the ancient weapon Pluto. Rox, Roger, and Golden Lion appeared on the Music Island. These are the powerful men who were once famous in the sea. Pick one out at random. It is the existence that was once famous in the sea. Not to mention that these people gathered together. With such combat strength, even their world government may not be able to withstand the attack of these people. Unless takes action, like defeating the revolutionary army, everyone will be suppressed. However, these powerhouses were easily defeated and killed when facing Urin and Quincy. This kind of strength has exceeded their expectations, and they even feel extremely shocked. This is also where they are dignified. Quincy and Urin are already the #1 enemy of their world government. In the room, a 5 old star said with a sullen face, "What is the purpose of the Quincy to kidnap Charlotte Bryn? The memory fruit. Could it be that he wants to use the memory fruit to tamper with someone's memory? Are these actions all for the purpose of accumulating strength? It is really a headache." Hearing this, the faces of the other 5 old stars also couldn't help but sink. Another Wu Laoxing clenched his fist and sighed, "The Quincy Master and Urin, why do these 2 monsters appear in this era? Can anyone really develop devil fruits to such a degree? Master I'm is strong, it's because he..." As he spoke, as if there was some taboo, he didn't continue talking. I'm is a successful person in the ageless surgery, and their 5 old stars are naturally very clear about this. As the 5 elders, they are the highest helmsmen except I'm, so they naturally want to live forever, which is what all those in power want. However, even if they had obtained the fruit of the operation and let a doctor with superb medical skills eat it, they still could not perform the last resort of the fruit of the operation, the ageless operation. I don't know which link is missing, their attempt was not successful. Up to now, I'm is still the only successful case of ageless surgery. Urin, this guy is also troublesome. Being able to easily defeat Barrett who was fused with Pluto is enough to prove that his single-body destructive power has surpassed that of the ancient battleship Pluto. Now, apart from I'm other than adults, no one can pose a threat to him. These 2 have clearly shown their attitude towards the world government, and sooner or later they will explode. Urin and the Navy should still have a friendship. During the Battle of Wano Country, except for the Green Bull Seraph, no other Navy was killed by the Urin. Let's see if we can rely on the Navy to play the emotional card with the Urin. Damn, do we all need to use this method now? Damn it. If these 2 people are not removed, our world government will not have a peaceful day. Vegapunk's experiment should be almost successful, right? With the previous experimental data, it should be possible to create a more powerful pacifist. If it can be mass-produced, it may be used as a whole card. That guy, Sora, should be about to complete his transformation, right? He's not weak, and he should come in handy in the future. The commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Kong Gukong, was also seriously injured in the previous battle with Redfield. He is not young at all, older than Warring States, Carp, and others, and his strength is no longer at the peak. In order to allow such combat power to continue to be used by the world government, they also sent heir to Vegapunk for transformation. Fortunately, Vegapunk has already accumulated experience, and this time the transformation was very successful, and Steelbone Kong has returned to its peak, even stronger than it was at its peak. It is an absolute combat power of the 4 emperors level, but even if Kong returned to his peak, it would only increase his combat power by 1 more force. It would not be enough to deal with Urin or Quincy. Faced with the current chaotic situation, Wu Laoxing is also a little numb. Being able to say such things as using the emotional card to win over Urin is enough to prove that they have no other means. Urin, Quincy, these 2 people, they are not as simple as being jealous. But fear? If these 2 people are still around for a day, their hearts will not be stable. Wu Laoxing with the knife took a deep breath, and said sharply, "We can't control the new world, but the first half should be cleaned up. The entire first half must be rectified. Those two former Kibai in the first half, it's also a threat. Do you want to do something to the Empress, Moria? In order to deal with the future war situation, we must also eliminate all threats and strengthen our own strength. The strength of those 7 martial seas is not weak. I agree. The basic plan of the world government is in the first half. In order to deal with the future war situation, they must rectify the entire first half. No threat can be left behind. Moreover, Vegapunk has thoroughly mastered the technology of transforming people. Through transformation, he can distort a person's mind and make them loyal to the world government. After being transformed, the 2 supernovas of Green Bull and Seraph are completely loyal to the world government. This is their extremely powerful method. They need to pack a punch. Not only the Empress and Moria, but other more powerful pirates must also be arrested. Make them your own force. As for the inhumanity of this kind of thing, their world government didn't take it into consideration at all. By the way, is there any action on Garp's side? One person suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, all members of the Revolutionary Army were captured by the world government, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army was Darag, Garp's own son. Faced with this situation, they were also worried that Garp would do something. After all, he was his own son, so Garp couldn't just watch, right? Therefore, Wu Liaoxing has always paid attention to Garp's actions. One person shook his head. Currently Garp has not shown anything unusual, and I don't know if he has done anything secretly. No best, if Garp dares to make trouble during this period of time, no matter what his status in the Navy is, he cannot be kept. Another person also said loudly. The Navy also needs to keep an eye on it. After Aokiji took over, his attitude towards us has gradually changed. This is not a problem. Let Kong go over there. As the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, his position is still higher than Aokiji. Moreover, given his status in the Navy will not act rashly with him. However, it's time to beat them and let them understand that we are their immediate bosses. It should be so. It is worth mentioning that the 5 old stars also wanted to transform all the members of the Revolutionary Army who were captured into their own combat power. This plan has already begun to be implemented, but not so fast, it will take time. Moreover, only Vegapunk has the ability to transform them. Therefore, Vegapunk is very important to the world government. His laboratory has been moved to the Red Earth continent and is firmly protected. Its protection, let alone imprisonment. After the order of the world government, people from the Navy and CP began to act. On the Navy side, the General Lu Niu died, and the Quasi-Admiral Chafo took over the position of Lu Niu and became the new general. In the past, the position of any admiral was enough to cause a sensation in the whole world. But now the situation is different. The T-Dolphin's superior position has not caused much disturbance. The strength of the T-Dolphin is not weak. It has the combat power of a general level and is a master of physical arts. The world government is not stingy either. In order to increase the strength of the Navy, they also took out the Devil Fruit capabilities in their inventory, and gave them to those navies with strength and military industry but no Devil Fruit. The T-Dolphin also got a good ability Superman, Power Fruit. Originally, the Navy wanted this fruit to be eaten by Garp. The Power Fruit can enhance Garp's combat power. Garp did not have the world's top combat power without the ability. If Garp can possess the Devil Fruit ability, it will definitely increase Garp's strength again, although the increase may not be very large. After all, the top powerhouses are masters of domineering, and in this world, domineering is fundamental. But Garp didn't intend to eat the Devil Fruit, so it fell on the T-Dolphin. The Fruit of Strength can greatly increase the strength of the capable person, so it is very suitable to put it on the T-Dolphin who is a master of physical arts. The T-Dolphin led a group of navies to the Devil's Triangle Sea area, trying to find Moonlight Moria. Once Moonlight Moria was defeated in his own territory, or was defeated by an unknown kid, which made him face irrelevant. Originally, he was beaten by Kaido, but now after being defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates, he is even more devastated, staying in the Devil's Triangle Sea area without taking any action, and being an otaku with peace of mind. He also pays attention to the news in the world. Although the news in the Devil's Triangle is blocked, there are still channels to get news. Kaido's death made him very happy, but also a little sad, because he didn't kill him. He is also very clear about the current situation in the world. The situation is too chaotic, and it is better to stay at home comfortably with peace of mind. It's just that he never imagined that he was already out of the gate, and he was being targeted by the Navy. On the other hand, Momoto also went to the Amazon Lily in the Windless Belt, wanting to arrest the former Shishibukai, the Empress Boya Hancock. As a woman, Daotu is naturally the best candidate to deal with the Empress. Sweet fruit is too lethal for men. As long as you have the slightest desire for the Empress in your heart, then, in front of her, you will be restrained to death. The most beautiful woman in the world, the charm of the Empress is beyond doubt. Even the Admiral of the Navy is extremely afraid. Tao Tutu also met Empress Hancock. As a woman, she would feel a little throbbing in her heart when she saw the Empress, let alone the Yellow Ape and T-Dolphin. Huang Yuan is also a not very serious person. You can tell by his face that he is enough to scare the little lowly. This guy sometimes goes to folk places. He used to be a frequent visitor to Happy Street. And the T-Dolphin is also one of the old-fashioned critics, otherwise he wouldn't have set his sights on Daotu, the high-altitude flower of the Navy. Facing the Empress, these two guys will be restrained to death. Although domineering can resist the ability of sweet fruit, it consumes a lot. Therefore, this time the task of going to the daughter's country naturally fell on Daotu. The Empress didn't do much during this period, she just went out to plunder resources occasionally, which was already very low-key. But the world government is serious this time, they must eliminate the threats in the first half and make them into a monolithic one. Therefore, the original Kaiwahe, where these two bases were in the first half, was also targeted. Naturally, there are other newly appeared pirates who were all targeted by the Navy and captured by the Navy. For a while, the first half was also a resurgence. Let countless forces pay attention to the past. Of course, the Neo Navy has Nightblade sitting in command, and the world government didn't dare to move, so they can only let it go. New World, Moonlit Island. The actions of the world government and the Navy naturally did not escape Uni's intelligence network. Information had been delivered to his desk. Is the world government also preparing? Yunya flipped through the newspaper with an inexplicable smile on his lips. At this time, Luo walked in and respectfully said to Yunya, "My lord, everything is ready here." "Well, I see, you go first." Yunya put away the newspaper and looked at Luo. "Yes, my lord." Luo responded, nodded, and went down. After Pulin was captured by Yunyi, Pulin did not cooperate at first, but under Yunyi's coercion and lure, she had no choice but to agree to Yunyi's request for the lives of other brothers and sisters. Bryn uses the ability of Memory Fruit to modify Blackbeard's memory in a short period of time, making Blackbeard obey Yunyi's orders. It can be said that all preparations have been made. Yunya wanted to extract the soul fruit from Wuta's body. After coming to Moon Knight Island, Wuta didn't move much, staying beside Yunya all the time. This is because the time for returning to Deo is limited, and Yunya needs to keep staring at Wuta, so as not to let the effect of returning to Deo disappear. If the state of persistence disappears, Yuta will explode and die directly. During this period of time, Yuta was also very uncomfortable. Although the pain was removed by Luo with the fruit of surgery, but because of eating the double fruit, the tearing feeling on the soul level cannot be erased, and as time goes by, this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Over the past few days, Yuta has been enduring inhuman pain, which cannot be erased by Huideo. Yunyi was afraid that Wuta's soul would not be able to bear it, so he went directly to the Sea of 10,000 Nations and forcibly took Bryn away. But now, everything is ready. Yunya took Wuta to the residence of the Vinsmoke family, directly entered the laboratory, looked at Jiji and Luo, and said lightly, "Let's start." "Okay, my lord." Both Jiji and Luo nodded, looking at Yuta. Because of the tearing of the soul, Yuta's consciousness was a little blurred at this time, and he was already lying on the operating table. "Surgery, begin?" The black beard on the side looked blank, as if being controlled. Other memories were temporarily deleted, only the memory of obeying Yunyi's order. This is Bryn's memory fruit ability, which can modify other people's memories. However, there are limitations, and it is very concrete, and it cannot permanently delete the memory. Domineering can resist, and will recall this part of memory again when it encounters stimulation. Moreover, Blackbeard's soul is also very special, as if it has more than two kinds of consciousness, which brings great resistance to Bryn's ability. It can only be said that Blackbeard is indeed very special, and even Bryn is the first time to meet such a person. It took a long time, but in the end all Blackbeard's memories could only be deleted, leaving only the memory of how to use the devil fruit, and Blackbeard has the possibility of recovering his memory at any time. Blackbeard came to the operating table stiffly, and the black mist swirled in the palm of his hand, pressing directly on Yuta's head. The devil fruit ability resides in the soul, and the soul resides in the brain. Room. Luo's eyes flashed, opening up a space to isolate everything from the outside world. This is another guarantee. In this space, everything is blocked. Even if Blackbeard's ability fails, the soul fruit will not escape. After the devil fruit user dies, there is a chance to be reborn among the nearby ordinary fruits. Many people don't know this, but some people know this rule. There are some pirate groups who specialize in doing these things. They capture devil fruit users, lock them in a sealed room, put various fruits in them, and kill them. In this way, there is a chance to get a priceless devil fruit. Of course, there is only a certain probability. The success rate is very low. Yunya was naturally aware of this, and in order to ensure nothing would go wrong, he asked Luo to confine this space. Regarding the dark fruit, Yunya is still very confident. After all, during the original book, Blackbeard has been hunting devil fruit ability users. Using the ability of the dark fruit, he has built a team of ability users. All his cotters are ability users. With the use of the dark fruit ability, an illusory fruit phantom was slowly pulled out of Yuta's body, and it exuded a special soul wave. After the soul fruit was pulled away, Yuta's body shook, as if he had lost some heavy burden. His body relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. Yunya released his knowledge, observed all this, and when he saw the translucent phantom of the fruit, his eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, is this the essence of the devil fruit? What is the principle of devil fruit? And, can't others see it? Seeing that neither Luo nor Jiaji looked at the phantom of the fruit, Yunyi guessed in his heart. This kind of fluctuation is very similar to the fluctuations emitted by Shirahoshi and Pluto's ship spirits, and other people can't perceive it. Perhaps only humans with the voice of perception of all things can hear this kind of fluctuation. Without getting too entangled, Yunya looked at the phantom of the fruit and examined it carefully. Yunya is still very interested in devil fruit, and has always wanted to figure out its essence, but Yunya is not a scientist or researcher, so he has never been able to figure it out. In this world, perhaps only Vegapunk knows more or less the essence of devil fruits. After all, his bloodline factor theory is highly valued even by the world government. Even Vegapunk used the blood factor technology to copy another fish phantom beast species, the blue dragon fruit. This method is simply appalling. For Vegapunk, Yunya has ideas, and he must grab Vegapunk in the future. Not to mention the use of the bloodline factor, let's talk about letting the item eat the devil fruit, which is the technique Yunya wanted. The Pio fruit in his hand has not been touched yet. Thoughts flashed in his mind, but Yunya's eyes did not move away from the operating table. Over there, the black mist was still swirling in the palm of the Blackbeard. After pulling out the phantom of the translucent fruit, he pressed it into a prepared ordinary fruit. After the phantom of the fruit was pressed into the fruit, some changes took place in the ordinary fruit. The special devil fruit pattern slowly appeared on the surface of the fruit, and then, the shape of the fruit itself began to change a little. Successful. Luo's face showed joy. He didn't expect to be able to extract the devil fruit he ate, which is incredible. Ju, it's really feasible. Jiaji's eyes were also bright, and my lord really deserved to be a lord. I didn't expect that even this kind of thing could be done. Yunyi's face didn't change much, which was within his expectation. If Blackbeard's dark fruit doesn't succeed, the soul fruit won't be able to get out in Yaluo's special space. It may take a little time, but he will definitely get the soul fruit. Within a minute, the shape of the fruit was completely determined. It was the appearance of the soul fruit in the devil fruit illustration book. Yunya picked up the reborn soul fruit and looked at it carefully for a while, then looked at Luo Hejiaji, and said calmly, "Okay, you guys go down to rest first, and come in later. It's my lord." The two nodded and went down. He ignored the Blackbeard on the side, with himself. Even if the Blackbeard recovered his memory, it would not be enough for Yunya to beat him. Yunya picked up the soul fruit, thought about it, and bit it down. Although Quincy's body is made of Yukuo, in the final analysis, the soul is still of the same origin. The devil fruit acts on the soul, so anyone can eat it, the night blade or the Quincy, and the result should be the same. The complicated taste exploded in Yunyi's mouth. Even with Yunyi's tenacious will, he couldn't help but grinned. This food is really unpalatable. After taking just one sip, Yunya stopped. The smell made him a little uncomfortable. He likes food, and has always been very repulsed by these inedible things. Besides, he is not a masochist. He knows that he only needs to eat the first bite of a devil fruit. Legend has it that if you eat a devil fruit, you will know how to use the ability. This is true. It seems that some special information appears directly in the soul. There is a kind of devil fruit ability that is innate. Like the ability to speak, blink, eat, crawl, walk, and jump, it's like the instinct of the body. And after eating a devil fruit, there will be a special instinct. This instinct is engraved in the body, deep in the soul. Developing abilities is like learning to speak, crawl, walk, and jump when you were a child. As time goes by, the language will become fluent, walking will be more stable, running faster, and jumping higher. The same is true for the development of abilities. Is this the ability of the devil fruit? Yunya closed his eyes, feeling this instinct, which gave him a special experience. I give you a soul. Yunya snapped his fingers, and a cluster of jumping white thunder appeared. Part of the soul was separated and merged into the thunder. In an instant, the white thunder suddenly became active, and its figure also changed, turning into a thunder shadow in human form, with its ruthless eyes opened, as high as a god of thunder. The figure looked at Yunya and knelt down on one knee. You can't divide the soul like Yuku, but do they belong to the same individual? Yuku's avatar is special. Yunya rubbed his chin and said, although he can control this human-shaped raikage, it is not the same as the Yike clone. No, the two cannot be compared at all. This is the same as the high-level Homai similar to Charlotte Lingling Seuss, Napoleon, Ares, and Prometheus, and it is completely different from the clone. Sure enough, if the souls are the same, they can use the abilities at the same time. The Night Blade far away from Neos naval headquarters also endowed the soul with a golden flame, and the same human-shaped Hokage appeared in front of him, kneeling on one knee. However, my purpose is not this, but the depths of my soul. After Yunya ate the soul fruit, his control over his soul improved to a higher level. He looked into the depths of his soul. Unlike before, he saw more this time. In the depths of his soul, a shining bead took root in the depths of his soul. This is a star shining with countless stars, like a bead that seals the entire universe inside. Is this the system panel? A bead? The Bengayu in the world of Death God? No, it's not like. If it is Bengayu, it can't explain the various skills on my body. I never thought about getting the Death God the world's skills. All kinds of skills are fixed from the beginning. When Yunya saw this bead, deep in his heart, he had this idea. This thing is the origin of his death skills. Moreover, this idea is very strong, as if this is the truth. At first, when Yunya saw the beads, he thought it was the Bengyu from the world of Death God. Bengayu is a powerful ability that can concretize one's own wishes and can grow infinitely. It can break through the realm that cannot be broken through, and finally become a god. It is an extremely precious treasure. But Yunya took a closer look and found that this was not Bengyu. It was not the same as the Bengyu in his memory. It's another kind of thing that Yunya can't explain now. Moreover, Yunyi's skills have been fixed since the beginning, including all the abilities of the Death God world, and they did not appear along with Yunyi's thoughts. Although from a certain point of view, the changes in Yunyi's body did indeed look like Bang Yu's ability was at work. Every time he breaks through, Yunya uses achievement points to add points. It is in line with Bang Yu's nature of breaking through according to his own wishes. But Yunyi believes that the changes in her body are definitely not as simple as Bangayu's ability, but something more advanced. Yunya wanted to see through this bead, but there was no way to do it. It was as if a layer of fog had been blocked, preventing his perception from spreading in. Is the strength not enough? Or? Yunya stared at the bead, narrowing his eyes slightly. Looking at this bead, he had a familiar feeling, as if it was his own. This feeling had no basis, it was just an intuition. Also, is the soul fruit classified into a special branch by the system? Yunya looked at the soul fruit that appeared in the special branch on the system panel, rubbed his chin and thought, is it touching that bead? Was assimilated? Or for other reasons? It seems that my golden finger is much stronger than the hanging in this world. Yunya smiled, the skills in the Death God world, no matter in which aspect, surpassed the pirate world ability. This has been proven countless times. Yunya didn't mean to belittle the capabilities of One Piece world, but, from the perspective of expressiveness, the combat power of One Piece world is indeed inferior to that of other animation worlds. The strongest single combat power of a pirate is at most capable of destroying an island with one blow, and other worlds. Destroy the world easily with a wave of your hand, and destroy the world with a heavy hand. Of course, this is probably due to the different worlds. If the ability of pirate world is brought to other worlds, it may be enhanced. For example, Yunya's many skills, coming to pirate world, their power has also weakened a lot. Because the world is different, the damage caused is also different. This point, Yunyi is also very clear in his heart. He will not belittle any ability. Yunya has been training for the enhancement of physique and the use of domineering, and the three-color domineering has reached high-level use, which is the best proof. Withdrew from the depths of his soul, Yunya looked at Blackbeard in a blink of an eye. He has already eaten the soul fruit, and the soul fruit has also been burned into the system panel. Although the proficiency is only 60, Yunyi's perception of the soul level has also been strengthened a lot. Yunyi saw at a glance that there were indeed other souls living in Blackbeard's body. Blackbeard has a total of 3 souls, which means that Blackbeard can also eat another devil fruit. And, this kind of change is both innate and acquired. Blackbeard should have been stimulated by something that split his personality and formed 3 different personalities. But because of his physique, the 3 personalities split into 3 closely related souls, which coexist in one body. Here in the system, because there are no other worlds opened, let's deal with it like this, without affecting reading. Let me explain here. This bead is something like the origin of the Death God world. Blackbeard will die. It can be regarded as filling in a previous pit. It is also because of this that the 3 souls rest alternately, so that he does not need to sleep and has more time than others. And, he would have liked to see, was a historian and knew a lot of things on Whitebeard's ship that no one else knew. Knowing the ability of the dark fruit, you can involve other devil fruit abilities? So, he had a crazy idea? That is, becoming a double fruit, or triple fruit ability user? If it is really possible, then, he will be the most invincible existence in this world. It's just a pity that although he got the dark fruit, he met Yunya before the plan was launched, and his plan fell through. It can be said that it is extremely unlucky. A natural talent? Just like Charlotte Lingling, no one else can replicate it. Yunya narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and shook his head slightly. It's impossible to say something like talent. Although Yunya has many means, but this one really cannot be copied. No matter how split his soul is, it is still of the same origin, as evidenced by the fact that both bodies can use soul fruits. Yunya couldn't replicate Blackbeard's situation. Although it feels a bit pity, Yunya doesn't care. He doesn't want to be a double fruit ability user. There is no need. Yunya already has many methods. He wanted to find out the secret of Blackbeard, and more importantly, to see if he could use it on his subordinates to improve their strength. Since it doesn't work, then Yunya can only give up. Call Luo and Geiji again. Looking at Luo, he said, Luo, use your ability again, block this place, and then bring 2 ordinary fruits. Okay sir. Luo Yi was startled, not knowing why, but he followed Yunya's order and opened up his special space. For Luo, the space of this range is more than enough to open for a few hours, and the consumption is not too great. Baton. With a wave of his finger, the space suddenly expanded, and the 2 ordinary fruits in another room were replaced by his ability and the air in his palm, and appeared in his hand. Then, the space shrunk again and remained at the previous size. Yunya took the fruit that Luo handed over, and put it on the table under the puzzled gazes of Luo and Jiaji. When he came to Blackbeard, he tapped his fingertips, and thunder poured into the unsuspecting Blackbeard's brain. As the electric current raged, Blackbeard's brain was directly destroyed, and his breath completely dissipated. Luo and Jiaji just watched Yunya's movements, but didn't speak. When they saw this, they probably guessed what Yunya wanted to do. Why 2 fruits? Luo was a little puzzled. Of course, he is no stranger to Blackbeard, knowing that he was a former crew member of Whitebeard, but because of a devil fruit, he killed a captain and defected from the Whitebeard pirates. However, they didn't know that Blackbeard possessed 2 kinds of devil fruit abilities. In this world, only a few people who experienced the incident on Fishman Island knew about it. Since Gage has been studying Blackbeard all the time, it is not surprising that Blackbeard has 2 devil fruits, but he just thought to himself, is this method really feasible? Yunyi also didn't intend to explain. Blackbeard's memory has indeed been modified, but this ability has a time limit, or it will be restored after being stimulated. He didn't kill Blackbeard before because he was still useful, but now he has no use at all. If he doesn't kill him, will he keep it for the new year? Moreover, Blackbeard also has 2 powerful devil fruits, the dark fruit and the shock fruit. After killing them, you can also see if you can use Luo's ability to get these 2 devil fruits. After Blackbeard died, 2 special fluctuations floated out of his body, and they wanted to spread around. But it was blocked by Luo's space. This kind of fluctuation is similar to the fluctuation of the soul, and it is exactly the same as the fluctuation emanating from the phantom of the fruit that was extracted from Yuta's body before. Neither Jiaji nor Luo felt it. As expected by Yunyi, the 2 fluctuations drifted in the space for a while, and then rushed towards the 2 fruits on the table. The 2 ordinary fruits began to change, and the same devil fruit pattern appeared on the surface, and began to change slowly. Finally, the dark fruit and impact fruit are formed. My lord is worthy of being my lord. Jiaji's admiration for Yunya has been engraved in his bones, and he didn't expect that this Arabian Nights thing would be a success. 2 devil fruits? Did this guy eat 2 devil fruits? When Luo saw the appearance of 2 devil fruits, he was extremely shocked. Unexpectedly, this guy, Blackbeard, actually ate 2 devil fruit abilities. Moreover, unlike Yuta, Blackbeard actually exploded to death without the conflict of the 2 abilities. How did he do it? Luo is also a doctor and is still very interested in this. A system prompt appeared in his mind, but Yunya no longer paid attention to the achievement points of these 3 melons and 2 dates. Now achievement points are getting harder and harder to get. It's just a Blackbeard who doesn't pose any threat, and the achievement points he got are only 100. Luo, you are a doctor. Together with Jiaji, you dissected his body to see what secrets there are in his body. Yunya told Luo to Jiaji, picked up the dark fruit and impact fruit gone. Yes. Both of them nodded. After Yunya left, the 2 began to dissect Blackbeard's body. Gage didn't study Blackbeard's body too much before. To ensure that he would not die, the degree of research was not too much, just simply scanned with a laser. Similar to filming. But now that Blackbeard is dead, his body can be thoroughly dissected. Yunya returned to his residence, and he still doesn't know who he will use for the dark fruit and impact fruit. Although the dark fruit is very useful, but with Yunya's current strength, he is no longer very valued. Domineering is the best way to resist the ability of devil fruit. His future opponents are almost all masters of domineering, and the ability of dark fruit will be greatly weakened. The same goes for impact fruit. However, Yunyi can't use it, but it can be used by his subordinates. Several of the 10 blades do not have the devil fruit ability. Gage, Feld, and Kibsun are not devil fruit capable users, but they can be used by them. Alan under Yachi's hands is not weak, and he also has no devil fruit ability. Giving him a devil fruit can also enhance his combat power. I didn't care too much about this aspect, and let the people under my hands distribute the dark fruit and impact fruit when the time comes. No matter who eats these 2 devil fruits, it will not have much effect on the upcoming decisive battle. The final decisive battle still depends on the battle between him and I'm. For the others, they just need to resist the forces of the world government so that Yunyi can deal with I'm with nothing to do. Yunyi looked at his system panel. Host, Yunya. Achievement points, 400. Cut, swordsmanship, proficiency 100. Zanpakuto, Zainyo, proficiency 96, Iaroman Maru, proficiency 100, Flowing Blade Ruo Huo, 100. Fist, White Fighting, proficiency 100, Elementary Style of Fighting, proficiency 100. Walk, Shunpo, proficiency 100. Ghost, the 4th of the Broken Way Baile, proficiency 100, the 33 of the Broken Way Kanghuo Pendant, proficiency 100, the 63 of the Broken Way Thunder Roar, proficiency 100, the Broken Way 90 of the Way Black Coffin, proficiency 96, 99 of Breaking the Way 5 Dragons Turning Off, proficiency 100, 30 of the Way of Binding Mouth Flashing 3 times, proficiency 100, 60 of the Way of Binding 3. 6 Sticks of Light Prison, proficiency 85, 81 of the Binding Tao, Duan Kong, proficiency 100, Returning Way, Rejuvenation of Dead Trees, proficiency 100. Special Category, Instant Coaxing, proficiency 100, Skeletal Clone, 0/1, Virtual Flash, proficiency 100, Virtual Mask, 1/3, Soul Fruit, proficiency. After the last battle, with the killing of Kaido, Barrett, Rox, Golden Lion, Charlotte Lingling, Red Dog, etc., Yunyi's achievement points also increased. But still the same sentence, with the improvement of his strength, even if he kills so many powerhouses of the 4 Emperors level, he will not get too many achievement points. After improving the proficiency of some skills, Yunyi's achievement points are no longer enough. However, Yunyi has already raised the proficiency of the most important Flowing Blade Ruo Huo to 100, and its power has also increased a lot. The proficiency of the Flowing Blade is like fire, and the power displayed has surpassed the 4th stage of instant coaxing. However, the stronger the power, the greater the consumption of Yunyi. Although it is no longer One Punch Man, and loses strength after one blow, it is still unable to sustain consumption for too long. Yunya's physique has not yet reached its peak, and his physique is not weak at this time, but he still can't compete with physical monsters like Kaido and Charlotte Lingling. Physical strength is the key. Pio fruit. It's time to find Vegapunk. Is it on the Red Earth continent? That's fine, let's go to the Holy Land. By the way, let's see him's real body. Yunya held Pio in his hand. Pio, an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Vegapunk is a part of Yunya's plan. If he wants to aggressively attack the Holy Land, he must have a more convenient way of action. It is not enough to rely on the means of transportation of the Vinsmoke family. Moreover, now that his strength has been enhanced again, it's time to meet him for a while. He also wants to know what kind of abilities who has survived for hundreds of years, and the man behind the scenes who has been controlling the world for hundreds of years, has. Of course, Yunya is just going to test this time, and the final decisive battle will have to wait until he has completely completed all the arrangements. He will aggressively attack the world government and completely destroy the rule of the world government. In the first half, the world government also acted mightily. Under the large-scale actions of the Navy, the entire first half was full of panic, and almost famous pirates were hunted down by the Navy. Some were arrested, and some fled to the New World. Moreover, in order to deal with the added crisis, the world government has also begun to convene the allies of the world government, and a New World conference is about to start. There are more than 170 countries joining the world government. Most of them are in the first half. Because of the geographical location of the New World, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. Only a few kingdoms are members of the world government. Dressrosa and the Kingdom of Province are one of the joining countries of the New World. The World Conference is about to be held, and the convening order of the world government has been delivered to the kings of all the alliance countries. According to an order from the world government, almost all the kings of the member countries started to take action and went to the Holy Land of Marijoa to discuss issues of worldwide security and order. Although the kings of all the franchise countries were summoned, only 50 countries with relatively strong strength, influence, and various factors were able to go to the Holy Land of Marijoa to participate in the meeting. Among them, Alabasta, Dressrosa, the Kingdom of Province, the Kingdom of Goa, the Kingdom of Magnetic Drum, and the Kingdom of Salbe, are all allies of the world government. Originally, the Fishman Island and the Kingdom of Jerma were also one of the franchise countries, and they had to go to the Holy Land of Marijoa. However, the Jerma Kingdom is now under the banner of the Quincy Division, and has withdrawn from the ranks of the franchise countries. Fishman Island rejected the call of the world government face to face, and was also excluded. This time, the goal of the world government is to gather the strength of these alliance countries and make the first half of the country a monolith. As a result, an unprecedented eradication operation slowly unfolded. Here Admiral Momoto went to the Quiet Belt to arrest the Empress Boya Hancock. The two sides fought, and there was a lot of movement, and the entire Amazon Lily was smashed to pieces. Facing the general-level combat power, the Empress also fell into a disadvantage. When Tao Tutu was about to successfully capture the Empress, Pluto Lila suddenly stepped in, repelled the Navy, and rescued the Empress. On the other hand, Moria was not so lucky. Facing the T-Dolphin, he is no longer an opponent after his strength has declined. Because he was defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates once before, all the shadows he collected returned to the original owner. The strength of his subordinates has been greatly weakened, and only a few cotters who are not too strong still have combat effectiveness. Facing the attack of the Navy, there is no power to parry at all. The two sides fought for a long time, and Moria declared the defeat, but when he was defeated, he still tried his best to let several cotters escape. When he fought against Kaido, his subordinates were almost lost, which is also a regret in his life. This time, no matter what, he couldn't let his subordinates be captured by the Navy again. At this point, Moria was arrested and sent to the Red Earth continent, the experimental site of Vegapunk. Because Fishman Island refused to participate in the World Conference, which annoyed the world government. This is the first time that the allies have dared to disobey their orders. As for the stabbing head, it is natural to eliminate it, and there is also a plan to kill chickens and monkeys. Let the other allies see what happens when they dare to defy their world government. Moreover, the world government also has ideas about Jinbei, the original Kaiwahei. If it can be seen that Jinbei has also been transformed into a seraph, it will be a great force. The world government ordered, and the Navy took action. General Kizuro leads a naval force to capture Jinbei. Now that the situation is so chaotic, the eyeliners and intelligence networks of all parties are naturally very concerned about the actions of the big forces. Before the Yellow Ape arrived at the Shamboard Islands for coding, he received the news from the headquarters. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates started to move, heading towards Fishman Island. Moreover, Ten-Blade Yeki and Tai Zolo of Wangsu Palace also took action. After receiving this news, Huang Yuan was almost frightened, turned around and left quickly, saying in his heart that he couldn't be provoked. Seeing this situation, Wu Liaoxing almost gritted his teeth. Whitebeard, Quincy, damn it, but they had no choice but to give up on the Murloc Island. Whitebeard is fine, although they are jealous, they are not afraid. It's just that the people in Wangsu Hall also acted. Quincy's attitude was very obvious, and he told the world government clearly that I have secured the Fishman Island, and you can't move. This is Yunya's deterrent power at this time? The actions of the subordinate forces made the world government die down, not daring to attack the Fishman Island again. In the first half, the Kingdom of Salbei. This is the former kingdom of Bartholomew Bear, a member of the Revolutionary Army. The current king is the Bear's daughter, Joelle Bonnie. It is also one of the supernovas in the worst era in the original book. However, because Xiong did not become Kaiwohei, Bonnie's trajectory has also changed. She became the queen of the Kingdom of Salbei, and this Salbei kingdom is also one of the member countries of the world government, and it needs to pay a high amount of heavenly money every year. The Sobel kingdom is not rich, and because it needs to pay the heavenly gold every year, it can be said to be poor. However, there are exceptions, and that is the nobles of the Sobel kingdom. These nobles have more wealth than the royal family of the country by exploiting the common people. In order to make these nobles spit out these ill-gotten gains, Xiong's method is relatively tough, directly slaughtering these nobles. It was at this time that the name of Tyrant Bear came out. In the original book, Xiong signed an unequal treaty with the world government for the sake of the Salbei kingdom and the secret arrangement of the Revolutionary Army, and became Shishibukai, who was transformed into a human body by Vegapunk. After becoming Kaiwohei, their country no longer has to pay the heavenly gold, and their country can live better. Another reason is that the Revolutionary Army wants to contact Vegapunk. However, because of Yunyi's insertion, Kaiwohei was banned early on, and Xiong was not targeted by the world government, nor did he become Kaiwohei. He is a pawn in the secret of the Revolutionary Army, and he has not been exposed. In the palace, Pony pursed his lips and looked at the bear, and couldn't help saying, "Father, do you really want to do this?" Xiong was silent for a moment, then nodded calmly and said, "The life cards of all of them are still there, but they are just imprisoned. In order to rescue them, I must go to the Holy Land of Marijoya." Bonnie gritted his teeth, but Xiong shook his head and looked at Bonnie. "Bonnie, this is what I have to do." The reason why Xiong didn't go to the Holy Land with Drago and the others was because he had other purposes, to contact Vegapunk. The time of the World Conference is fixed, and he needs to use his identity as the king of the member countries to sneak into the world government and find the whereabouts of Vegapunk. However, the situation suddenly changed. The entire Revolutionary Army invaded the Holy Land and was brutally wiped out. In order to save the companions of the Revolutionary Army, Xiong can only change his goal, changing from contacting Vegapunk to rescue the companions of the Revolutionary Army. Xiong said slowly, "This time, I will go to the Holy Land of Marijoa as a king. You are ready to move all the residents of the island to Baldigo. It is still safe there." "No, I want to go there with you." Bonnie looked at Xiong with a stubborn tone. "With my ability, I can hide your identity, otherwise, the former king who has become a pirate appears again, going to the Holy Land. Anyone will find it weird." As if seeing Bonnie's determination, Xiong also knew his daughter's character, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Okay, but when the time comes, you must obey my orders." Bonnie is right, he has become a pirate now, and the bounty starts at 200 million, which is an extremely high bounty in the first half. Now the world government is eliminating all pirates. If he appears rashly and attends the World Conference as a king, it is impossible for the world government not to pay attention to him. He will definitely monitor his every move, maybe he will do it directly. If there is Pony's ability to change his appearance, it should be easier to get in. Based on this, the bear agreed to Bonnie's proposal. But if something happens, he will use his ability to shoot Pony flying? Bonnie smiled and snapped his fingers. "Don't worry, I will. I hope everything goes well." Xiong murmured to himself, looking in the direction of the Holy Land. The headquarters of Wangsu Palace, Moon Knight Island. Among the 10 blades, fill in 2 more. One is the general of the army of the Winrot Kingdom of Crescent Island, Mr. Alien. After the shipping king Omet was killed, Yunya occupied Crescent Moon Island and changed its name to Moon Knight Island as the headquarters of his forces. Because Mr. Aileen was grateful to Yunya for saving their country, he stayed under Yunya's hand and worked for Yunya. As a former general, Aileen is still very capable, and he managed the fledgling Wangsu Palace in an orderly manner. Afterwards, the palace of Wangsu grew gradually, and Aileen also made great efforts in management, and he was regarded as the head of the palace of Wangsu. His status in Wangsu's palace is not low, and when the other 10 blades saw him, they would respectfully call out Mr. Alien. After all, he is the only one who can talk to Yunya more comfortably, and even occasionally find Yunya for a drink and a chat. The first time they met was in a bar. It can be regarded as meeting friends over wine. The relationship between the two is not a relationship between superiors and subordinates, but rather like a year-end friendship. And the other person is Yuta. After Yuta was drawn out of the soul fruit, he just went to the station of the red-haired pirates. After living there for a period of time, he also returned to Moon Knight Island again. After living in Moonlight Island for a period of time, she discovered that the Quincy is not as evil as she imagined before, and is the root cause of the turmoil in the whole world. The information she heard from the special phone bug was processed by the world government in order to publicize the evilness of Quincy and make people who don't know the truth hostile to Quincy. These are the usual smears used by the world government. In their mouths, the pirates in the New World are all evil existences that cause harm. It is a force that is hostile to the world government. It is extremely evil, and the world government is on the side of justice. In order to maintain world peace, these people deserve to die. He has not had much contact with the outside world, and all information comes from special phone bugs. It is normal for Yuta to have a biased understanding. But after living in Moon Knight Island herself, she realized that there was no such thing. Here, she did not see the negative aspects of hunger, war, and pain, and the residents of the island were not as she imagined, living in pain and being exploited by the people in Wangsu Palace. Here, everyone can have enough to eat. As long as you are not a lazy person, have hands and feet, and work hard, you can have a stable income. It was a beautiful world in her mind. Her thinking has also changed, and she is very self-blaming for what she has done. If the Quincy is really trapped in the dream world by her, then, the people under the protection of the Quincy are very likely once again, I can't get enough to eat and live a life of displacement. Therefore, with the idea of redemption, she asked Yunya to let her join Wangsu Palace's command. Another reason is that Gulan Tizalo, the largest entertainment city in the world, has the biggest stage, allowing her to play her role. She is the diva of the world, Yuta, a hope for those who live in despair. Her singing voice should be used in this respect instead of destroying it. Yunya naturally would not object to Yuta's request, and gave Yuta the title of 10 Blades. Yuta's combat power is not to say how strong, but she is a world singer, and her appeal is extremely strong in the whole world. If he could bring Yunya a good income, he would naturally not refuse. Although there are too many Baileys under his banner to spend. So far, there are already 8 10 Blades. Although it was named 10 Blades, Yunya never thought that 10 people could be gathered together. At first, he just thought of a title. 10 Blades is just an episode. In the first half, the day of the World Conference is getting closer and closer. The kings of more than 170 countries also arrived one after another, and were arranged to be in another place not far from the Holy Land of Marijoa. The kingdoms that are eligible to participate in the meeting will go directly to the Holy Land of Marijoa, as representatives of the joining countries. King Staley of the Kingdom of Goa, the younger brother adopted by Sabo's father, has also arrived at the Holy Land Marijoa at this time. Looking at the scene around him, he curled his lips and said, "Is this the Holy Land? There is no imaginary, its style is not as good as my palace." Because of the attack of the Revolutionary Army, many buildings in Marijoa collapsed, and even the most central palace, Pango City, was somewhat damaged. It wasn't long before that riot, so it looked a bit dilapidated at this time. I don't know if I have stepped here and become a new celestial dragon. Besides, is my stupid brother imprisoned here somewhere? I really look forward to seeing my expression here. Staley smiled jokingly, and strode towards the inside of the Holy Land. On the other side, King Liku of Dressrosa and his friend Elizabello II of the Kingdom of Province also set foot on the Holy Land together. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I stepped here with you. This place is still the same as before, full of those unpleasant atmospheres. King Elizabello II looked at the surrounding scenes, curled his lips, and came to after here. The rotten smell disgusted him very much. He is also very clear about the urine nature of Tianlonggran. Knowing that the Holy Land is not a holy place at all, but the most evil and corrupt place in this world, if it hadn't been forcibly summoned by the world government, he didn't want to come here. Speak less, don't let the people of the world government hear it. King Liku shook his head, looked around, and whispered, "Are these destroyed buildings caused by the Revolutionary Army?" All the commanders of the Revolutionary Army were dispatched, but they were still defeated by the world government. The background of the world government is too strong. Elizabello II shook his head slightly. That's right, but when they faced the Quincy, they showed a very fearful look. This world conference was held in advance to deal with the Quincy. King Liku mused. I guess so. Forget it, let's go and have a look first. The two whispered and were led to Pango City. Drum Kingdom, Sakura Kingdom, Flower Country, and other people who are qualified to participate in the meeting also arrived one after another. A group of people from the Kingdom of Salbei have just passed the investigation of world government officials and entered the Holy Land. Xiong was shrunk by Bonnie's ability and turned into a teenager. He pretended to be Bonnie's younger brother, and as a candidate for the next king, he also got mixed in. Not here, over there. Xiong looked at the paper of life beating in his hand and muttered to himself. Looking at the traces of the battle left around, these should be caused by the actions of Drago and the others. With the guidance of the life paper, Xiong can determine the direction of Durag and the others. Bonnie, be careful yourself. Xiong said to Bonnie, and disappeared without anyone noticing. There was some worry on Pony's face, but he could only sigh lightly, and said to himself, I hope everything goes well. On the other hand, people from the Kingdom of Alabasta also arrived. At this time, Waiwei has become the Queen of Alabasta, and arrived at the Holy Land with the accompanying guards. Is this the Holy Land of Marijoa? Wearing a crown and gorgeous costumes, Waiwei, who looked noble and glamorous, couldn't help looking around curiously. This was the first time she had entered the legendary Holy Land of Marijoa. Your Highness, be careful, don't look around here. The captain of the guard, Ikaram, came closer and said to Waiwei in a low voice. I know. Vivi smiled at Ikaram and nodded slightly. The other place is another member of the New World. Holy Land Marijoa. Speaking of it, this is the first time I've come here. The leader was a yawning young man, walking with bored steps. Unlike the others, this young man seemed to have returned to his own home. There was no tension on his face. This person is none other than Yunya, who pretends to be the king of this unknown country. With Wang Xudin's intelligence network, it is very easy to know who those people are, members of the world government. When the king was about to leave, Yunya came to the door. With a little trickery, Yunya disguised himself as the king without anyone noticing, and sneaked into the Holy Land. Yu whose avatar can change its appearance, and it will not be seen through by others. The identity of the Quincy is still unknown to the living. It got mixed in easily. Yunya knew that Vegapunk was on the Red Earth continent, but the Red Earth continent was extremely vast, larger than any island in the world. In addition, Vegapunk is firmly protected by the world government, and no news has been revealed. Wangsu Palace's intelligence network has not infiltrated, so it is not known where Vegapunk is. If he knew, Yunya wanted to be more straightforward, enter the Red Earth continent, and forcibly take Vegapunk away. However, Yunya was not in a hurry. After eating the soul fruit, his sense of sight also changed. He was able to sense the strength of the souls of the people around him, and listen to the voices of his heart. It is similar to Red Earl Redfield's special knowledge and knowledge. Just give him time, and Vegapunk will be found sooner or later. Just when Yunya was thinking about this, he also climbed to the top of the Red Earth continent. In front of him is the center of Mary Joya, Pangu City. Yunya glanced away and saw many familiar figures. Princess Vivi? There is also King Liku of Dressrosa, the king of Felix's country. What is his name too? Oh, that's Bonnie, one of the original supernovas? If I remember correctly, she seems to be the daughter of the tyrant bear. Could it be that she came to rescue the revolutionary army? Interesting. Yunya saw Princess Weiwei and other familiar figures. But what made him more concerned was that he actually saw Bonnie here. Bonnie is the daughter of Xiong, a cadre of the revolutionary army. Could it be that the purpose of seeing her here is to rescue people from the revolutionary army? Yunya suddenly remembered that Xiong was not among the people wanted by the revolutionary army. In other words, the identity of Xiong may not have been revealed yet. I don't know if the bear was caught together at the time. If not, if Bonnie appeared, the bear should appear too. Yunya rubbed his chin and thought. Yunya didn't let go of his knowledge hastily, for fear of being discovered. If the bear appears, it means that the people of the revolutionary army were not executed by the people of the world government. Xiong must have Durag's life papers in his hands, and he will go to the Holy Land to rescue them after knowing that they are not dead. Do you want to transform the people of the revolutionary army into artificial humans? Yunya's mind was spinning, and many conjectures appeared. The world government's purge action in the first half is to make the first half a monolith, but it is not without planning to transform those pirates, let them obey orders, and become the combat power under the world government. The method used by the world government to transform pacifists is already perfect. Those former supernovas have been transformed into artificial humans who can only obey orders. The commanders of the revolutionary army are not weak in combat power. If they can be transformed into combat power, the world government will definitely be tempted. Yunya is clear about the world government's fear of him. After all, even can't solve himself with a shot, and the world government will definitely be very vigilant against himself. Therefore, they need to accumulate strength. Use it against him? This is the first time that the world government has taken such a large-scale action since it was established for so long, and it was just to deal with one person. People who don't know the truth may feel that the world government has made a big fuss, but those who know the reason are very clear that the strength displayed by the Quincy is enough to destroy the rule of the world government for hundreds of years. Therefore, the actions of the world government are very wise in the eyes of the major forces. Although Quincy did not unify the entire New World, the Quincy at this time is undoubtedly the recognized uncrowned king of the New World. Compared with Lox, the former overlord of the sea, it is even more dreadful. If it's really what I guessed, then, as long as there is turmoil somewhere, you can know the location of Vegapunk. Yunya smiled, and a minister followed the world government officials to the allied countries to gather place. But it's not safe, let's check with Bonnie first. Yunya saw Bonnie and her guards, and moved closer to her position. The square in front of Pangu City. After a round of interrogation, only the king and one guard were eligible to enter, and the other guards were not eligible to enter. There is no need to worry about safety issues here. This is the Holy Land of Marijoya, which can be said to be the safest place in the whole world. However, there was no such regulation before. It is probably because the revolutionary army attacked the Holy Land before. In order to prevent something, the world government has strengthened the security measures for the Holy Land. At this time, people from these allied countries gathered together. Some talked to a familiar king, and some stood alone with the guards and watched the changes. The square is big enough to accommodate everyone here. The kings of these alliance countries are here waiting for further arrangements from world government officials. There are still people from other franchise countries who have not come, and need to wait for all the kings who are eligible to enter the meeting to arrive. As representatives of all franchise countries, they will negotiate with the 5 old stars. It's also when the world conference really begins. At this time, a group of people came from another direction. The leader was a young man with a bubble wrap on his head, a big belly and an extremely ugly appearance, wearing luxurious clothes. It can be seen from the bubble film on the top of the head that this person's identity is a world noble, a Tianlong person. As a place where Tianlong people live, it is normal for Tianlong people to appear here. After the young man appeared, he glanced at everyone here and licked his lips, but seeing everyone on the square, he couldn't help but frown. This time, why are there so few women? Those queens, princesses woolen cloth. Behind the young man, there are more than a dozen officials in black suits following behind. One of them wiped his sweat and came to Saint Ananyala, and reminded him in a low voice, Saint Ananyala, Master Wu Laoxing has already said, don't leave Pangu City in the near future. So what? I'm a celestial dragon, and no one can control me. Shang Anyala snorted coldly, unmoved at all. His eyes were still sweeping unscrupulously, as if he hadn't released the kings of the allied countries. In my eyes, I scanned them one by one, and finally my eyes fell on Princess Wei, and my eyes lit up. Hey, there is such a superb product. I have decided, I want her to be my 120 wife. Among the crowd of almost all males, Wei was immediately spotted by an Anyala Shang. The officials behind him were at a loss. An Anyala Shang continued to scan these people one by one, and also saw Bonnie, and his eyes lit up again. There is also her, I want her to be my wife. Bonnie's appearance is still very good. Although she doesn't dress up much, she has a very proud figure. Wearing a hot dress, her long legs expose her belly button, and her long hair is casually scattered. It can arouse a man's inner lust. The same is true for Wei, wearing a queen's costume. She looks pure and beautiful, with a four-fingered crown on her head. Her smile is full of nobility and beauty. These two people can be said to be the only women who appeared here, and the others who came were almost all men. Moreover, the two of them are still so glamorous and charming that many people who step into this place can't help but look at them. Seeing the appearance of Tianlong people, the faces of many kings of allied countries changed slightly, and they moved back. As for the pissing nature of the Tianlong people, these joining countries are naturally very clear, and they don't want to be targeted by the Tianlong people. These fuckers like to make trouble. There was once a world meeting. A Tianlong man fell in love with a princess of a kingdom, and wanted to make her his 99 wife. Faced with the king's anger, the Tianlong people were indifferent, and directly robbed him, and made a lot of noise. In the end, the princess of that country was forcibly taken away, and the king was also executed under the eyes of everyone for contradicting the Tianlong Gran. This is the status of the Tianlong people. No one can disobey their orders, even if the opponent is the king of the allied countries. As long as he disobeys the order of the Tianlong Gran, there is only one end, and that is death. Is it this guy again? Seeing this Tianlong man appear, the faces of the kings who had experienced the last world conference all changed slightly. Someone is being targeted. What a pity. Some people looked in the direction of the kingdom of Alabasta with gloating expressions on their faces. This Tianlong man is none other than the one who did the absurd thing of snatching other people's wives. He has no other hobbies, but he likes other people's wives and those noble women. All his concubines are the wives or daughters of important people in the eyes of others. Even the wives of some generals in the navy were taken away. As long as you are targeted by him, there will definitely be a tragedy. Therefore, when seeing this Tianlong man, the kings of these allied countries will stay away, for fear of being targeted by this Tianlong man. Seeing that there are still women coming from the allied countries this time, many people secretly shook their heads. They are still too young. My lord, they are all members of the allied powers this time. The officials behind an Anyala Shang were sweating. So what? No one can stop me from what I'm looking at. An Anyala Shang licked his lips, stared at Wei and Bonnie, with lewd looks on his face. Tonight, I want them two people accompany me. What nonsense. Hurry up. No matter what the reason is, I'm going to get them tonight. Anyala Shang's face darkened and he looked at the officials behind him. Anyala Shang's words were not lowered at all, and everyone present heard them. When the kings of many franchise countries heard this, they hurriedly stayed away from the Alabasta kingdom and the Sobel kingdom. Following an Anyala Shang's order, the officials behind him did not dare to resist, so they could only call in people to surround the people of Alabasta kingdom and Sobel kingdom. Hey, these Tianlong people are still so stupid. Yunya couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. Your Majesty, let's back off too. Beside Yunya, a guarding minister looked at Yunya. What are you afraid of? We were invited by the world government. Do they still dare to take action against us? Yunya smiled indifferently and stood still. The king didn't move, and the officials guarding him naturally couldn't leave. However, he was cursing secretly in his heart. How could the king be so stupid at this time? At this time, the positions of Yunya and the others were also very embarrassing. They happened to be in the middle of the Alabasta kingdom and the Sobel kingdom. The others retreated quickly, and Yunya naturally would not retreat, so they were surrounded together. Is that someone from Yanli kingdom? Didn't that king claim to be wise and wise? Why are you so stupid at this time? It's probably because he wanted to show his strength to those two women. It seems that King Yanli is not married yet. Could it be that he wants a hero to save the beauty and embrace her? It's just an idiot. Seeing that Yunya and his party were still staying where they were, the retreating kings couldn't help talking. I really don't know if King Yanli is stupid to stand out in front of the Tianlong Gran. Surrounding people from the three countries, one of the officials said coldly, I suspect that you have ulterior motives in sneaking into the Holy Land, and please come with us. What are you going to do? We are from the kingdom of Alabasta. The guard beside Wei, Ikaram, looked very unsightly. He protected Wei behind him, and shouted angrily at the official who spoke. Wei's face was also very ugly. That ugly guy actually asked her to accompany him at night. Such words made her extremely angry. The people on Bonnie's side also looked very ugly. They naturally heard what an Anyala Shang said. How dare these Tianlong people be so blatant? Forcibly surround people from allied countries? Bonnie's face was ugly, and thoughts flashed in her eyes. She didn't know whether the people from the kingdom of Alabasta came here with a purpose, but she did come with a purpose. What to do? If you get caught here, father. Bonnie gritted her teeth. What's going on? Why did a celestial dragon suddenly appear and fell in love with her? If she is caught, the bear will definitely worry about her. Maybe this time the operation will be in vain. Originally, coming here was a very dangerous thing, and now something happened because of this Tianlong man. Bonnie can't wait to kill the Tianlong people here. Humph, no matter what country you are from, you must obey our orders now, so you should obediently follow us? Otherwise. An official snorted coldly. The threat was very obvious. Behind him stood the Tianlong Gran. No matter who these people are, they can only bow their heads in front of the Tianlong people. Hey, we are a country invited by the world government. We are your guests. Is this how you entertain guests? Is this the virtue of the Tianlong people? Is this the reception etiquette of the world's nobles? It is really disappointing. Yunya stood on the spot, looked at the people who surrounded him. His tone was indifferent, and he even yawned. Yunya naturally did it on purpose when he said such a thing. Through his special knowledge, Yunya has already read what he wants from Bonnie's heart. Sure enough, the bear came this time too. The purpose is also to rescue the people of the Revolutionary Army. Knowing what Bonnie was worried about, in order not to distract Xiong, Yunya simply stood up, attracted the attention of the Tianlong man, and bought time for Xiong. But other people don't know Yunya's inner thoughts. As soon as Yunya said this, many people looked at Yunya with idiot eyes. Is this king of Yanli an idiot? Where is the Holy Land Mary Joa? It is the residence of the Tianlong people, and the Tianlong people are the biggest here. Rather than being invited, it would be better to say that they were summoned forcibly. Guest? You have such a big face. And, actually say such a thing? Accusing the Tianlong people face to face? Are you afraid you are crazy? Regarding the evaluation of King Yanli, who spread those wise words? Isn't this the biggest joke in the skiing world? Even the king of the franchise country that has business dealings with the Yanli country has made up his mind. This time, when he goes back, he must terminate the cooperation relationship with this country. No, it is to terminate the cooperation with this idiot king. This idiot. Bonnie also twitched the corners of her mouth. Although Yunya seemed to be speaking for them, this guy is an idiot. If you anger the Tianlong people like this, will they end well? Originally, Bonnie planned to pretend to be a weak woman and be taken away by the Tianlong people, and wait until the bear's purpose was completed, and then find a way to escape from here. Now, I guess things are going to be difficult. From the gloomy expression on that Tianlong Gren's face, it can be seen that that guy probably won't be able to get out of here alive. Even his country will be destroyed by the world government. Yunya didn't care about what he said at all, and used his special knowledge to connect with Bonnie's mind. Where is that guy Xiong now? Is he sure to rescue Durag and the others? You. The sudden voice in her mind startled Bonnie, and she turned her head to look at Yunya. Seeing Yunya smiling at her, she frowned. Who is this guy? Why do you know this? Could it be that besides my father, there were other members of the Revolutionary Army mixed in? Who are you? Bonnie walked towards Yunya and whispered. Yunya shrugged her shoulders, and the voice came into her mind again. Don't be surprised, the deployment of the Revolutionary Army is deeper than you imagined. I am not your enemy, otherwise I wouldn't have stood up to rescue you. Relief. The corners of Bonnie's mouth twitched. What kind of a rescue is this? The situation is even worse. Then Yunya greeted Wei. You are Princess Wei of Alabasta, right? Oh no, you should be the queen now, and you are as beautiful as the rumors say. You. Hello. Wei raised her forehead, also saying hello. However, he looked at Yunya with curious eyes. This guy, don't you know what's going on now? Faced with the situation of being targeted by Tianlong people, she and Ikaram were a little at a loss. Okay, you want to entertain, right? Then I will treat you well. Ananyala Shang didn't show any fear when he saw Yunya, and instead flirted with the two girls he had a crush on. How can he bear it? A ferocious smile appeared on his face. I will make you my slave and treat you well. Ananyala Shang sneered. It was the first time he had seen someone dare to be so arrogant in front of him, and waved his hand. Catch him for me. I will torture him in front of everyone. He has already thought about how to torture Yunya in his heart. His entertainment will definitely make Yunya unforgettable in this lifetime. I really don't know how to live and die, but dare to disrespect the Tianlong people here in the Holy Land. Now there's a good show to watch. This idiot. When the people around saw this scene, they backed away again. They didn't want to be affected by the Tianlong people. Oops. Bonnie's face changed slightly. No matter who this guy is, he knew that their purpose at this time should be inseparable from members of the Revolutionary Army. Like her father, they were probably members of the Revolutionary Army. Stay behind? If something happens here. Bonnie had a look of anxiety on her face. What should we do? The faces of Wei and Ikaram changed slightly. In any case, Yunya was the first one to stand up and speak for them among all the people here. Now the Tianlong people are going to attack him. What should we do? Yunya's expression remained the same as usual, and he said slowly, you might not be able to bear the price if you attack me. I am a celestial dragon. Here, I am the master. No matter who you are, no one can save you. Ananyala Shang showed a hideous look on his face. This guy actually dared to utter wild words at this time, just as he, a Tianlong Gran, is easy to provoke. Among the black suits that surrounded them, several people rushed towards Yunya. This sentence may not be effective for the 5 old stars. Yunya laughed, narrowing his eyes slightly, and a powerful domineering look swept forward. All the people who rushed over were stunned, then rolled their eyes, and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and passed out. In the past, although Yunyi's domineering color could be controlled, it was only within a circle and could not be released in a designated direction like the red hair. But after eating the soul fruit, he has more profound control over his soul. It should be said that in the past, Yunyi could not fully control his huge soul power, and the display of his overlord color was restricted. Now, Yunyi's control over overlord color is as good as his fingers, even, beyond the past, into another realm. Overlord color. Bonnie narrowed her eyes. Does this guy actually have overlord look and arrogance? But, even with the aptitude of domineering, he can't make waves here in the Holy Land? Didn't you see all the members of the Revolutionary Army dispatched, and they were all caught by the people of the world government? This is... Wai Wei opened her small mouth. She has seen this kind of ability before. She used urine once in their country. A war was stopped with just one look. After understanding, she also knew that this kind of power is called overlord color. You, who are you? Ananye Lisheng's face suddenly changed, and he also realized that something was wrong at this time. Having the overlord look and daring to cause trouble in the Holy Land is definitely not as simple as the king of a franchise country. Guess. Yunya smiled, and walked towards Ananye Lisheng. Now that he knows that the bear is here, and roughly knows the location of Vegapunk, then Yunya doesn't have to wait any longer. This time, his purpose is not only Vegapunk, but also to see him's true face. Then, declare war on the world government? Since it is a declaration of war, it is natural to make things worse. Then, kill a celestial dragon to add to the fun? Yunya walked slowly, strolling in the courtyard. Ananye Lisheng was frightened by Yunya's aura, stepped back a little bit, and finally sat down on the ground with a look of horror on his face. You, stop for me. This, the king. The minister beside Yunyi was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Overlord looked domineering? How could the king own such a thing? As if realizing something, he looked at Yunya suddenly. Before that, he had noticed that his king was a little different. But what exactly is different, he can't tell. This domineering posture now is basically the same as the king in his impression? This is the fake king? Then, who is this person in front of him? This minister is a little confused. Hiss. All the kings of the franchise countries who saw this scene took a deep breath. How could King Yanli be so strong that he defeated the Tianlongren's guards with just a look? The movement here was naturally discovered by other people in the Holy Land. An area outside Panga City Square is where the Navy gathers. During the World Conference, the Navy side was naturally escorted by someone. There were even some kings of the franchise countries who were picked up by people from the Navy. Someone heard the movement here and turned to look over. Taking this opportunity, Huang Yuan, who came here to fish, pouted and asked in surprise, "What happened over there? Could it be that someone is making trouble in the Holy Land? Except for those lunatics from the Revolutionary Army, who else would dare to cause trouble here in the Holy Land?" "Father, you are thinking too much." Zhan Doan was wearing a navy costume, standing beside Huang Yuan, looked over there and said, "It should be Tianlong. It's not like you don't know the character of those people. It's like this every year." Huang Yuan rubbed his nose. "It's also," but for some reason, a bad premonition surged in his heart. It's like something big is about to happen here in the Holy Land. Yunya walked up to Ananye Lisheng, stepped on it, looked down at the fat guy, and said jokingly, "Come on, tell me, how do you want to torture me? You dem guy, how dare you treat me like this? I'm a Tianlongren." Although Ananye Lisheng was terrified to the extreme, he still roared fiercely towards Yunya. "You Tianlong people can only say these things? I'm tired of hearing it." Yunya laughed, and with force on his feet, he directly stepped Ananye Lisheng into the ground, and the blood flowed out of his mouth unstoppably. There are already several Tianlong people who died in Yunya's hands. Every time they said something very different, Yunya was already tired of hearing it. All the people around who saw this scene were shocked by Yunyi's audacity. He actually stepped on the high-ranking Tianlongren? This guy is over? Whoever he is finished today? Come on, keep shouting. It's best to call out the 5 old stars, otherwise, you will die here. A sneer hangs on the corner of Yunyi's mouth, and he stumps down again. The ground shatters, and Ananye Lisheng's whole body sank into the ground, and at this time, he was already exhaling more and less inhaling. Cut, what a waste physique. Are you going to die like this? Yunya cut out, using too much force, and actually killed the toy. Dead. God. Tianlong people died in the Holy Land. This time things are completely messed up. Quick, stay away from here, soon there will be chaos here. The faces of all the kings of the franchise countries around him changed drastically at this moment. They swallowed, and looked at Yunya like they were looking at a madman. This guy actually killed the Tianlongren? Don't you know what kind of crime it is? Run away quickly. They can't wait to have a few more legs under their feet, and leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. Your Highness, let's leave here too. Ikaram wanted to pull Wai Wei out of here. Wai Wei shook her head. We can't leave. Even if we leave, the world government will attack us because of this incident in the future. Wai Wei knew that even if they left here, the matter would not end there. Akainu was speechless. The Tianlong people died in the Holy Land, in front of them, and the cause might be because of them. This matter is not easy to handle. Moreover, even if they wanted to run away at this time, they couldn't escape the Holy Land of Mary Joa, which is the stronghold of the Tianlong people. How can it be so easy to get out? This guy actually dared to kill people. Bonnie was almost stunned. This person who was suspected to be related to the Revolutionary Army actually killed a Tianlonggren in the Holy Land? Did he want to attract the attention of the people in the Holy Land so that Xiong's plan could be completed? It's not impossible. If the attention is drawn to this side, then, the bear's actions will definitely be easier. But, in this case, this guy is likely to pay with his life? Hey, someone died. The knowledgeable caller sensed that a voice disappeared, and Huang Yuan was in a bad mood. Knowledge-colored perception can be actively displayed, or it can be passively listened to. As long as there is any trouble nearby, knowledge-colored masters can know it immediately. This is passive perception. Of course, knowledge can also be actively released. Just like Huang Yuan at this time, after a voice disappeared, his sense of knowledge was also actively released, spreading towards that side. This kind of active release can be detected by knowledgeable masters. So, the yellow ape who spread the knowledge sensed that someone stepped on the Tianlonggren, and that Tianlonggren has no breath at this time. There is a familiar sense of sight. A celestial dragon died. Jean Doan also sensed the situation over there, and the corner of his mouth twitched, feeling that he had been slapped in the face. There really was a lunatic who dared to make trouble at this time, and even killed a Tianlonggren. Things are getting bigger. I'll go and have a look first. The corners of Huang Yuan's mouth twitched. He originally planned to find a leisurely job to hang out. Compared with fighting pirates at sea, the job of guarding the Holy Land is obviously easier. It's just that I didn't expect such a major event to happen in the Holy Land. Isn't this cheating? However, as an admiral of the Navy, he couldn't just sit back and watch. His body turned into a golden light and disappeared in place. Old man, wait for me. Jean Doan also rushed over there. At this time, guided by the life paper, Xiong came to another building not far from Pangu City. This building is different from the buildings above the Holy Land, full of high-tech colors everywhere. Ardarag and the others locked up here. Xiong looked at the life paper in his hand and looked up at the building. But the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Pangu City, frowning. In Pangu City, the 5 old stars met. In the conference room, the expressions of the 5 old stars all changed, and then their expressions changed involuntarily. Damn it, there are still people who dare to do it here. Killed the celestial dragon. Is it the remnants of the Revolutionary Army? Damn it. In the face of multiple investigations, there are still people who sneaked in and killed people in the Holy Land? It was the Tianlong people who killed it. During the years that the Holy Land existed, very few people were able to cause turmoil in the Holy Land. In recent years, only the Murloc Fisher Tiger and members of the Revolutionary Army have disturbed the Holy Land. As long as you think about it, you can roughly guess that it is very likely that the remnants of the Revolutionary Army have mixed in, trying to rescue Darag and others. Get out of here quickly. Bonnie rushed to Yunye's side, trying to pull him away. The things here have already attracted the attention of everyone in the Holy Land. It can be said that it makes the bear's infiltration easier, and the task can be regarded as completed. I can't stay here any longer. It may be dangerous to stay any longer. But no matter how hard Bonnie tried, she couldn't shake Yunye's body. In a hurry, she directly used her ability to make Yunye smaller, so that she could directly take him away from here. Before entering the Holy Land, they had already planned everything, knowing where to escape had a higher success rate. Naturally, they didn't enter here rashly, they had a careful plan. If Bear finds Darag and the others, he will use his powers to send everyone away, including Bonnie. As for Xiong himself, he already has the determination to die. That's why Bonnie disagreed with the bear's actions. This is a desperate move? Bonnie herself is already ready to die here. However, the situation changed too quickly. Besides Xiong himself, there was actually another member of the Revolutionary Army who came in and even covered Xiong. If he hadn't been targeted by the Tianlong people, maybe this guy wouldn't have been exposed. He is for himself? I don't know what Bonnie imagined. Anyway, in her mind, Yunye's actions are for Xiong and her. This moved her very much, but such a move is too reckless. Based on this, she didn't want Yunye to die here. But the next moment, Bonnie discovered in shock that her ability could not affect Yunye. Yunye's domineering energy blocked Bonnie's ability, and she smiled at her. Don't worry, I'll be fine, they should be worried. You. Bonnie laughed angrily. It's this time. Why are you still trying to be brave? The death of Tianlonggren soon became known to everyone in the entire Holy Land. Countless people have already rushed over here. The yellow ape was the fastest and the first to arrive. He looked into the field, his eyes on Yunye and Bonnie. Ignoring Bonnie, he looked at Yunye. For some reason, he sensed a familiar aura from this person. Hey, I hope my perception is wrong. Huang Yuan looked at Yunye, and the corner of his mouth twitched. This feeling, is it Quincy? The appearance of the yellow ape was naturally discovered by many people, and Bonnie's face changed suddenly. General Yellow Ape. Seeing the yellow ape, Bonnie was a little flustered. Damn, I can't run away now. Everyone knows Huang Yuan's speed, and if he is following him, there is almost no possibility of escape. Here, Huang Yuan bit the bullet and looked at Yunye, and said with a dry smile, Little brother, can you hand over the person under your feet to me? Although he is dead, he is a Tianlong man after all, and the corpse can't be like this. It's not right to be stepped on by you. Huang Yuan was a little uncertain about Yunye's identity, and that familiar feeling kept lingering in his heart. It made him a little uncertain. Seeing Huang Yuan, Yunye was not surprised at all. He had already seen it when he set foot on the Holy Land just now. With Huang Yuan's speed, he was naturally the first to arrive. Yunya looked at Huang Yuan, and suddenly laughed. It's you again, Huang Yuan. Every time I kill a Tianlonggren, you are the first to arrive. After hearing this, the corners of Huang Yuan's mouth twitched even more. Yunya's words almost affirmed his inner thoughts. Is it really this dangerous guy? Counting several times, he was present when Quincy killed the Tianlonggren. What a fucking dog. Gan? Quincyus. Huang Yuan struggled to speak. His tone was a little dry, but he was extremely vigilant, not even daring to be careless. With a boom, as soon as the name Quincy came out, it was as if a bomb had been dropped on the calm water, and there were huge waves. Everyone present was in an uproar, with panic on their faces. Me, Quincy Master. Hiss, Quincy actually killed the Holy Land. The war is coming. Quick, get out of here. Countless people scattered like birds and beasts. After hearing this name, how dare they continue to stay here? The reputation of the Quincy Master is known to the whole world. Now that he suddenly appeared here, what does it mean? It means war is coming. The Quincy. Bonnie, who was standing not far from Yunyi, had a look of astonishment on her face. This guy is the Quincy? How could the Quincy appear here? Could it be that he is related to the people of the Revolutionary Army? Bonnie couldn't figure it out, and she was a little numb at this time. Wei Wei and Ikaram were also very surprised. Almost no one in the whole world didn't know the name Quincy. Your perception is still so sharp, Yellow Ape. Yunya's appearance changed, and he turned into that of a Quincy, and he grinned at Yellow Ape. Sure enough, you are a dangerous guy. Huang Yuan narrowed his eyes, and his inner vigilance has been pulled to the peak. Don't worry, I didn't come here to trouble your navy this time. Yunya smiled and looked at the location of Pango City. With a sound of buzz, the 5 thunder dragons behind them swelled against the wind and rolled slightly, and the entire Holy Land was surging. Wuloxing, get out. Yunya narrowed his eyes and shouted loudly. The terrifying overlord color is released in disorder, rolling the clouds in the sky, thunder rolling, lightning flashing and thundering, as if the whole sky is pouring down. Sweep away the overlord's face, and all the weak will faint. The entire Holy Land of Maryjoya is surging. Yunyi's voice resounded over the Holy Land, and the 5 thunder dragons roared behind them, and rushed towards the position of Pango City. Boom boom boom. As Thunder Dragon passed by, the terrifying sense of oppression made the entire Pango City vibrate, as if everything in front of it was about to be torn apart. The faces of the Wulaoxing conference room located in Pango City all changed drastically after hearing this voice. Who is so bold? How dare you call them by their names here and tell them to get out? The color of knowledge covered this side, and when they sensed the existence of Yunya, the faces of the 5 people changed drastically. The exterminator. Why is he here? Damn, how did he get in here? Damn, this trick. No, stop it. The 5 thunder dragons pressed down, making the 5 people's scalps go numb. Evil Ghost 1 slash. Wu Liaoxing with the saber stood up suddenly, and the first generation of ghosts in his hand suddenly came out of the sheath, with a ghostly aura surging from his body, and he slashed towards the sky with his sword. The 1,000-meter blood-colored sword energy slashed through the air and collided with one of the thunder dragons. Air cannon. Another Wu Liaoxing with air ability opened his hands and activated his ability. He pulled the air in the distance and compressed it as much as possible, forming a huge pressure ball and smashing it towards another Brontosaurus. Gravity dial. The gravitational fruit Wu Liaoxing's face changed drastically. He used his ability, and he didn't care about damaging Pango City. He used his ability to tear out the entire foundation, squeezed it into a shield, and blocked it before the attack. What's going on? In the same Pango City, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Gang Gukong, who was dealing with the matter, suddenly raised his head. His expression changed drastically as he swept away his knowledge. With a sound of boom, he broke through the wall and appeared outside. He saw the sky, and the 5 thunder dragon covers fell down. 6 forms profound techniques Zhen Quan. There was no time for him to think too much. The powerful armed color condensed on his fist, and he punched a thunder dragon with his fist. Awakening light wheel cannon. Huang Yuan cursed secretly, and this fellow Quincy actually made a move directly. Faced with this situation, his ability was resolutely awakened. The light spots gathered behind him, and a thick laser bombarded a thunder dragon. Facing Yunyi's Wolong Zhuanyu, the 3 Wulaoxing, Steel Gukong, and Huang Yuan shot at the same time. Boom 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 boom. 5 terrifying roars sounded in succession, as if 5 little suns were lit up in the field, and then, violent shockwaves scattered, like a gust of dozens of levels wreaking havoc. On the other side, Vegapunk's experimental site. In the prison built by Hailishi, all the members of the Revolutionary Army were imprisoned here, handcuffed to death by Hailishi. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Durag, was held alone in a cage made of sea tower stone at the deepest point. At this time, he lowered his head, but there were not many injuries on his body. It's just that at this moment, Drago's mind is still thinking about the inexplicable defeat before. Everyone in their Revolutionary Army could not resist the extremely powerful domineering look at all. Ability, domineering. Under the oppression of that domineering look, it becomes very difficult to even use it. They were so defeated that they didn't even know who did it. There was the sound of treading footsteps, and a person wearing a researcher's uniform walked in. Drago looked up slightly. The person who came in was none other than Vegapunk, known as the smartest man in the world. Vegapunk is an old man who looks a little strange, with half an apple on his head and a long tongue sticking out. He looks a little nondescript. At this time, Vegapunk walked to the prison of Drago, and said slowly, "Are you sure you want to go out now? That existence is still in the Holy Land. It is not so easy to leave here. Yeah, that person's strength is beyond my imagination." Drago said lightly, "We don't even know how he made the move." The two seem to have known each other for a long time, talking like old friends. Vegapunk was silent for a moment, and then said, "He is the most hidden existence. In the whole world, the only people who know him are Awakens." Drago said, "Did he control Uranus?" Vegapunk shook his head, "I don't know." Durag was silent. They have no intelligence at all about that person. Even though Vegapunk has been in the world government for so many years, he only knows that such a person exists. For the rest, I don't know. His identity seemed to be deliberately hidden. Drago looked at Vegapunk. "Is today the opening day of the World Conference? Well, do you have any other plans?" Vegapunk said. He had already been in contact with Durag before. It also revealed to him the recent changes in the sea situation. "Arrangement, it doesn't count, but someone should come to pick us up," Durag said lightly. "Really?" Vegapunk just said, and then threw a bunch of keys towards Durag, which were the keys to the stone shackles of the sea building and the prison door. He looked at Durag and said seriously, "The wall is a special creation that can block the perception of knowledge and knowledge. The other people in the institute have been fainted by me, and we only have a quarter of an hour. But I can't guarantee that I can leave here alive. As long as I step out of here, outside they are all enemies. This is the holy land of Mary Joa, the headquarters of the world government, and the guards are so powerful. Below is the headquarters of the navy. As long as there is a slight disturbance, the navy will rush over at any time. There's even a world master who they don't know the details about at all. As long as they step out of the laboratory, they will be discovered." Vegapunk was closely monitored, and the people who watched him in the laboratory were all stunned by him in some way. However, there are still a large number of people from the outside world surrounding the entire laboratory. There will be no mistakes. The only flaw is that the world government doesn't know that Drago knows Vegapunk. Moreover, the relationship does not seem to be shallow. Drago picked up the key, opened the handcuffs, stood up, used the key to open the cage, walked out, and said with a smile, "Even if the success rate is low, I still have to try." As the leader of the revolutionary army, Drago would naturally not act rashly, and many of his actions were purposeful. Their revolutionary army not only heard news about Im, the Lord of the World, from the Battle of the Shamboard Islands, but also news about the world government's new weapon creations. Pacifist Seraph? Know that Seraph is transformed from a living person, the unlucky ones of 2 supernovas. To possess this kind of technology, only his old friend Vegapunk has this kind of technology in the whole world. When he knew that the world government was transforming artificial humans, Durag was inferring the intention of the world government. That is, to transform the more powerful people among the pirates into the combat power of their world government. The banning of Kaiwohei and the successive failures of the navy made the world government realize that their power can no longer control the situation at this time. The strength of Quincy and Urin made them extremely afraid. They must have more and stronger combat power. So, pacifists appear, seraphs appear. The world government must do everything possible to increase their power, in order to deal with the next stable situation. Killing the holy land of Marijoya was not something that was thought of by Durag. It is a planned and purposeful action. First, he wanted to investigate the real background of the world government, the intelligence of the Lord of the World. There is another point, that is Vegapunk. From the start, he had no victorious vision for the trip to the Holy Land. He was betting that even if he and others failed, he would not be killed on the spot. But like those 2 supernovas, they were used by Vegapunk to transform them into their own power. This is undoubtedly a big gamble. If you lose the bet, you lose everything. The bet is won, and after knowing the specific situation of Im, they can also make a plan against Im. But it's a pity that when they faced Im, they lost without even seeing his face, and they lost completely. However, his other goal was achieved. The world government did not kill all of them, but planned to transform them into pacifists. He met Vegapunk as he wished, and made contact with him. Vegapunk is not his spy in the world government, nor is he his subordinate. However, they have the same idea. That's enough. Right now, Vegapunk wanted to rescue them, which did not exceed Drago's expectations. Drago still knows the character of his old friend very well. This is also the only chance for Vegapunk to leave the control of the world government. He agreed to become the chief scientist of the world government, not for the world government, but because the world government has enough funds to give him research. Of course, if what happened to Durag did not happen this time, he would continue to stay with the world government to study. Rescuing the people of the revolutionary army was also an extremely dangerous thing for him. However, he still did it like this. No one wants to be watched and controlled forever, and so is Vegapunk. He has long been tired of such a life. The 2 went to the outer layer and unshackled the other revolutionary soldiers. At first, the cadres of the revolutionary army were surprised when they saw Drago, who came out with Vegapunk, but they didn't say anything. Although they didn't know why Drago suddenly decided to attack the Holy Land, they believed in Drago and knew that he would not make reckless actions. Perhaps, being imprisoned here was also expected by Drago. A group of people quickly assembled and walked to the door of the prison. As long as the door is opened, then, it means, the battle is coming. Vegapunk said solemnly to Drago, "If you open this door, you won't be able to block the perception of knowledge." Drago nodded, and his face became serious. I know. This time, if they cannot escape from the Holy Land smoothly, then, everything will be over. As long as he is still alive, then, his goal is still possible to achieve. But at this moment, with a bang, the door in front of them was suddenly blasted open. A figure rushed in. He bumped into Duolage and others. Xiong looked at the group of people. It seems that you don't need me to come here. You have your own way to get out, Drago. Xiong also had doubts about Durag's sudden attack on the Holy Land. He is very clear about Drago's character, and it is impossible to make such a reckless action. The trip to the Holy Land is probably in his plan. Drago is such a guy. Plan before you move? No, you came just in time, bear. After seeing the bear, Drago didn't have too many surprises on his face, as if he knew it a long time ago. There is a reason why Durag chose today as the day to escape. He knew from Vegapunk that the World Conference had been held ahead of schedule. The kings of all Confederate states will arrive at the Holy Land. Before that, the task he gave Xiong was to use his status as a member country to contact Vegapunk during the World Conference. I didn't contact Xiong later because I was afraid of being monitored by people from the world government. At that time, the bear had already returned to his hometown, Sobel Kingdom. Knowing that all of them have been defeated by the world government, the bear who has all of their life papers naturally knows that their lives are safe, and they are likely to be imprisoned. Faced with this situation, with Xiong's character, it is impossible to sit idly by and will probably use this opportunity to rescue them. This is his trust in the bear? Now that the bear appeared, Drago was not surprised. Moreover, if the bear is here, then, using his ability, there is still a high chance of them escaping. But now, the world government probably won't take care of us. Over there, the Quincy appeared. Xiong looked in that direction, and his sense of knowledge caught the movement there. After a quick scan, I realized that the Quincy Master had also come to the Holy Land. The Quincy Division is a greater threat to the world government than their revolutionary army. As long as the Quincy appears, then, the attention of the world government will definitely be on the Quincy. So, in a way, everyone in the revolutionary army is already safe. What? Drago looked surprised, and looked over there, and saw 5 thunder dragons suddenly surged, covering the entire Panga city. The other members of the revolutionary army were also surprised. Why did the Quincy appear? Boom boom boom. The shock wave was still raging, and those who were closer were swept upside down by the shock wave, like a gourd rolling on the ground. The entire Panga city, because of this impact, collapsed more than half of it, and the entire Panga city was in a mess. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the 3-5 old stars with combat power stood in the air on moon steps, looking gloomy at Yunya below. Beside them, Huang Yuan and Kong also had lingering fears. If the move just now hadn't been blocked, then, everything here may have been reduced to nothing. Yunya clapped his palms and praised, "Not bad, you actually took my attack." Looking at the 3-5 old stars, his tone was joking. "I didn't expect that 3 of you 5 high-ranking old guys have such strength, but I am a little surprised." Because the original pirates had never seen Wulaoxing make a move, Yunya was not clear about Wulaoxing's strength. He is also very surprised to see that 3 of them have such powerful combat power now. But if you think about it, if you don't have strong strength, Wulaoxing won't be able to sit firmly in this position. These 5 people must be superior in some respects, otherwise they would not have become representatives of the Tianlong people and commanded the entire world government. The other 2 should have made achievements in other areas. Force is important, but it doesn't mean that others are not important. Planning, seeing the big picture, and the ability to judge the situation, among the 5 old stars, there must be someone who is proficient in these aspects. Quincyus. The killing intent of Wu Laoxing with the knife surged all over his body, but when facing Yunya, for some reason, there was a trace of inexplicable panic in his heart. He didn't forget what I once warned them, don't provoke the Quincy. This is the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. The steel-boned Kong is extraordinary. Is he also a reformer? Yunya turned his eyes to the expressionless Kong and said lightly, "Quincy, what is your purpose for coming here? Are you really going to tear yourself apart from the world government?" Kong said in a cold tone. He has been transformed into an artificial human. Although Vegapunk's transformation did not erase his emotions, but after being transformed, he will still have some impression of his character. At this time, he was like a robot, with a cold and indifferent tone. "Didn't you break your face a long time ago?" Yunya smiled, non-committal. His relationship with the world government has reached the point where it is impossible to reconcile. He will not let the world government go, and the world government will not let him go. All that is missing is a declaration of war to the whole world, and this time, Yunya came to declare war. But before that, let's force that guy out first. The 5 old stars of air ability said coldly, "Master Quincy, this is the headquarters of the world government. How dare you sneak in here alone? Are you underestimating our world government?" Yunya looked at him, and said lightly, "Look under? That's right, except for the person hiding behind the scenes, can you stop me?" As he said that, thunder exploded behind Yunyi, outlining the taiko drum and guyu, and the muffled thunder rolled in the clouds, as if responding to Yunyi at this time. In the blow just now, Yunyi didn't activate any state, but the 5 dragons in the normal state turned off. However, its power has surpassed Whitebeard's full blow. This is the strength of Yunyi at this time? Damn it. The gravitational fruit Wulaoxing's face was extremely gloomy, and he opened his 5 fingers towards the sky, and activated his ability, pulling down a meteorite in space, and smashing it towards Yunya. Shi Xiang. Yunya sneered, punching the void with a fist, and with a boom sound, the powerful force condensed the air into a column, and exploded the falling meteorite. I didn't come here this time to chat with you guys. Yunya stepped on his feet, dodged to the front of the gravitational 5 old stars, and punched down ferociously. Yunyi's speed was too fast, almost in the blink of an eye. He came to the front of the gravitational 5 old stars, and he punched down, like Mount Tai pressing down on the top. The terrifying oppression imprisoned his movements. Oops. Sensing the horror of Yunya's attack, the gravitational Wulaoxing's face changed drastically, and he didn't expect Yunya's speed to be so fast. He is naturally clear about Yunya's information, but this is also the first time he has faced Yunya directly, and there is a discrepancy between information and reality after all. He couldn't dodge this blow. On the one hand, Yunya's speed was too fast, on the other hand, his movements were overwhelmed by Yunya's domineering look, and he was momentarily absent-minded. At the moment of crisis, Huang Yuan rushed out, grabbed a lightsaber in his hand, and slashed towards Yunya. On the other side, Wu Laoxing with the knife is likely to be a high-level owner of the color of knowledge and knowledge, who can predict the future for a short time. When Yunya left, he also moved. The first-generation Geisha drew a sword light in his hand, and the 1,000-meter slash directly slashed Yunya. Duan Kong. Yunya kept moving, pointing out Duan Kong with one finger. The air wall formed, blocked the 1,000-meter slash, and faced Huang Yuan's attack directly. Without the slightest pause, he punched it down directly. Boom! Yunya's fist collided with Huang Yuan's lightsaber, and the two collided in the air, stirring up streaks of purple-black thunder. Huang Yuan's own sword directly seemed to have slashed an immovable mountain, and the power was transmitted from the sky, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew upside down and crashed into the ground. The gravitational 5 old stars seized the momentary time, activated their abilities, and formed a circle of repulsive force around them. Pushed by him, they collided with Yunyi's unabated fist. With a boom, his explosive repulsion collided with Yunyi's fist, and he was completely defeated after resisting for a moment. Yunyi's heavy punch landed on his chest, the high-level weapon vibrated, and a huge burst of strength sent him flying, like a meteor, smashing into the ground from a high altitude. Boom! 2 roars sounded one after another, and 2 deeply sunken potholes appeared on the ground. Air. Imprisonment. On this side, the 5th Elder Star of Air ability gritted his teeth, activated his ability, mobilized the air around Yunyi, squeezed towards him, and wanted to imprison him. He shouted to the other side, "Do it, null." 6 forms profound techniques Kong Quan. Kong seized the opportunity, stepped on the moon steps and directly killed Yunyi. His domineering aura covered his fists, it was as black as ink. When the 6 styles are cultivated to the extreme, it is possible to mobilize the whole body's strength to gather in one place to form an even more terrifying attack. It's useless. Yunya snorted coldly, and the thunder exploded behind him. The horrific explosion forcibly broke the confinement. Facing the punch from the air raid, he also smashed it down. Boom! Both of them are masters in physical arts, and their armed domineering aura is also high level. Their fists collided with each other, and there was a thunderous explosion, and ripples in the air radiated out. Not bad armed color, but in the use of domineering, I am stronger than you? Don't forget, I have a domineering color. Yunya sneered, his fist suddenly tightened, and the armed and domineering color shook, breaking through the air with the attack. The 5 fingers spread out, and the thunder and lightning were brewing, bombarding towards Kong's chest. What about the high-level domineering color? Armed color has been cultivated to the extreme, and you are not afraid of any moves at all. Kong was knocked away by Yunya's punch, but his reaction was also extremely fast. Facing the attacking thunder pillar, he stretched the 5 fingers of his right hand, grabbed it towards Lizu. With a boom, Lizu was crushed by him, but his figure was also blown away. Ian's foot Liao Kong. While stepping on the moon steps to relieve his strength, his right leg swept out, and Ian's foot that was comparable to the slashing blow of a great swordsman rushed over. That's why you didn't meet me, you bone. Yunya walked away quickly, sneered and slammed into the empty position. His right fist touched the lightning bolt, and a powerful domineering look erupted from Yunya's body, restricting his movements at the same time. He punched it down. This time, Kong didn't have time to dodge at all, and was hit by Yunya's punch. Although his body was covered with armed colors, there was still the sound of cracking steel, and the whole person fell from the sky with a boom. With a sound, a pothole formed, and dense cracks spread all around. The Warring States period had the Overlord's look, but Kong, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, did not have the Overlord's look, which was beyond Yunya's expectations. However, domineering color is a kind of qualification, so it is uncertain. Akainu and Aokiji also became admirals of the navy. Didn't they also not awaken the domineering look? However, it doesn't mean that you can't set foot on the top powerhouse without the Overlord color. The sky in front of him is a strong man not weaker than the 4 emperors, but it's still the same sentence. The current 4 emperors' combat power is just like that in Yunyi's place. This is because Yunyi only opened the 3rd stage of instant coaxing, and the combat power of the 4 emperors can only barely support it in his hands. If the 4th stage of instant coaxing is activated, there will only be one result, that is, everyone will be crushed just like in Music Island. Then it's you guys. Yunya looked at the 5 old stars with air ability and the 5 old stars with knives, grinning grinningly, and a terrifying domineering look swept out, suppressing them. This time, Yunyi's overlord look was completely released. This terrifying overlord look seemed to be able to suppress everything, burst out, and the whole space was shaking. The domineering look of the single person actually aroused endless purple-black thunder, which fell from the clouds, and the scene looked like the end of the world. Seemingly unable to bear such oppression, the Red Earth continent in this area also shook, and Pangu City was crumbling. After eating the soul fruit, Yunya's domineering look became more powerful. Not only can he use it as he likes, but also its strength is beyond the past. It even reached another level. Those CP0, combatants of the world government, and other navies who reacted wanted to attack Yunya, but under the oppression of this domineering look, they couldn't even get close. Yunyi grinned wildly, pointed his right fingers in the direction of the 5 old stars of air ability, Broken Deo 90 Black Coffin. False Flash. The other hand pointed at Wu Laoxing with the knife, black and red light jumped between the fingers, and a high-energy laser shot out. The air ability Wu Laoxing and Wu Laoxing who stayed until Wu Laoxing were all suppressed by this terrifying domineering color, as if even the mind was affected, and the mobilization of ability and domineering became extremely difficult. More importantly, their bodies, under the oppression of this domineering look, were a little out of control. This situation made the two of them look extremely shocked. They naturally possess the overlord color, and as the highest authority who controls the world government on the bright side, their overlord color is also very powerful. Although the use of overlord color is not as good as that of the 4 emperors in the sea, it can be used in attacks. But the usual domineering oppression cannot pose a threat to them. But facing Yunya's domineering look, they actually felt fear in their hearts. With a buzz sound, a black square suddenly formed, covering the 5 old stars of air ability directly. In the black coffin, the disordered gravity turbulence suppressed him, and the black chaotic blade pierced towards him. The strong sense of danger made his scalp tingle, and he tried his best to protect himself with his ability and arrogance. However, he underestimated Yunya's move. His armed arrogance began to gradually disintegrate under the torrent of gravity, and the shield formed by his ability was also pierced by the chaotic blade. When the black coffin disappeared, his whole body was dripping with blood, and he fell from a high altitude. On the other side, watching the black and red ray attack, Wu Laoxing's face changed drastically, but his body was out of control, and he could only forcefully unleash the sword force on his body. His arrogance and body slash forward. However, this strike from the warehouse is not enough to face Yunya's attack. Even if it is his all-out attack, it can't compete with Yunya's false flash. There is only one consequence, and that is defeat. With a sound of boom, the void flash bombardment hit, and a mushroom cloud suddenly rose in the sky. If the void flash hadn't been weakened by the slash just now, Wu Laoxing with the sword would probably be directly bombarded and killed at this time. However, at this time, he also suffered a strong impact. He rushed out of the smoke and dust, spewed blood from his mouth, and shot downwards, blasting a huge hole in the ground. In the hands of Yunya, the 5 powerful men of the world government could not resist at all, and were easily defeated. People from the Revolutionary Army also rushed over at this time and saw this scene. Faced with this scene, no one is not shocked. The combat power of these 3 5 old stars, they have also fought against each other before, the absolute combat power of admirals. But such a strong man was easily defeated when facing the Quincy. This gap made them feel unbelievable. Moreover, the domineering look that the Quincyus erupted just now brought them a strong sense of familiarity, that kind of domineering look that seemed to fascinate the whole sky. How different from the domineering look they felt in that battle similar. Faced with such a domineering look, it is difficult for ordinary people to approach. Even though CP0 and world government fighters stopped their movements abruptly when Yunya broke out with his domineering look just now, it can be said that only general level combat power is eligible to get closer. No wonder people from the world government didn't come to stop us. Vegapunk looked at Yunya, who looked like a god in midair, with a very emotional tone. He has been imprisoned under the surveillance of the world government all year round, although he is very concerned about the outside world. I understand, but this is the first time I have seen the Quincy himself. But it was the first time I saw him, and his shock was stronger than others. This is Quincy, an existence that is enough to make the world government fearful with his personal strength. No one can see who will win the battle between him and the world government. This is the most severe challenge since the establishment of the world government. Durag also looked at Yunyi and said something. This guy is even more perverted than before. Bello Betty grinned, remembering their first encounter with the Quincy. Although he was still hard to ignore back then, he didn't have such a strong combat power now. He's still so strong. Although Yuxiao didn't look at things, and his knowledge was limited by Yunyi's domineering look, but from the words of others, he also roughly knew the situation there. Bonnie watched Yunya easily defeat the extremely terrifying strong man in her eyes. Her little face was full of shock and shock. Is this the uncrowned king of the new world, the Quincy master? This kind of power is too extraordinary. Just now, she had already retreated a long way, but under the oppression of Yunyi's domineering color, she also trembled a little. Seeing the arrival of the Revolutionary Army, she knew that her father's goal had been achieved, so she also rushed over here. It is worth mentioning that she will also have the same experience as her, but the stunned Wei and Ikaram also left the place together. In the middle of the sky, the thunder behind Yunya exploded, reflecting each other with the muffled thunder in the sky, as if the gods controlled the thunder. He looked down at the half-collapsed Pangu city, and said indifferently, "Aren't you going to come out? Lord of the world. Last time you greeted me, this time, I will also greet you. Take my attack. Otherwise, Holy Land Marijoya, together with them, will be completely destroyed by me." As he said that, Yunya laughed wildly, and the thunder suddenly erupted behind him, and the 5 thunder dragons took shape again, with 5 heads and 10 eyes staring at the 5 people who stood up slowly below. Although Yunyi's attack is powerful, the physique of people in this world is also extremely strong, and their resilience is even more amazing. The attack just now was not enough to kill them. Among them, Wu Laoxing with a knife and Wu Laoxing with air ability, the 2 were more seriously injured. Apart from losing their combat effectiveness, the other 3 suffered injuries of varying severity. Did not lose the ability to fight. However, if I didn't make a move, facing Yunya's blow, the 5 people below would not be able to take it. Just now, the 5 dragons turned and extinguished in a normal state was enough to make them go all out. Now under the blessing of Shunhong, the strength of Wolong's turn and extinction has once again increased, and it is impossible for them to take over. Yunyi's knowledge did not perceive too strong aura in the Holy Land, but Yunyi was sure that I was in Pangu City. It is very likely that he used some means to hide his aura, so that he could not perceive it with his knowledge. "God, you shouldn't be lazy and come to the Holy Land today." Huang Yuan covered his chest, wiped off the bloodstains around his mouth, slightly raised his head to look at Yunyi, feeling the extremely powerful aura, the corner of his mouth could not hold back. I couldn't help twitching. Such an attack, let alone him, even with all the highest combat power of the Navy, it is estimated that it cannot be easily resisted. Quincy wants them to die. And, the Lord of the World? Is that the man the Quincy spoke of in the sham boards? Is there really another master hidden by the world government? Although Huang Yuan is a high-ranking officer in the Navy, the only ones who probably know about him's existence are Garp and Sengoku. Garp probably knew through Roger's mouth that there might be another person hidden on the 5 old stars. As for the Warring States period, it was only through the few words revealed by Garp, coupled with his own secret investigation, that the matter was roughly confirmed. Others don't even know that there is such a person on the 5 old stars. The reason why I know it is through the words of the Quincy master who was in the Shamboard Islands. However, many people are holding a dubious attitude. Is the purpose of Quincy really for Lord Im? The gravitational star Wu Laoxing's face became extremely gloomy. Is Quincy planning to force Im out? The faces of the other 5 old stars also became extremely ugly. Damn it, Quincy's wolfish ambitions are clearly revealed. He wants to force Lord Im out. The other 5 old stars who escaped to their lives in the distance were also shocked and terrified. Im's situation is the top priority and cannot be revealed. The world government is a collective, a large collective for the purpose of world peace. Their purpose is very clear, that is world peace, and every world conference is held around this topic. However, if other people find out that this group has a clear owner, then, many member countries will more or less have a certain resistance in their hearts. Although this kind of psychology is very subtle, they are originally under the rule of the world government. The clues can be seen in this mandatory convening, but this cannot be shown on the surface. Secretly, all the affiliated countries respect the world government, but they are not on the surface. They are just in alliance with the world government. If the world government has a real master who dominates the will of the world government, then, it is conceivable that all the franchise countries will more or less have estrangements in their hearts. After all, on the surface, they are still following a purpose. Joining the world government is for the illusory and invisible goal of the stability of the sea. To put it in a better understanding, the most powerful force in the martial arts world joins with the righteous sect to launch an alliance, and together they swear to fight against the demonic forces. Their relationship is only that the leading sect occupies a dominant position, but they are equal to each other. But if a leader suddenly appears in this alliance and can mobilize them as thugs at any time, it will change from an alliance relationship to a subordinate force. Faced with this situation, any sect will have a gap in their hearts. This is roughly the case with the current world government. Secretly, the world government can be respected, because they are the strongest force, but if the situation is put on the surface, it is a bit inappropriate. The other allies will not say it on the surface, but they will definitely resist it in secret. In short, the situation is very complicated, and it cannot be explained clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. This is also the reason why I'm deliberately hid it. The kingdom of Joyboy was completely destroyed because of these roughly the same reasons. Of course, I must have done something to make the situation completely turbulent and destroy the huge kingdom in one fell swoop. Afterwards, he united the kings of 20 kingdoms and established the original world government. Im doesn't want to repeat the same mistakes. The top-notch planning and the absolute strength have allowed the world government to stand for hundreds of years without falling down. But today, this situation is likely to be overturned. Quincy wants to force Im to make a move. As long as Im appears, then, the situation of the entire world government will be in turmoil today. The wolf's ambition is obvious. Such a move is tantamount to declaring war with the world government. They guessed right. Yunyi's purpose was indeed to force Im to appear, so that the Lord of the World, who controlled the entire world, appeared in everyone's sight. Declaring war, of course, will completely make things worse. With a sound of buzz, the thunder dragon was ferocious and terrifying, the sky thunderclouds rolled, and the sky was filled with darkness, as if the whole sky was about to collapse. The thunder dragon roared silently, and rushed downward. At this moment, in everyone's sight, only Yunya who released the overlord look in the sky wantonly and thunder dragon who emitted terrifying waves. Everyone is watching intently. Will the master of the world that Quincy said will appear? Just when Thunder Dragon was about to crash into Pango City, the whole world suddenly began to change. Snort. Accompanied by an indifferent cold snort, some kind of strong power was transmitted from the position of Pango City. With a sound of buzz, the whole world seemed to be stopped. The next moment, everyone saw that the Thunder Dragon, which was flamboyant, suddenly shattered and dissipated into stars. The scene of Thunder Dragon shattering made everyone in the field stare at it. I saw a person wearing a black cloak and a four-fingered crown flashing out. This person wore a pure white mask on his face, only revealing the position of the pupils. The red pupils sunk into 3 circles. Because of the cloak, the gender could not be seen clearly. But judging from the cold snort just now, this is a man. Ignoring the height of the crown, this person is more than 2 meters tall, a bit taller than Yunya. The person who came was none other than the master behind the world government, the master of the world. I'm the Quincy master. I'm glanced around with eyes like gods, and then looked at Yunya. There was no emotion in his eyes, and his tone was also indifferent, as if it was not a tone of human beings. Has it finally appeared? Lord of the world, how is this greeting? It should be passable. Yunya grinned sneeringly, and I'm looked at each other with eyes like gods. Next moment. Boom boom boom. The two of them exploded with domineering arrogance at the same time. The violent roar suddenly exploded on the Red Earth continent. An even more terrifying shock wave was sent out centered on the two of them. All the buildings in the entire holy land of Marijoya were directly shattered in the next moment, and gravel flew randomly. The Red Earth continent in this area was shaken by the violent collision of the two, and began to crack and fall, and countless boulders crashed down towards the sea below. The clouds in the sky split, reunited, split again, reunited again, and were stirred out of shape. The overlord-colored conflict was accompanied by the explosion of thick black and red thunder, and the explosion of cracking resounded through the sky. Yunya's domineering color is fully exerted, and it can already affect the powerhouses of the 4 emperors level, and even stop their movements, and their abilities and domineering cannot be mobilized. This is already another level of domineering color. However, the I'm in front of him also has this kind of powerful domineering look. This is the domineering look of the only master of this world, the Lord of the world. Overlord color cannot be exercised, but becomes stronger with the strength of heart, status, and self. And I'm, who has been sitting in the position of the Lord of the world for hundreds of years, has stood at the pinnacle of the world for hundreds of years. His overlord look has reached an extreme, the pinnacle of overlord look in this world. No one has ever gotten to the point like I'm. This level of domineering color has surpassed everyone's imagination. The collision of 2 overlord colors is like sparks hitting the earth. Just the collision of overlord colors already makes people suffocate. That's a collision of domineering colors, right? It's never been seen before. Bello Betty took a deep breath. Her eyes were a little dull. Has the collision of domineering colors already caused such damage? Under the oppression of the 2 domineering colors, it became very difficult for them to even move. Drago was also slightly silent, and then whispered, "Sure enough, has the overlord look of the Quincy reached this level?" He was also shocked. He had experienced Im's domineering look and arrogance before. Facing that kind of domineering look, they didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. They hadn't even seen Im's face, and all of them were easily defeated. Before, he felt the overbearing look of the Quincy master, and he had a little guess in his heart. Now it is certain that the domineering look of the Quincy master has also reached this level. What kind of power broke Quincy's attack just now? Domineering? Or ability? A shield appeared around Vegapunk, offsetting most of the aftermath of the Overlord, but the slightly flickering shield can be seen that it will not last long. This is his technology, which can resist domineering. As a scientist's curiosity, he wanted to find out how the Brontosaurus just now was cancelled out. It's domineering, but is this level of domineering really something that humans can possess? Drago said in a low tone when he heard Vegapunk's words. The Quincy's Thunder Dragon just now was offset by a powerful domineering aura. Domineering can check and balance the ability of Devil Fruit. The Overlord look of Quincy Master. I was a little skeptical just now, but I didn't expect that this guy's Overlord look can really compete with Lord I'm. At this time, the gravitational 5-old star flashed across his face. The color of horror. Quincy, this guy, actually has such a domineering look? How did he do that? The rest of the people were also terrified. Under the pressure of these 2 domineering colors, their actions became extremely difficult. This has exceeded their imagination. Boom! With the last explosion, the 2 equally powerful Overlord colors dissipated at the same time, and the aftermath of the shock plowed the entire area again. It seems that there is a price for the ageless surgery. You shouldn't be able to stay awake for a long time. Yunya was suspended in the air, and the Taigaguyu jumped into the thunder behind him. Looking at Im, he grinned sarcastically. Yunya's perception is very keen, and it can be seen that Im's breath is a little unstable at this time. It's like the feeling of someone who just woke up. Im should have been in a deep sleep before, but was woken up by the movement of the outside world. Moreover, at this moment, I'm also had a decaying aura, unlike other powerhouses, who possessed extremely vigorous vitality fluctuations. It can be seen from this that the fruit of immortality has side effects. However, it may be that with Im's awakening, the life fluctuations in his body have gradually recovered. A gust of air surged around Im, lifting him up to the same level as Yunyi. He didn't like looking up at others. Ignoring Yunye's words, the red circle looked at Yunye and said indifferently, "Joy boy? No, you don't have his aura on you. Who are you?" In just a few words, the life fluctuation on Im's body has recovered to a very strong level. This kind of life force fluctuation has surpassed the feeling that Kaido brought to Yunyi. "I don't know what's going on. Aren't you very clear? I am the Quincy Master." Yunye still sneered. The Quincy is not Joey Boi, but he can develop the ability of the devil fruit to such an extent, and the life fluctuation on your body is very strange. This feeling is the owner of the soul fruit. His tone was still indifferent, but there was a trace of hesitation. "Are you a different kind?" Looked at Yunye with a look of inquiry in his eyes. As for those who heard Im's words, all eyes were on the Quincy. Heterogeneous? Quincy? Eat the soul fruit? Yuta, who ate the soul fruit, is indeed in the power of Quincy, and has become one of the 10 blades, but Quincy himself ate the soul fruit? Hey, isn't it fake? Huang Yuan gasped, "Did Quincy eat the soul fruit?" It is known that Quincy is already a devil fruit capable user, and Quincy himself mentioned that it is an elemental fruit. However, the credibility of this is not very high. After all, once, there seemed to be a pirate who also claimed to have eaten the elemental fruit, possessing the power of various elements such as wind, fire, water, electricity, etc. And the elemental fruit in the illustrated book, the description is basically the same. The attacks of the Quincy are basically elemental attacks, but there are some discrepancies with the elemental fruits recorded in the devil fruit illustration book. Therefore, other people believe that the Quincy eats a powerful devil fruit that has never appeared before, or a high-level fruit of elemental fruits, such as astronomical fruits. However, no one doubts that the Quincy Master is not a capable person. This is a recognized fact. However, from Im's mouth, it is now said that he ate the soul fruit. Quincy possesses 2 devil fruit abilities? Is it a person with double fruit ability? It's not impossible, although the news of Blackbeard has not been disclosed, but after the Music Island incident, there is a living example. Yuta is the surviving dual fruit ability user. But Yuta didn't die. How did Quincy extract the soul fruit from Yuta's body and use it for himself? All kinds of doubts appeared in everyone's hearts. Did Quincy really eat another devil fruit and become a double fruit ability user? Moreover, the alien in Im's mouth is the title of a person with double fruit ability? The Quincy Master was already so powerful, now he has more soul fruits? Doesn't it mean that the strength of the Quincy has become stronger? The reason why the overlord color of the Quincy Master has become stronger is because of the ability of the soul fruit? But this kind of improvement is too exaggerated. Also, what is the alien in Im's mouth? Im's words were too informative, and many people present were a little confused. What kind of devil fruit ability is this guy? Was it possible to see this? Wasn't the previous attack on Moonlight Island his ability? Yunyi looked at Im, guessing in his heart. At his current level, he no longer cares about his secret being revealed. Even if the news that Urin and Quincy are one person is revealed, it will not affect him. Urin and Quincy are the same person. If this news is revealed, it will have an impact, only other people. Of course, Yunya would not say it by himself, because there is no need. What Yunya is more concerned about is what ability Im possesses. Was the previous attack on Moonlight Island his ability, or some kind of creation? It was the armed domineering that defeated him just now, and even Yunyi was very surprised by the magnitude of that kind. His armed color is also powerful, but in terms of quantity, it is definitely not so much. This level of armed color is almost immune to any strange devil fruit abilities. It can be said that devil fruit users are hardly a threat to Im. No matter if it's the natural system or certain regular devil fruits, they can't have much influence on him. The only way to defeat him is to start with physique and arrogance. But Im has lived for so long, no matter what he is, he has reached the top level, even surpassing the top level defined by others. Ability, domineering, physique, in any aspect, Im has almost no shortcomings. Do you even know exactly what devil fruit you eat? Your ability also makes me extremely curious. Yunya narrowed his eyes and sneered. People who can eat more than 2 devil fruits are all different types. However, after hundreds of years, it is not that no one has appeared, but they are still unable to shake the rule of the world government, and you are the same. Im said indifferently, looking up. The whole world suddenly changed. Storms and tornadoes raged all around, scorching ground fires surged, clouds rolled, and thunder fell. 5-color aurora pierced through the sky, low-temperature air condensed and ice crystals poured down, the ground shook and cracked. This area is shrouded in endless celestial phenomena. The tornado rolls and kills, the ground fire spreads and erupts to the solace of the feet, the sky thunder falls, the 5-color aurora turns into sharp sword edges, low-temperature ice crystals descend from the top of the head to block everything, and countless celestial phenomena attack, pressing towards Yunyagai from all directions. Kill Yunya directly? Controlling the celestial phenomena in the natural world, is it the superhuman celestial phenomenon fruit? No, it should be said to be the natural disaster fruit. Yunya looked at the attacks coming from all around, and a wanton smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is the devil fruit ability. It can be confirmed that I'm is also a devil fruit capable user. Moreover, it is still a terrifying ability to control celestial phenomena and natural disasters, which turns the mighty power of nature into an attack. No matter who it is, when facing the mighty power of nature, they will feel powerless. Even Whitebeard, who possesses the natural disaster level shaking fruit, will be easily defeated in the face of this scene. Im's ability can be said to be the most powerful ability in this world. It can be said that there is no one. The Zhen fruit can cause earthquakes and seed quakes, and I can do the same. Lava fruits can trigger volcanic eruptions, and I can do the same. Hurricane fruit can trigger tornadoes and typhoons, so can he. Natural disasters, earthquakes, typhoons, volcanic eruptions, these are also one of the natural disasters. The strongest person controls the strongest devil fruit. No wonder the world government has stood up for hundreds of years. As long as I'm is around, no one in this world can defeat him head-on. Unless someone can gather all three ancient weapons and unite all the forces in this world to launch an attack on Im, and rely on his life to pile up damage, there is only a slight possibility. However, this is without counting Yunya. Although these attacks are powerful, they still cannot defeat Yunya. However, you still can't beat me. Yunya laughed wantonly, extremely insolent, showing the character of a combat madman to the fullest. Homai's T, Thunderbolt. Homai's H, Heat. As Yunya's voice fell, beside him, two figures suddenly appeared, one with an orange flame boiling, and one with a white thunder beating. This is the Homais created by Yunyi by using the soul fruit to infuse the flames and thunder of the instant coaxing explosive flame Wushuan, instant coaxing thunder god battle form and thunder, possesses extremely strong attack power, even stronger than Zeus and Prometheus created by Charlotte Lingling. 5 dragons turned to extinction. Yunya stood still in midair, the 5 thunder dragons on his body swelled against the wind, roaring towards the sky, and the terrifying power spread out, shocking everyone's hearts. On the other side, on Flame Homais, a fire dragon rushed out with its teeth and claws, and on Thunder Homais, a thunder dragon roared out. These 2 thunder dragons both have the power of Yunya's 3rd stage of instant coaxing to turn 5 dragons and destroy one of them. 7 brontosaurs rushed out at the same time, colliding with Im's attack. Boom 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 boom. Explosion, a terrifying explosion suddenly exploded. The sky seemed to be lit up with a few rounds of small suns, and the terrifying shock wave came down from the high altitude, directly destroying this area, and a huge gap suddenly appeared on the red Earth continent. With a sweep, all the aftermath was shattered, and the smoke and dust dispersed. Behind Yunyi, the thunderous drum Guyu jumped, and stood there unscathed. Looking at I'm over there, he said jokingly, if it's just an attack of this level, can't beat me yet. As he said that, a pitch-black light flickered between Yunyi's fingers. This blackness, like the darkest substance in the world, brought endless threats to people before the attack broke out. Shattering false flash. Yunya pointed out, and a pitch-black energy ray shot out, as if the space was distorted by this attack. This is a more powerful false flash after the false flash proficiency is 100. It's useless, any devil fruit ability will not work in front of me, it will only be offset by me. Over there, I was also unharmed, watching the attack and said calmly. The attack just now was offset by the attack of the Quincy division. This is also the first time he has encountered such a situation. In the past, no matter who faced his attack, they could not easily take it like Quincy Master. But this is also within his expectations. He used to launch an attack on Quincy's Moon Knight Island that was enough to destroy an island, but he still couldn't kill Quincy. The 16 world-destroying thunderbolts have the power to destroy heaven and earth, but they were resisted by Quincy Master, which is enough to prove how powerful Quincy Master is. I won't underestimate the Quincy, otherwise he wouldn't have given such an order to Wu Laoxing. A powerful wave of armed color radiated from his body. The domineering energy that was originally invisible and intangible was actually visible to the naked eye at this moment. The space around him seemed to be distorted by the armed color. With a wave of his hand, a huge amount of armed color collided with Yunyi's attack. With a sound of boom, the 2 terrifying attacks collided together, roaring and vibrating, setting off a boundless wave. Layer after layer of shock waves blasted out, sweeping in all directions, and the red soil continent under the feet cracked and collapsed again. Just when I'm thought that his domineering energy could offset Yunya's attack, he saw that after his huge amount of armed force collided with Yunya's attack, it only offset part of it, and it couldn't offset it all at all. The false flash is like a ray penetrating the sky, still shooting towards Im. Behind Im's mask, there was a rare look of solemnity, and his brows were condensed, but he couldn't counteract the Quincy's attack. Before he had time to think about it, he moved again. His fist was covered with thick armor, and he punched it down. Boom! A rolling sound wave rose into the sky, and after an explosion, the impact slapped over, causing Im to retreat unstoppably, and most of the cloak behind his back was torn apart by the aftermath of the explosion. It seems that as long as the power exceeds your domineering limit, the ability can also cause harm to you. Yunya grinned and sneered at Im's words. Although his various skills have been assimilated into products similar to devil fruit abilities due to the world, it can be offset by domineering. Yunya knew this very well long ago. The driving force of his various abilities is not spiritual power, but physical power, which can be judged from this point. Even if his skills come from other worlds, he must follow the laws of this world. The power has been reduced a lot. However, his ability still surpassed the upper limit of this world and reached another level. Moreover, this upper limit will become even higher as Yunya's strength increases. In the future, Yunya may not have the possibility of crushing the entire pirate world with one punch. In the final analysis, his ability is not a product of this world after all, it is the ability to transcend the shackles of this world. It's just that he is not strong enough to be completely detached. Perhaps Im's armed color can offset the abilities of other people, but when facing Yunya, he still has to be deflated. You are indeed beyond my imagination, Quincy. Im resumed his indifferent tone, as if he was not affected by anything. Although he was a little surprised by the strength of Quincy's ability, he has survived for hundreds of years after all, and his Sing Sing is perfect and will not be easily shaken. However, there is only one ending for you. If you dare to resist me, no one can survive. I am the god of this world. Im said lightly, his red eyes radiated a strange red light, and the color of knowledge radiated out, as if he was related to something. Things connect together. The dark clouds gathered in the sky again, and the thunder was billowing. And in the sky above the dark clouds, there seems to be something. This thick cloud layer seems to be deliberately made by Im to hide something above. Oh, the same fluctuations as the last attack on Moon Knight Island. Are you serious? The Lord of the World. Yunya raised his head, wanting to radiate to find out what exactly launched the attack. Is it an ability? Or something else? However, because of Im's domineering color, his knowledge color was also affected, and he couldn't spread too far. In addition to Overlord color, in terms of knowledge color and armed color, Yunya is no match for Im who has accumulated hundreds of years. Yunya even suspected that Im's knowledge could radiate the whole world. Otherwise, how did his 16 world-destroying gods lock in one area? Such a precise strike is difficult to achieve without a knowledgeable lock. Moreover, when Yunya was on Moon Knight Island, he also sensed Im with his knowledge, and had a simple conversation. From this point, it can be seen that Im's knowledge can radiate from the Holy Land to Moon Knight Island. God kills. Im's figure floated into the distance, and the indifferent voice fell, and above the clouds, an extremely powerful energy wave radiated out, making everyone who noticed it stand on end. In the dark clouds, 16 light spots appeared strangely, and immediately after that, 16 world-destroying god thunders suddenly descended. With this blow, the entire Holy Land Mary Joa was covered. With Im's heart, he doesn't care about the life and death of other people at all, whether it's Wu Laoxing or other people, he doesn't care at all. In his eyes, Yunya is the only one. This is the most dreadful existence in history. Even to some extent, it surpassed the threat that Joey Boy once threatened him, because he can't see through the Quincy. Seeing this scene, Vegapunk seemed to think of something. His eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at the sky in disbelief. Can it really drive that thing? What is the source of energy? By the way, Thunderbolt. After hearing Vegapunk's words, Drago guessed that he should know something, and turned his head to look. What do you know? Vegapunk smiled wryly. That's the ancient technology that the world government asked me to try to repair. It should be a product of the kingdom that used to be. The damage was very serious. I guess it was successfully repaired by me. But I know this thing very well, and the flaws are very serious. Obviously, a huge source of energy is needed. At first, I imagined that the person with the ability of the Thunder Fruit could be used as the energy drive, but at that time, the Thunder Fruit had disappeared for hundreds of years, and I had never seen the power of this thing. I didn't expect the world people from the government actually used the lightning in nature as a driving force. He has been in the world government for so many years, and many of the technology of the world government came from him. See building stones under the warship, special communication devices, technologies that can shield domineering, pacifists, and so on. Moreover, the world government also wants to obtain the ancient weapon Pluto. The people of CP9 hid in the 7 islands of water, just to find the blueprint of the ancient weapon Pluto, and let Vegapunk use his technology to create another Pluto, but unfortunately they failed. The only thing that made Vegapunk a little impressed was that some kind of technological product that the world government asked him to repair. Now seeing the 16 rays of light above his head, he immediately thought of it. This is some kind of ancient kingdom technological product he once restored. Moreover, the more powerful the energy injected into that technological product, the stronger the power it releases, and it can even destroy the entire island. Just thinking about it, no one can fully drive that thing, because the energy required is too huge. Even those with Thunder Fruit ability may not be able to fully drive. In his opinion, something that consumes such a huge amount of energy is just a tasteless thing for a perfectionist like him. It's just that I didn't expect that someone in the world government actually succeeded. Even its power exceeded his imagination. Is it Uranus, the king of ancient weapons? Durag narrowed his eyes and asked. Probably not, that thing was already damaged at the time, and it took me a lot of effort to restore it. Vegapunk shook his head. Uranus, the king of heaven, should not be a product of technology, but some kind of creature that we don't know. He has checked a lot of books in O'Hara, and he has a general understanding of ancient weapons. He knows that apart from Pluto, the king of heaven and king of the sea are some kind of creatures. Before, Moon Knight Island was attacked by the world government, so it should be this. Drago narrowed his eyes and said, "Are you talking about that incident? Moonlight Island was attacked by the world government and was almost destroyed. I was tinkering with pacifists at the time, and my information was blocked by the world government. Vegapunk also remembered that Moonlight Island once seems like something really happened. But because Moonlight Island was not destroyed, many people didn't pay much attention. Moreover, it was spread that Poseidon, the king of the sea, was in the hands of the Quincy division, and the palace of Wangsu offered a reward to the high-level navy and the 5 old stars. These two things were even more sensational. People overlooked this detail. Vegapunk didn't think about it at all. In the sky, the world-exterminating thunder descended from the sky, trying to destroy everything below. The last time I barely resisted it, but it's been so long, do you think my strength will stop? Yunya licked his lower lip, the 2 colors of light danced behind him, thunder, flames collided, and annihilated, making his body the overall quality has improved by more than a fraction. This is the 4th stage of instant coaxing. A serious punch. Yunya shouted, gathering various abilities in his fist, and swung it towards the sky violently. Boom. With this punch, the terrifying force collided with the 16 world-destroying lightning strikes. The next moment, it seemed as if the whole world was shaking. The red soil continent under his feet began to crack and disintegrate, and large pieces of rubble fell towards the sea surface. Even the extremely powerful shock wave radiated out. Even the people in the Navy headquarters and the Chambord Islands below 10,000 meters could clearly feel it. Boom, 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 boom. Facing Yunya's punch, all 16 world-destroying lightning punishments were blocked, and the 2 attacks were in a stalemate in the air. With the stalemate, the shock wave radiated more intensely. The entire building above the Holy Land of Marijoa was shattered at this moment, and countless people were swept away by the shock wave, and died directly. Get out of here. Seeing this scene, Drago's face suddenly changed. They were already far away, but the shock wave swept over, making it difficult for them to resist. Under the protection of Durag, the members of the Revolutionary Army retreated again. The King's Fist. Elisabello too slammed his fist at the aftermath that swept over him, but he could only resist the impact of the aftermath. He roared, King Liku, take me out of here. I can't stay here any longer. Okay. King Liku also knew that the situation was urgent at this time, so he pulled up Elisabello too, who was out of strength, and fled towards the distance. After the Quincy appeared, many people subconsciously moved away from Pango City. The same goes for both of them. Every time the Quincy appeared, the movement would be extremely huge. This is already the consensus of the New World. Therefore, before the battle broke out, the 2 of them had already left a long distance. But it was still affected by the aftermath that swept over. Boom. The next moment, the 2 attacks exploded at the same time, and the space seemed to be shattered. The space looked like a broken mirror, with countless dark cracks spreading out, swallowing everything nearby. But soon, the space crack disappeared, and the endless shock waves were swallowed into it. It really is some kind of human creation. Yunya looked up, the clouds were shattered, and the sky was clear. His eyes were fine, as if he saw something floating high above the sky. That can't be a creature, but some kind of human creation? There are 16 cannon muzzles hanging down vertically, like satellites, floating above the head of this world. The godly destroyer thunder just now was launched from this thing? Is it the heavenly king handed down from ancient times? Or a creation of Vegapunk? Yunyi's eyes moved down, looking in the direction of the Revolutionary Army, and landed on Vegapunk. This guy has created a lot of technological products for the world government. Unexpectedly, Im's red pupils shrank suddenly, and the strength of Quincy was beyond his expectation. The attack this time was stronger than the previous attack on Moon Knight Island. He didn't hold back this time. It can be said that he has brought out the power of that weapon to the extreme. However, this time the Quincy took over his attack more easily than last time. Even his heart is troublesome. Where are you looking? Yunya didn't think too much about this matter. He laughed loudly, the sound of piercing the air came, and the next moment he appeared directly in front of him, punching out, Shixiang 9 speeds. Don't be too arrogant. Quincy Master. Shouted coldly, his fist wrapped around a huge amount of armed color, and collided with Yunya's punch. The blows of the 2 were covered with armed colors, entwined with overlord colors, and their fists collided in the air. Boom. Although the power of this collision is slightly weaker than the previous collision, it is still extremely terrifying. The 2 were on the verge of firing, and flew out at the same time. Physical strength alone can reach this level. I forcibly defeated my domineering. Im's right fist kept shaking, and he suffered a small loss from the collision just now. There are so many things you can't imagine. Yunya sneered, and rushed over again. Boom boom boom. The 2 people's figures are like 2 streamers, colliding non-stop in the air. Every time they collide, endless shock waves are set off, and waves slap towards the surroundings. They punched each other again, and the 2 retreated at the same time.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.